I am trapped in a struggle about love and hate, trust and betrayal. My surroundings are full of mysteries, including him, the one I shouldn't trust but can't thinking about. He is my mate, yet also my jailer. In this story, I am the prey that is being chased, and he is the hunter, controls everything. But as the scales of fate begin to tip, who is the hunter and who is the prey becomes less clear. Chapter 1. We have to go before they find us. Sam, one of my bodyguards said with a sense of urgency, urging me to leave. But we can't just leave like that. I continued. We can and we will. We promise to take care of you and we will even if you are standing in the way. Jonathan said, pulling me out. But we can't just leave. Everyone here has been kind to us. We can't just abandon them when they need us. I continued. Find her and when you do bring her to me, I'm going to end her. She promised. This was the voice of the person that was hard-bent on killing me. She haunted me not only physically but in my dreams too. We have to go now, Sam said with an urgent tone, and this time I dared not utter a word. We were currently at the secret passage filled with endless stairs and it was really dark and creepy. They were both holding a torch so we had a sense of direction and vision. We walked fast and when we reached outside the tunnel we saw 3 horses stationed outside. We got on it hastily and rode quickly even though we had no idea we're headed to. We weren't safe anywhere. The only place I thought I was safe, and she managed to get me there too. It has been like this for 2 years now. Her chasing me to kill me and me running for my dear life. It wasn't like this before. My mom used to tell me stories of how the world was such a good and peaceful place, but now it was filled with war. No one could sleep with both eyes closed for fear of being killed in their sleep. People like her terrorized the feeble and no one could say anything about it. She killed anything or anyone not considering the age or anything. Her main purpose was to control the world and kill anyone who stands in her way. I'm not standing in her way though. I actually don't care what she does. I only complain to myself. I don't know why she was hell-bent on killing me, but then I remembered. I have no idea why she thinks I'm powerful enough to kill her, but I think it's either kill or be killed. But who could try to kill her? I can't do anything to hurt her. She's way more powerful than I am and I am so scared of her I wouldn't want to even go near her because she won't hesitate to kill me, but I'm just hoping that someone brave enough wouldn't save me the stress of running for my life. Where do we go to? I asked as we stopped to rest. We were currently in a cave where we would be spending the night. I know we have nowhere to go and no one to turn to cause the instance we turn up to someone they'd turn against us, and that wouldn't end well for any of us. I don't know, Sam answered. We can run all our lives as long as we protect you, cause if anything should happen to you there wouldn't be hope for survival and we can't let that happen. We need to. I told you I don't believe in that. Why couldn't I do anything when she killed Mom and Dad? Why can't I do anything anytime she shows up, huh? I asked angrily. I'd like you guys to stop building false hopes cause I'm nothing compared to her. She would end me without even blinking her eyes. You've got to believe, Jonathan urged. You're our only hope to end this suffering. Everybody's looking forward to you to end this. That's exactly what I don't want. I can't handle it. She's going to kill me. I couldn't do anything to her today. What makes you think that I'd be able to tomorrow? We believe in you and the moon goddess. She'd protect us through you. Sans, let's just call it night, I said, tired of the argument. This wasn't the first and it certainly wouldn't be the last. I possessed the greatest gift, but I wasn't going to use it. I'm not going to be what everyone wants me to be. I have a life, also sadly the one I can't get. I've always been protected from the outside world by my parents. I wasn't allowed to go outside or attend any function. I only did once a year to celebrate the moon goddess, and that was with a lot of people and guards. I've always hated it cause I didn't have friends. I couldn't even go to school and thus homeschooled. I hated my parents for doing that because I felt restricted and imprisoned. Yes, I got everything I wanted, but some things were never enough. I wanted to see life beyond the walls of my room. I wanted to experience life like anyone would, but I couldn't now that I'm not enjoying the freedom. Just wishing I was back in my room. I would even lock myself up this time. I wouldn't argue with my parents when they told me to stay inside. But sadly I can't do anything like that. Sometimes I wish this was a dream and I would wake up from it, but I know now that it's reality. The harsh, bitter reality. A nightmare that no one knows when it would end. If I really could end it, I'd have done it since, but I can't do anything, and it's sickening. To have a lot of people looking up to me, believing in me when I don't even believe in myself. I don't want to hurt anyone. I know that one day I'd have to work towards fulfilling destiny, because it would come to a point we all would be fed up and wish for death, but I couldn't take it up just yet because I am scared. I am scared that I would let people down. Scared that I won't fulfill the prophecy and die then, have no one to take care of the people, subjecting them to suffering. I wasn't going to do anything. Not until I am brave and powerful to take on her, knowing I would win. I wasn't going to take chances with losing. 𝐿𝐤 signifies failure and suffering. I didn't want any of that. Chapter 2 dedicated to 𝐊𝐤𝐳, so we're just gonna walk anywhere. We could walk right into her trap and she'd take every part of our body out until we're nothing. I said, getting tired of riding the horse. We were riding the horse because taking a car was too risky and we were still in the forest part of our society. We got to a clear vast area and there was a landmark that showed a demarcation of territory and boundaries, making us understand that we were about to enter a pack and that wasn't the best thing for us to do right now. We were rogues and had no pack. Wolves and packs consider us dangerous and they kill us at first sight, and I don't blame most of them because of previous occurrence, but that still didn't mean it was fair. We had nowhere else to go. We couldn't lodge in an inn cause they'd be able to notice us and report us. I was terribly hungry and can't remember when last I ate. I was still thinking of where we could possibly go to and how I could fill my stomach when I heard the sirens followed by the swooshing of arrows shooting towards us. We managed to duck that, but more came. Soon enough we were surrounded by about 30 men. But I don't think it's fair. We're outnumbered here, 3 and 30 is no fair deal. What have we got here? A guy asked. He was the most handsome person I've ever met. His eyes are so dark and a bit scary, making my knees go weak. His bone structure was fine and perfectly symmetrical. It was manly. He's probably 6 feet something. He has tousled brown hair, and his eyes were the green of fresh dew glinting in the sunlight off a leaf of green emerald. Aside from his features, there was something else that pulled me closer to him. It was his scent. He smelled like fresh wood and somewhat fruity, like citrus and cinnamon. Gosh, his scent was so good. I didn't seem to notice, but I think he ordered his people to shoot us, saying we were rogues, cause the next thing I knew arrows were flying from all directions towards us. I used my powers to avoid it, using my eyes to direct the arrow away from coming towards us, changing its direction, and this got them confused and the guy angry. "You guys are damn fools," he shouted angrily, taking an arrow and sending it directly to me. I was busy wondering why he would do that. That's a lie though. I was lost in staring at him and taking in his scent. I didn't even notice when the arrow hit my right shoulder. Sam and Jonathan started shooting arrows at them, hitting every other target while I made sure theirs didn't by using my powers. I stopped for a minute to look at the guy. He had this look that demands respect, and with the strong aura he was in, there was no doubt he was the alpha. I wonder what he wants with us, and what he was going to do to us. I didn't even notice that he had shot Sam and Jonathan, and due to my carelessness, they were down on the floor unconscious. I bet the arrow had some sleeping effect on them. It was good to know that he doesn't want us dead. "Take them," he ordered, and they charged towards us, seizing us. His voice was so cold and icy, and I don't know why I found it appealing. And then it occurred to me, he was my mate. I could have stopped them from taking us. I could have done something. With a simple gesture, all the men in front of me could become corpses rotting in the grass at my feet, including their daunting alpha, but I chose not to. I don't know what lies ahead, but it would be nothing compared to how we've been living. At least he wasn't going to take us to her, or not yet. If he kept us in prison, no one would find us, and at least we would know that we are safe for the time being, and if we're lucky we could get food to eat. He couldn't possibly kill us, could he? He shot another arrow at me on the arm he did before. Breaking my shoulder intensified. It tore through muscle and tissue, lighting flames of pain that seared through the nerves. I gasped and my steps faltered as my teeth clenched together. I began to feel the effect of the shot as they pulled us away. I ignored my bleeding arm or the fact that they concentrated in pulling my right hand. That was the last I remembered, as I soon joined the rest in their sleep. "Wake them up," I heard the cold voice say, and before I knew it, a whole bucket of cold, and when I mean cold, I mean, extremely cold water was poured on each one of us. Seriously, this is how you wake someone up. A little tap on the shoulder would have been good, I said icily. I didn't like the cold water at all. And what do you think, we are your servants to serve the mighty princess? He said scornfully. You clearly look like one to me. I muttered and got a nudge from Sam. And I pretty much fit the role of a princess. Don't flatter yourself, darling. This is reality. You can stop dreaming now. Don't you think you're too old for that? The way he spoke made me have a sudden detest towards him. He didn't seem friendly in any way. I rolled my eyes, having no good comeback, and he smirked. Now back to talk. What were you rogues doing wandering around my end? He asked coldly. We were on a journey. Jonathan spoke up for the first time since we be locked up here too. He asked, urging Jonathan to continue. Visit a relative. Sam quipped in. Really? He asked, sounding not convinced. If you were going to visit a relation, then why do you have all this? His tone was demanding. The one where you had to answer real quick. All the weapons we had were thrown on the floor. I would like an explanation for this. You clearly weren't going to visit a relative. Well, we were. We all know how dangerous the whole place is, and with law and day on the loose we had that for self-defense. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤 𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐬 unveiled patience, enthusiasm. At least that sounded reasonable to some point. He did what I didn't expect. He laughed. Not the type that got once staring or sounds pleasing to hear. It was a mocking one, and I hated that. Self-defense. What does a girl like you know about self-defense? You couldn't do anything when you were attacked. What could you possibly do then, if you come across law and day? For starters, I could give you as food to her dogs. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐤 𝐷𝐞𝐻𝐬 unveiled patience, enthusiasm. Oh please. I'm being serious here. You and your friends trespass territory. All rogues that land on our land dies. No matter who they may be. He said the last part looking at me. I was trying to tell myself that he doesn't know, but the bastard does. He knew from the start. I don't know why he was treating me like that. I was his mate, for God's sake, and mates are supposed to go all lovey-dovey on each other, so why was mine treating me like this and even threatening to kill me? This wasn't good, and I was beginning to think he would protect me and all, but then he didn't even look like he liked me anyway, and definitely isn't trying to be friendly. Just what type of a mate did I get? If he was going to be like that, I could too. I didn't even need a mate. I could survive without him. He was purely useless to me. So you're going to kill us then? Jonathan asked, and Austin, my useless mate, nodded. We're honored. We clearly like the idea of dying for a stupid reason, as walking into someone's land. We told you we were on a journey. Yeah. That's so believable, right? You can get going now. I think you've said enough already, I said, urging him to leave. I really didn't want him near me. His stupid sent me craving for him, despite the fact that I hated the way he was treating me. My office now, he said, pointing at me. His servants untied my rope and he walked away while expecting me to follow him. I did quite the opposite, sitting staring at how dirty my nails were. I really should do something about it. Too bad I can't get pedicures and manicures any longer. Damn that law and day for taking away my good life. Get up now. He shouted, his voice echoing throughout the cell we were being held. Give me a good reason why I should. I said, still sitting staring at my nails instead of him, and I know I was getting him pissed off. I don't answer to you, he said, and before I knew it he carried me up. Definitely not bridal style, carrying me over his shoulders. The sparks and tingling sensation his touch was spreading through me was incredible. If he was carrying me like this and I felt like this, what would happen if he carried me bridal style? I screamed and kicked, telling him to let go of me, but he didn't. I really wanted to bite him and jump off, but the thought of what he'd do to me restrained me. He opened a door and threw me on the bed with no care in the world at all. Why am I falling in love with him even more? Gosh, I hate his guts. We have to talk, and I want you to be honest with me. Cut the crap about you guys being on a journey, cause I know that's far from it. Chapter 3. Dedicated to not that. Perfect, I'm hungry. Could I get something to eat? I haven't had a proper meal in days, I said, and he just looked at me. How does that have anything to do with what I just said? I'm hungry. I whined. Let's make a deal then. I get you food and in return you tell me everything. Sounds tempting, but no. I declined. You should better do as I say while I'm still asking nicely. His tone commanding and intimidating. Well, I don't answer to you. And I'm also not going to play the role of a puppet dancing to your tune doing everything you ask of me. I said, matching his tone. A day or two of torture would be able to bring out the little amount of sense you have left. He threatened. At least I have some sense left. I can clearly see that you don't. Watch your tongue, sweetheart. I wouldn't seem to say that if I were you. See why I said you don't have sense? No one, absolutely no one talks to me the way you are talking to me, and I'm not going to stand it. He said arrogantly. Well, I'm not forcing you to stand it. There's a seat just behind you. That's it. He fumed angrily. You are not going to talk to me like that, sweetheart. And you're going to talk to me how you want. Yes, I can and I will. He remarked in his usual manner of speech. I really don't have time to listen to you, and I really don't care what you do. I'd like if you took me back to where you saw me. That's not happening. In case you've forgotten, you're my prisoner, he said with a smirk. And I don't let go of my prisoners. You're right. Isn't it because this one prisoner happened to be your mate? I said, smirking. Don't flatter yourself, sweetheart. I could kill you if I want to. He said, trying to deny the claim. Then why don't you want to? I asked, smirking. Luckily for him, he wasn't able to answer the question because someone barged in saying his attention was needed. I bet he didn't even have a reply anyway. I'm not done with you yet. We'd have a talk when I get back, he said authoritatively with that cold voice of his, then walked out. When he left, I just sat on the bed lazily and sighed. This wasn't how I expected to meet my mate, and this wasn't how I expected him to be. I hoped we would meet in one of the annual balls and he won't be able to take his eyes off me, and then we'd dance and he would be charming, not someone like him, but I should have known. My life has never gone in the direction I want it to. I decided to make do of the situation. It was a bathroom and I could really use a bath. I can't remember when last I had a proper bath in the privacy and comfort of a bathroom. I stripped off my clothes, then went to the bathroom. The bathroom was big, really big. It had blue tiles and there was a toilet and a shelf where some toiletries were kept. I really didn't want to look around and just jumped into the bath and turned on the shower, the cold water hitting me hard. I washed, then came out when I was done taking a towel from the shelf. I wrapped it around my body and went outside. Luckily for me, he wasn't out. I went to the closet and it was no surprise that it was his from the scent and the color of clothes. It was as if he only knew the color black existed. I took out a shirt obvious too big for me and slipped it on, and it stopped just mid-thigh. I quickly wore my head warmer back. I couldn't risk him or anyone else seeing my hair. Just as I slipped it on, he walked in. His eyes were over my body, and for a second I thought I saw pleasure in them, but it was just his usual look. What the hell are you doing in my clothes? He questioned angrily, and I knew I had hit a nerve. I really didn't have a good comeback, so I was quiet. I asked you a question. Oh, sorry, what did you say? I asked, forget it. He said, and I was glad he was letting me go for once. Get out of my clothes right now, he ordered with a smirk. You've got to be kidding me, I said, staring at him in disbelief. I meant right now, he said, staring at me with that his annoying gaze. You clearly don't think I would, do you? No, you don't have to, he said, and I sighed internally. The next thing I knew, he was standing right in front of me, very close, and my stupid wolf liked it that way and was hoping he'd take us right then. His scent was stronger now, and I knew that he had the incline to kiss me as I hoped he would. Would you take them off, or you could prefer me doing it? Fine. I'd get out of your clothes. I didn't like it anyway, I said, heading to the bathroom. Who said anything about you taking it off there? He asked, and I scoffed. Perverted bastard. If you think I'm going to strip off in front of you or allow you to, then you're absolutely wrong, mister. If you want to see a naked woman, you can go hire your personal whore. I'm sure it wouldn't be the first time anyway. As soon as the word left my mouth, I regretted it. He looked really angry. Angrier than I've ever seen him, but then he just laughed. Why would I go hire a whore when I have one here? He asked with a smirk. The bastard just called me a whore. You bastard. I said, raising my hand to slap him, which he caught mid-air. You're going to have to do as I tell you, sweetheart. I clearly won't stand your stupid behavior. Well, yours is stupider. You clearly don't know how to talk to a person without raising your voice. Assuming you were nice to me, I would too, but you just happen to be an arrogant, authoritative bastard. I'd show you what an arrogant, authoritative bastard is, he said, and before I could say anything or ask how, his mouth was over mine. His mouth was on mine, kissing me while I didn't do much, although my body was aching for him to kiss me as hard as he was. I wasn't going to give the bastard the satisfaction of kissing him back. I was hoping that he'd pull out, but he didn't. I don't think he would until I surrender, and I really wasn't planning on doing so, but my body was saying otherwise. I wanted to kiss him back with equal fervor. His mouth seek for permission, I gave him, regretting it. I should have just pushed him off, but I couldn't resist it. I opened my mouth and his filled it. His kisses were demanding, and I soon found myself answering to it. Soon our tongues were dancing together. Damn, he tasted so good, and I couldn't help but stifle out a moan, and the bastard was damn happy about that and felt him smirk through the kiss. What, I wasn't going to be the only one moaning here. I called him closer to me, and he wrapped his hands around me. I wrapped my hands around his neck, stroking his beautiful dark hair as we kissed. I matched each of his thrusts, and soon enough I had him moaning too. A smile appeared on my face, knowing that I won. He left my mouth to my neck, and I moaned as he sent kisses there. Damn him for making me want him so. We clearly were in our world and didn't notice the constant bang on the door nor when the person entered until the person cleared their throat, till I pushed him away lightly, but he didn't seem to let go. "Sir, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 is here to see you," the person announced, and he threw a lamp at the person. "How many times do I have to tell you not to interrupt me, and if you need to, you should not before coming in when I tell you to?" he asked angrily. "I'm sorry, sir. I knocked though," the boy said, visibly shaking. "Just get out of here, and as for 𝐿𝐻𝐻, tell her to wait in my office," he said, and the boy left hastily, and he turned to look at me. The whole time I was wondering who the 𝐿𝐻𝐻 was. Maybe his girlfriend. The thought of them together. He kissing her got me angry. I knew I shouldn't have let him kiss me. The stupid bastard was just going to prove a point. He took his gaze away from me and left without a word. Chapter for Damon's POV. I got out of the room and went to meet 𝐿𝐻𝐻, thinking about how I met my mate. I was just in my office when the alarm went off that rogues trespassed on my land, and I wasn't prepared to let them live. Rogues had been wreaking havoc for quite some time, and we killed anyone seen to prevent that. That wasn't the case here. I went outside to see just 3 of them, and they looked pretty messed up, but I was still able to catch the scent of the female. Her scent was like vanilla and lemon. It was simply alluring, and I found myself wanting to be close to her, but then she's a rogue and I don't associate with them. Not even if she happens to be my mate. What have we got here? We surrounded them, and soon enough I ordered my men to shoot them. Unsurprisingly, I didn't even get to them. This made me confused, angry and curious. "You guys are damn fools," I said angrily, aiming for her shoulder and shooting the arrow there. I couldn't bring myself to kill her because she is my mate. My better half, but she was a rogue and we couldn't be together. I don't want to be with her. She took out the arrow from her right hand, staring at me. Her other friends were on the floor. They were shot on their stomach, but it wasn't anything serious. I just decided to be mild with her because she was my mate and I needed answers as to why they are here. We were in a cell and I was currently questioning them about their mission, but they seemed to have fabricated a lie about not knowing on a journey to visit their relatives. Who the hell visits a relation at this time? I asked for her to be brought to my office, but she didn't comply. She amuses me. She's completely rude and has a way with her words. She has no respect whatsoever and doesn't even seem to talk nicely to me, not minding that she's at the mercy of her life. No one dares talk to me like that, and I wasn't prepared to take it from her. A rogue who's supposed to be begging me to spare her life. I clearly wouldn't take her sassy attitude, not even if she's my mate. I entered my office, 𝐿𝐻𝐻 there sitting down staring at her phone. She looked really pretty in her pink floral flare gown. "Hey you," she said, smiling, looking up at me, and I find her smile so appealing. "Yeah, I am," I said, pecking her on both cheeks before going to sit down. "You look exhausted," she said, looking at me intently. "Word out that you spared some rogues. Is it true?" Word sure does spread quickly, but that I pretty much didn't blame them. This was the first. No rogue was ever spared after questioning. Are you gonna say something? Why spare this particular rogues, or what do you have in mind to do to them? Sincerely, I had not thought about that. I didn't want to hurt them yet. I still needed to find out why she's here and what their purpose is exactly, but I couldn't tell her that. Let's not talk about them, baby, I said, walking up to meet her, kissing her lightly on her lips. How can we not talk about them? They deserve to die, Damon, she said, fiercely, trying to ignore the sensations I was creating in her as I started trading kisses down her neck. Can we not talk about them? Right now, I just want to be with you. I knew the right words to say to her to just stop talking, and that caused her to smile and kiss me. Same here. But you have to do something about them, Damon. They can't get caught free, she said in a mumbled hum, not really paying attention to what she said. Right now, I just need a distraction to stop myself from thinking about her. After having a round with Chi-Chi, I stayed up thinking about her. I don't even know why she was occupying my thoughts, but I pushed it out and thought of something reasonable. I really needed to do something about this situation. It was already suspicious as it seems. I had to let her go. Kill her or let her stay, but I knew she wouldn't be welcomed here. I finally made a decision after much thought and slept. The next morning I woke up remembering the events that happened last night. I got out of bed, careful not to wake Chi-Chi up. I got into the shower and had a cold bath. I wore my usual casual clothes and went to the cell she was kept. When I left her yesterday, I ordered someone to take her back there, and I have them under strict surveillance. I got into the cell and saw her sleeping peacefully. I ordered for a bucket of water and did the honors of pouring it on them. What the hell? They chorused, each waking up from sleep, but the others realizing it was me kept their mouths shut after that, looking down, but she just couldn't shut up. I don't know what's with you and waking someone up like that, but I don't like it and wouldn't take it from you. Can't someone ever have a peaceful sleep without ever being interrupted rudely? Now that got me interested, so I'm not the only one who does that. You've been to cells often, or you just have your sleep interrupted. That's none of your damn business, she retorted. It seems like you're forgetting what you are and where you are. I would mind which if I were you. That's the thing, I'm not you and I can talk anyhow I want to, she shouted. She was really infuriating me, talking to me like that. I really wanted to do something that would hurt her. Torture her until she learns a lesson. I want you to state the real reason why you were on my land, or else. Or else what? She daringly questioned. I'd kill you, I said, smirking, and she just laughed. Don't underestimate me, sweetheart. I am very capable of bringing you to your ruins, and I won't think twice about ending you, cause you rogues do not matter. Now want to tell me the real reason? I'd rather die than tell you anything, she said, and I got so annoyed. I don't know what she's hiding or why she can't tell me, but I certainly wouldn't take her nonsensical attitude. I've had enough. And so be it then, I said angrily. I'd be more than happy to grant you your wish. She was just being stupid, don't listen to her. Her companion with the dark hair spoke up. We are actually running from. Shut your mouth up, Jonathan, or I swear I'd end you, she said harshly, and the manner at which she spoke was so commanding, and it didn't sound like those empty threats people say to shut people up. She sounded so serious. So Miss Sassy, he was running away from someone. Who could that person be? I asked, hoping she could answer, and I was actually thinking about who or what she could be running from. That's none of your damn business, mister, she coldly replied, and at that moment she sounded dangerous. I would have you give out every bit of information I want from you, I said authoritatively, and she laughed. You can't do that. You won't even come close to having me say a word, she boasted. We'd see about that, I said, and left chapter 5. I'm not staying a second in this damn place, I said angrily. And what are you going to do about that? Jonathan asked. You just keep on provoking the hell out of the guy. Maybe he even wanted to release us, but you had to open your mouth and get him angry, Sam said angrily. Well, if you guys can take his attitude, I certainly can tell, and you can stay here waiting for him to release you, I said, doing air quotes when I said release. How are we going to get out? He has our things, remember? Sames. Well, not for long. To my 𝐊𝐴𝐺𝐸 my 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷, hearts out thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. So what's the plan? Jonathan asked. The guards were not within earshot and were standing outside, which was in a room, so they were behind the door and wouldn't notice me missing. I had the power to turn invisible, but it could only last for 5 minutes, so I had to be quick about what I wanted to do. I turned invisible and I liked the fear it had. I could also walk right through things like a ghost. I walked right through the cell and the door, walking past the guards who couldn't even see me. I stopped realizing I had a problem. I had no idea where the office was or where he kept them, and worst still, I had no idea how to get there, and I didn't have time to waste. I had to find the place fast and get back to the cell after taking our things, and all in 5 minutes. How possible that was. I saw the dude that walked in while we were kissing standing out from a big black door with some other guards, and I hoped it was his office, and walked right through the door, and yeah, it was. He was in his office kissing who I presumed to be 𝐿𝐤 or another one of his whore. That got to me a little. I know our kiss didn't mean anything to him, it really didn't to me, but then I just hated seeing them together. It wasn't jealousy, just hatred. As if what they had yesterday wasn't enough. I had to bear the pain while they enjoyed themselves. It was as if someone was slicing my stomach repeatedly, and to see them again kissing was just something that made me angry. He knows of my existence, but he just caught being a man whore. I wouldn't be surprised to find out this was his way of torturing me, but is there even a need for that? He was trailing kisses down her neck, she was moaning. I really hated seeing that, and it got me angry, and I couldn't control my powers, and I started creating a minor tornado, sending things flying around the corner, and the ground to shake, controlling both the air and earth element at the same time. They paused, taking in their surroundings. What's happening? 𝐿𝐤 asked, scared. I made use of the distraction and took our things with our weapons. I shouldn't have let that get to me. I calmed down, it stopped. It's nothing, he replied, resuming from where they stopped. That got me angry, but I controlled it and walked outside. I wasn't going to let him affect me. I would be out of his life now, and he won't matter. I would go and forget that I have a mate, cause he's worthless. I got back to the cell and noticed, and was still slightly angry. Now that we have gone past that, we had the toughest thing to face. How to get past their tight security unnoticed and leave safely. Now how do we get out of the cell? Jonathan asked, and I smiled, gripping the bars, and enough it started burning. I know I was going to extreme and we would be caught that way, but I don't want to stay here any longer. Soon enough it came crashing down, making noise, and that attracted the attention of the guards who came through the door. How, one asked, staring at the foreign cell. I'd show you. 𝐿𝐤 𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐬. I was about to burn him to death, but I decided not to. Where do you think you're going to? Another asked, pointing his gun at us, but Jonathan was quicker, shooting him straight in the heart. That caused fear, and it officially started the fight. Shooting started and an alarm went off. He was going to get involved now, and we had to get out of here as soon as possible. An arrow was shot at me, and I caught it mid-air and shot it back at the person. Someone charged at me with a dagger, and I easily dodged, stabbing the person on the leg. Nuts, it didn't stop the person from trying. He kicked me and tripped me. I fell and tripped him too, and when he was down with me, I quickly rolled over and stabbed him in the stomach. Jonathan was handling it pretty well as one charged at him, and he used his muscular frame as an advantage, gripping the person's hand tightly, and I did hear a few bone crack as he took both hands, causing the dagger to fall out of his hand. Someone was pointing a gun at Sam, and I used my powers to take it away from Sam, using the gun to kill someone else charging towards me. We ran out the cell, careful enough to dodge the bullet shot at us, and finally we were in an open field outside. All that just needed to be done was to climb over the big fence and we'd be out of here for good, but it was not that easy. Soon enough we were surrounded by 30 of them again. This isn't fair, and I chose not to play fair. They were each pointing a gun or at us, and the last person I expected to see came out of nowhere. Move a step and I won't hesitate to order them to shoot, he said coldly, his tone icy as usual, daring me to take a step. I held his gaze as he dared me with his eyes to move. What are we going to do now? Jonathan whispered. We take a step. Let's make a run for this, I said, and they both gave me the "are you crazy" look. Okay, what is the plan? Jonathan asked. I see you are scared. I'd make this easy for you. You come forward and return to the cell, or you try anything stupid and you get killed. But either way you die though, he said, smirking. You wish, I said, smirking. Although he was high, arrogant and all, he couldn't dare kill me, could he? Try me, he said, smirking. The way he spoke suggested that he was going to act on his words, not minding the consequence. "You order your men to drop their weapons and us go, or I kill every one of them, including you," I said commandingly, and he laughed. He had the guts to laugh at me, and I'd show him he's messing with the wrong girl. "What could you possibly do? You're nothing but a feeble girl and you can do nothing," he said mockingly. I was really hating him. "Well, if you are so sure that I'm feeble and I can do nothing, why are you keeping me as your prisoner then?" I asked, smirking. He was silent for a while, not saying anything. He obviously has nothing to say to that. Tongue-tied now. "You try moving and I won't hesitate to kill you myself," he said with a tone of finality. "I'd like to see you try." I did. Chapter 6. "You like daring me," he said angrily. "You can't possibly kill me. We both know that," I said, smirking. "I'm sure you won't be surprised that I can," he said coldly. "I'd make this easy for you. You let us go and we'd forget this ever happened. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬. "I'd like to see you try living without me," he said, smirking. "Speak for yourself. I've lived without you my entire life. You can't begin to affect me now, and moreover you mean nothing to me," I said coldly. "Keep trying to reassure yourself with that," he said, smirking. "I totally don't like this dude. Why couldn't I have had a sensible mate that would be interested in me, not trying to hold me as a prisoner or kissing someone else and even doing the deed with the person when he knows that I exist? The way he talks to me doesn't help either. But my stupid wolf still craves for him to look at me and kiss me. Hey, I'm not stupid, and you can't deny the fact that you enjoyed the kiss and wouldn't pull out if he kissed you again," my wolf Alexis said. "Oh please. The kiss was sloppy, and if he dares kiss me again I'd slap him and walk out just like he did." "You're right, like you can do that," she said, probably rolling her eyes internally. "I can. The person you're dying for has another chick, and we both know the chick, and we both know that our kiss didn't mean anything to him cause he was busy fucking her next. Did you have to remind me about that?" "Yes, so you get him out of your system. Get over him, okay? We clearly don't need him. You're just trying to convince yourself with that." "Not me, I'm done talking with you," I said, blocking her out. They were still here. I was hoping that they'd have been gone by now, but they were still here. I sighed in frustration and rubbed my head. "I don't mind staying in a cell. I'm tired of running anyway," Jonathan said, and I just looked at him. "Well, I'd rather run than stay here." 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐬. "Enough of the talking," he said, and his men began to shoot at us while we carefully dodged. I was currently hiding behind a tree and shooting from there. Sam and Jonathan were doing the same too. We managed to kill at least 15 of them. "Are you just going to hide?" he asked, daring me to come out, and I did. "Are you just going to watch us kill your people?" I asked, smirking, looking at our handwork. "No. I won't," he said, shooting me on the arm. I officially hated him. How dare he shoot me again? I didn't want to wince in pain, but I couldn't help it. It hurts him to know he was the one who did it. Sam and Jonathan came out to trying to help me, but I brushed them off and started a mini earthquake and turbulent wind. They clearly wouldn't know I was the one and knew we would have them off our backs. I clearly should have done this since they couldn't see a thing for the time being and couldn't move. I took some weapons from those that were dead and made it ash for it. We made it to the fence. Sam climbed, getting over it. Jonathan did to end while I was at the top about to jump to the other side. Something pushed me. It wasn't me being clumsy, tripping or something, but it was like a force, and I found myself falling off the high fence. I was going to break my spinal cord and die. At that moment I lost control of my powers and it stopped as I came crashing down. Well, so I thought. He actually did the favor of catching me so he could torment me, but no way was I giving him that. His grip on me was tight, and maybe it was my imagination, but his heart was beating faster, as if he was scared of what would have happened otherwise. Sam and Jonathan actually came back just when I thought someone had made it out. I was really frustrated by this. I really didn't want to stay here. "Oh, but his touch," Alexis said, squealing. I had to admit that I liked being in his arms, but it was that and nothing more. I started feeling the pain on my arms again. "What the hell were you thinking jumping the fence?" he asked, shouting. I would have rolled my eyes at him or asked him why he cared, but all of a sudden my body started hurting. It was as if I was being pierced with a needle, although repeatedly. I screamed in pain, not minding if he was there. It hurts like hell, especially the fact that it was mostly on the arm that I was shot. I couldn't even begin to describe the pain and kept on screaming. Why on earth was this happening? My vision blurred and my head was spinning around and I kept on screaming, but I didn't miss that voice. What the hell is happening to her, and what can be done about it? My mate shouted. I'd care of her. 𝐿𝐤 just glared at him. And how exactly are you going to do that? I will take care of her, okay. Just but if will you? Said. I will. It's not like I care anyway. He said, then walked out. Jonathan, carry her for me, will you? Sam said, and Jonathan did. They carried me back inside and I couldn't help but scream all the way. We entered a room and it was locked while Sam and I were in. What's happening? I questioned. It seems like 𝐿𝐤 is taking it out on you. Stop it. I shouted and he just nodded. Sam was a wizard and he knew of some stuff that I didn't. He wasn't a wolf at all. Jonathan. He started talking in words that I couldn't understand, obviously casting a spell. He said it repeatedly for about 3 times, and nothing seemed to have happened. I was still screaming as a result of the pain from whatever was happening. I don't understand why, but it's not working. Sam said, confused, while I let out a frustrated scream. Do something. Anything. I'm sorry. I can't. He answered and I continued screaming. Why the hell was she doing this? Hurting me over and over again. The worst part is that she hurts me every damn time and I can't do anything about it. I haven't even met her in person and she was making me live through hell while I simply sat back in pain. I wish I could hurt her as much as she hurts me. If she could hurt me this much, what would she do when we were finally face to face? I didn't even want to know cause I knew it wouldn't be good. I just stayed screaming until it stopped 20 minutes later. I felt miserable. I was hurting everywhere. Why couldn't you stop it, Sam? I asked angrily. She locked the spell, okay. I couldn't do anything about it. She made sure of that. I thought she could only control element. I asked, confused. That doesn't stop her from asking for the witch's help, does it? I'm doomed. It's not only her now. The witches are in this too. I'd clearly die earlier than I imagined, I said, sighing, frustrated lie. How can the spell be unlocked? I asked, not liking the idea that Sam couldn't do anything when next it happens. It can only be unlocked by the person who does it. Great. Just great. I have to stand this alongside other things that she does. It's all going to be over soon. Sam said soothingly, that's what you told me 2 years ago. I said annoyingly. I seriously wanted this to end as soon as possible. Chapter 7, Damon's POV. I didn't know what to do when she lost balance and nearly fell, and I had to admit, I was shocked. Even though I didn't like her, I didn't want her to get hurt. You're right, says the guy that shot her on the arm not once but twice. My wolf, Tyler said, growling. Well, it's not my fault that she's a rogue and she's very stubborn. I had to prove a point. Well, she's our mate and you are going to treat her right. No, I won't. You can't tell me how to treat her. You're not the one who stands her talking like that. Well, you totally deserve it anyway. Just as much as she deserves it. Gosh, you're so cruel even to your mate, but if it's 𝐶𝐶, don't drag 𝐶𝐶 into this, okay? See what I'm saying? He said, and I just rolled my eyes, blocking him out. When I stopped talking to my wolf, I realized that she was still screaming. I thought he was going to do something about it. I could feel that she was still in pain. I didn't really like that. It was either the pain was too much or the mate bond was working already. Her screams was echoing through the room and a lot of people would have been hearing it. I thought about the shake and the wind and I couldn't think about what could have caused it, and I also remembered the time in my office. I didn't like that. I had to find the cause. Nothing like this had happened since then, so it had to be that something was wrong now. I just hoped that I was just worrying too much. Her screams has finally stopped and I decided to take a look at her. I walked to her room and saw her laying on the bed with those guys staying around her. What to tell me what happened, I said rather than ask to know. I'd think about it maybe when pigs fly. She replied. I just stared at her in utter dismay. She really had a way of talking that just irritated and annoyed me. What's so difficult in telling me what happened? I think I just resolved to torturing you. I want an answer or explanation right now. I ordered shouting. I told you I'm not going to tell you anything. Not even if you force me to. Now can you please leave? I have a lot on my plate already and you just keep on adding to it. She shouted. I just keep on adding to it. I asked angrily. Who was the one that trespassed on my land, huh? Ever since you came things have been out of control and I damn well need an explanation or I kill all of you and don't even think of escaping. You have until tomorrow. I'm hungry. She whined. I told you I was hungry and you couldn't even do anything about it. You only came here to shout at me rather than check up on me. I don't want to stay here, so just do us a favor and take us back where you saw us. How can she say that? I actually came to check up on her, but I see it was of no use. I don't care if you starve to death and you won't leave here. Not alive. I said coldly and walked out, but I didn't miss her comment. We should just kill him and get out of here. He's worse than a great asshole. So her purpose was to kill me. Well, we'd see about that. I stationed 10 guards around the premises and later heightened the security around. I didn't want her trying to escape again. I went to the cell where they were held before and I saw that the bar was broken. It fell out of its place. I have no idea how that could have happened. No one has ever done this before. There was something mysterious about them. Mostly about her. The dark-haired one that I think his name is Jonathan seems to be a wolf, but I couldn't tell what the other was. He wasn't human. That was for sure, but he wasn't a wolf, leaving me with 2 options: vampire or wizard, and I knew a vampire when I see one, so he clearly wasn't one. He was obviously a wizard. How else could the bar have fallen? That explains it. She was traveling with a rogue wolf and wizard. It was either she was in danger running away from it, or she was dangerous. I stuck to both. I knew they couldn't have stumbled upon my land like that. Her purpose was to kill me along with her wizard friend and rogue wolf. I had lots of enemies that tried and is still trying to kill me. I just didn't expect my mate to be one of them. I should have killed them the instant I met them, knowing they were not able to run away. I went to my office to take care of other things. On my way there, I met Chi-Chi waiting outside my office. I heard what happened. Are you all right? She asked, a tone filled with concern, something that I know my mate lacked. Yes, I'm fine, I said, walking into the office, and she followed. You should have just killed them. Why do you keep on sparing them? I'm going to kill them, but I need answers first. To my 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 𝐻𝐸𝐬𝐷. I need to know just what exactly their plan is. That's why you saved her from falling, right? She said mockingly. You should have left her to fall down and die, or are you forgetting what the rogues did? Should I remind you? Chi-Chi, I said in a tone that suggested she dropped it. You very well know the threats the rogues pose, and yet you still leave them be. Why on earth didn't you kill them? I heard about the cell. No one has ever done that, no matter how powerful they are, but somehow they did. They're not ordinary, Damon. They are rogues, and they are not ordinary. I don't know the real reason why you are hesitating to kill them, but if you don't have the balls to, someone else would. She hated rogues a lot. Almost everyone here doesn't. That's why I can't accept her as a mate. She would always be seen as a threat, and it doesn't help that they're more than that. A lot of people would do anything to kill them. I was angry at the way Chi-Chi spoke. How dare she question my authority? Leave my office, Cecilia, I said, calmly, resisting the urge to shout. I'm sorry, Damon. I didn't mean to say all that. You know how I feel about the rogues, don't you? She said at the edge of tears. I don't want to lose you to Damon. You wouldn't. Now leave, I said, Dame, and I'm sorry, she said, and the way she spoke made me calm down a bit. She pretty sounded sincere and looked like she would cry any moment soon, and I didn't want that. Just go upstairs and get some rest. I have things to take care of, I said, cupping her face in my hand. You come join me when you're done, she asked, and I nodded, muttering, as soon as I'm done. I gave her a little kiss on the lips and then she left. I sighed, sitting down. What was I supposed to do? I couldn't just kill her like that, and I doubt if it would be easy killing the wizard, but I had to do something and do it fast. After hours of pondering on the issue, I got up and went where they were. My decision already made. Chapter 8 dedicated to Ivy Benitali Honors POV. I hated him a lot. Just what type of a mate was he? I was half expecting him to come rushing in to check on me to be sure I was safe, but he didn't, and that just annoyed me, and to top it all I was seriously hungry. Maybe it will be best if I die from hunger rather than in the hand of my mate or sister. Yeah, that was better. I just stick to that, but I really wanted to eat. What are we going to do now? I whined. Let's just beg him for our lives, Jonathan said while Sam and I glared at him. You can do that. I'd rather he kill me. I doubt if he'd spare us if we begged. That guy is colder than ice and seems wicked and uglier than the devil, I said. Yeah. That explains why you stare at him like you want to kiss him right there and then, Sam said, and I scoffed. Oh please. Why would I want to kiss him? I'm sure he tastes as bad as he looks, I said, denying the claim quickly. It's either you've got dibs for him or... Is he your mate? Jonathan asked with sudden realization, and I just coughed. No way was I admitting that he is. He isn't he? Jonathan asked, continuing his question. No wonder you had his scent all over him the last time. I was going to ask you about it, but decided to drop it. You still have his scent though. That's because I'm wearing his shirt, moron. I said, why are you wearing it? Jonathan asked, smirking. Don't tell me you guys have mated already, Sam said, looking at me disappointed. Lie. Oh please. I'm not stupid to do that, I said, rolling my eyes. Then why is his scent all over you, huh? Jonathan asked, smiling while Sam looked at me, urging me to say something. Gosh. You both are acting like two girls who is adamant on getting tabs on the other friend's sex life, but I'm sorry to sink your ship, but nothing happened between us and nothing would ever happen, I said sternly while Jonathan laughed. That's impossible, babe. Some things are just meant to happen, he said, smiling. On a more serious note, we need a plan. I won't be surprised if he walks in here to kill us, I said seriously. Oh please. He can't kill you. He should be smarter than that, Jonathan said. That's the point. He's not smart. To my 𝐿𝐷𝐸 𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐷𝐸𝐷𝐸. Anyway, we have to leave this place. I don't want more people being in danger because of me. So what's the plan? Sam asked. You're asking me. I came up with the last one, and look where it got us. The same place, I said, disappointed. If not for that stupid law and I would have been out of here. We're not in the same place. We're in a room we were to sell before. There's a difference, a big one. The cell's not good while he seems to be comfortable, Jonathan said while Sam and I had our hands on our faces looking at him with sheer stupidity. We appreciate your comment, i.e. We really do, but if nothing reasonable is going to come out from your mouth, you may as well shut up, Sam said sternly. Okay. My mouth's zipped from now, he said, pretending to zip it. Good. Sen, do you think your mate would carry on the decision of killing us? How'd I know? A simple yes or no would have been okay, Sam said, rolling his eyes, and I stuck my tongue out at him as he laughed. We need more people on our side. We need a vampire in the team. A strong, skilled one. It would really help a lot, Jonathan suggested. That sounds good. Look who's got brains now, Sam said with a fake cheer, clapping his hands while Jonathan just glared at him. Have you thought of how we'd get this vampire? You know the history between those two, and yet you suggested that. He spared us now because of her. The vampire king would kill us without thinking. Exactly, and I'm not really interested in painful death. I'd pretty much stick to death by hunger. To my 𝐿𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐷𝐸. Thank you very much for your opinion. But we need one though. No one can compare their strength, speed and superpower. Said, we'd have to go to the vampire kingdom. Okay, we can risk it. To my 𝐿𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐷𝐸. And we have to get a protective spell against what she's doing. I can't do that, but I know someone who can. Seems like we'd be visiting both Vampire Kingdom and the Witch's Land. How exciting, I said sarcastically. Can't the Vampire King kill your and Day and let this end? It's not that easy, Jonathan chirped in. I'm tired of this already. I whined. It's been 2 horrible years already. I hope this all ends fast. It can. All you have to do is kill 𝐿𝐤, Sam said, and I just sighed. You're saying it as if all I have to do is go to her, stab her, and boom, she's dead. It's not easy, Sam. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I know, and I'm not saying it is. I was just telling you that was the only solution. I can't wait for this all to end. I said, sighing softly. It would end sooner than we think. Jonathan chirped in. I hope so. To my agent extraordinaire, Mylan Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. But we could still enjoy this place for the time being, since your mate might not kill us. I'm tired of this running and moving from one place to another. Jonathan said. Who isn't? Sam said rhetorically. I was really tired. My failed plan and all. I just felt so devastated and decided to sleep. I laid on the bed and Sam put his hands around me. I couldn't help but think about then, when things were going great to some point. Aren't you excited? You're turning 18, my mom said with glee. Yeah, and I'm going to spend forever staying locked up. Amy, stop that. You know we're doing it for you, she said, trying to make me understand. We always had this argument over and over again. Doing it for me. Mom, I've been inside all my life. I only have Sam and Jonathan as friends, and that's because they're the ones training me to fight. Fight for what I don't understand. We're safe everywhere's peaceful. Why can't I be around people and have friends? Why? I asked, shouting. You'd understand later. You'd understand that we did this to protect you, she said, and I could see that she was teary-eyed. It always ended up like this. Protect me from what, Mom? The guests are outside. You should come down, she said, dismissing the topic, and I just rolled my eyes at it. You may find your mate, she said, squealing, and I joined in too. She sure knew how to get my mind off things. I was excited to find my mate. I've always been. To know that I had someone that would love me unconditionally really excited me, and I really wanted to leave this place too. But I left it, didn't I? And look, I can't wait to go back to my former life. I really haven't slept long when I was yanked away from the bed. I opened my eyes to see him punching Sam again and again. What the hell is wrong with you? I asked, shouting. Leave him alone right now. Why, so you can have his hands around you while you're sleeping? He asked, shouting, still beating him up angrily. For a second he sounded jealous. When were you planning on telling me? I asked you and you couldn't tell me. Why? Tell you what? I asked, confused. He was sounding as if I was keeping the secret of his life being in danger. You can drop your architect now. I heard every single damn thing he said coldly, and I gulped. What was I thinking saying that in here? What was I going to do now? I didn't want him to find out. I sighed and raked my hands through my hair, and I heard him gasp, and that was when I realized that my bee fell off. Good, just great. This day was being the best in my life. I want a full explanation, and don't you even dare think of lying to me, he said authoritatively with that cold voice of his. Imagine being a werewolf, not by choice, but by fate. Your life is a constant battle of escape and fight, and your sister, powerful and ruthless, is after your life. But what hurts more than her pursuit is the indifference of your mate, a proud alpha who seems to care little for your existence. Yet, in the darkest hour, he emerges as your protector. It's a journey of betrayal, secret, and combat. A war between love and survival is about to unfold. Chapter 9. Okay, so before I start, there's a picture of what her hair looks like at the top. Just imagine it to be whiter than that. All this would do. Just leave him alone, would you? I shouted, and he threw Sam on the floor like he was nothing. You're running away from 𝐿𝐤. How this all even happen? I want an explanation, and I want it now. And what makes you think that I tell you? You've heard enough, as it seems. I said, and before I knew it he was in front of me, pinning me to the wall, his muscular frame hovering against my small known. Don't make me force you to, he said calmly through gritted teeth. I could tell he was pretty angry. What exactly do you want to know? I asked, sighing. You had to find out someday anyway. Everything. Every single thing, he said. Why? It's not like you care anyway. What happened to me doesn't matter to you. I mean nothing to you, and I'm going to tell you nothing. If you aren't satisfied with the information you have, then fine. Don't tell me anything. It's not like I care anyway. I want you out of my land tomorrow before dawn. Good. We were going to leave anyway, I said, and he walked out, slamming the door hard. That was pretty much a good drama. Jonathan smiling. Well, it wouldn't be if you were the one he was beating up, would it? Sam asked icily. Cool off, man. I was just joking, Jonathan said, but Sam still glared at him. I'm sorry about him, I said, taking my beanie and leaving the room. Around the door there were lots of guards positioned around, and I wondered if they heard. Something told me that they didn't, despite their wolf hearing. I just hope it was true. They turned to look at me as I came out. I could still sight him. He just had to make us angry and disturb my good sleep. We have words not to let you leave the room, one of them, who was bold enough, said as he walked up to me, but I knew there was still a bit of fear in him. You're going to let me walk out now and not do anything about it, I said sternly. But he continued, are you going to question me? I asked, and he shook his head and let me walk away, and none of them said a word as I went. It was pretty easy using my powers to compel the remaining guards to let me through. I really needed to think or calm down. I was really angry at him mostly, and everyone and everything else. Immediately I was out of his territory. I did the only thing I could. I had no idea where I was going to, but I just wanted to run away from everything. I was hurt and angry. I don't know what I did to deserve a life like this. I finally stopped by a lake. The place was peaceful and the lake was pretty. It was pretty dark and I really couldn't make out anything. I just sat by the bank watching the lake, trying to stop thinking about him. How much he annoyed me, and how 𝐿 would stop at nothing to kill me. It would have really helped if he was understandable, loving and caring. Maybe I'd have even told him about it and stay with him for the time being, knowing I was safe, but he's just totally opposite, and there was 𝐿𝐲. I really didn't like her, but I know he did. I've always wanted a perfect life, but my life is far from being perfect, and I doubt if it would ever be. I had the urge to cry. I really wanted to. I lost my parents, the only people that ever loved me, my only family. My sister hates me and wants me dead, and I can't even begin to talk about my mate. Everything has gone wrong in my life, and I wanted to shout and question the moon goddess about it, but I chose not to. I am stronger than whatever comes my way. I can overcome it. It would all be over soon. I kept repeating it to myself as a form of transcendental meditation, but in telling me he wanted me out came as a form of rejection, and it hurt me no matter how I tried to hide it. I didn't even know what to do from here. The trip to the vampire kingdom in which is Lan wouldn't be an easy one. I'm not going to deny that I'm scared. I really wanted someone that could comfort me and all. I know I have Sam and Jonathan, but I wanted him too. I realized that I didn't even know his name, and I just left it at that. After all, we weren't going to see again. I sighed softly, trying not to think too much about it. What a damn mate he was. I heard splashing in the lake and turned around to see a figure throwing pebbles into the lake. I really couldn't make out anything, but at least at the moment I wasn't threatened by the person. Damn everything. The person said, throwing the pebble into the lake, and from the voice I could make out that it belonged to a guy. One that I happened to know. Damn that stupid mate of mine, I said, and he turned to look at me. What are you doing here? How did you even get here? He questioned. I came here to find peace and quiet, but it seems like it was short-lived. How did you even get past the guards? He continued. That shouldn't be a question by now, should it? Oh God, what am I supposed to do with her? She's the most annoying person I've ever met. Why, moon goddess. I should have gotten a better me, he said, and that hurt me pretty bad. It didn't really affect me that he called me annoying, but I wasn't his mate was just so painful. You know that you can reject me, right, and save yourself the regret and go running to your woman 𝐿𝐲. I'm sure she'd make the perfect mate for you now, wouldn't she? I don't doubt that, he said, and that stung more than being stung by a bee. What was I expecting? That he'd say I was the one perfect for him. Reject me now, or I will. I don't care about the consequences, but I'm not going to have someone like you as a mate, and if you can't do it, I will. Lianna Redwoods. Shut up, he said, his tone commanding, but I ignored him. You're not going to stop me from rejecting you so you could parade 𝐊𝐲𝐬 in my face or treat me like the way you do. 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐬 redwoods. Before I could even complete the statement, he pushed me away harshly and I landed on the floor on my butt, and it was pretty much painful. He moved away too and I just stared at him in disdain. It was only when the second arrow came flying that I realized to protect me and we were on some kind of ambush. Great. Couldn't they have let me reject him in peace? Come out wherever you are, he said in his alpha tone, which was pretty much commanding and icy. The person could have come out but chose not to, sending another arrow, which I changed the direction and it hit stuck in a tree instead. He turned to look at me, realizing I did something but said nothing. I'm going to count to 3, he said coldly. 1 Damon Salvatore. We meet again. A middle-aged man said, coming out alongside 10 to 15 people. Sebastian. Damon said coldly through gritted teeth. It was quite obvious that the air around them was bad and their past too. I actually liked his name. It had a certain whist to it. I would have tried saying it, but now wasn't a time to. Who's this beauty beside you? You think maybe I could have a round with her when you're tired of her? Sebastian Austin got an immediate punch on the face as an answer from him. Don't even think about it. Don't even look at her or else I kill you, he said coldly, punching him repeatedly. Not if I kill you first. Sebastian said icily. Chapter 10 dedicated to Nightfall Queen. For the amazing cover, I'd like to see you try. Damon said, punching Sebastian. Sebastian gave him a punch on the jaw, and from how his fist was in Damon's expression I could tell that it was pretty painful. Damon returned the punch and they just kept on doing that. They were both on the floor now, Damon on top of Sebastian, punching him repeatedly. They both were a sorry sight, but Sebastian looked worse. Sebastian pushed Damon off him and started retaliating. I and Sebastian guys just stood watching. I was just confused as to why they were fighting. They didn't really have a serious motive. I could have just killed you then, Sebastian said, punching Damon on the jaw. We both know you'd never make it no matter how much you try, Damon said, kicking him off. Don't be too sure about that, Sebastian said, smirking. He ordered for his guards to step in and they began attacking him while Sebastian walked up to me. Why waste your time being with him when you can be with me? He said, tracing my jawline. Get your hands off me, I said coldly, taking it out. He was totally disgusting me. You might want to change the way you talk to me, Angel, he said, smirking. I don't think I will, I said, smirking, and he raised his hands to slap me, but I caught it mid-air. He released his hand from my grip and held me tightly. You place that filthy hands of yours on her, and I swear I'd kill you, I heard Damon say as he struggled to get through them and get to me, and Sebastian laughed. I'm right here, Damon. Let me see you come and get me, he said mockingly. He doesn't need to come, I said, breaking free from his grip and kicking him in the groin. He winced in pain, moving backwards, and I quickly took out a dagger I kept in my shoe. I'd like to see what you've got, Sebastian said with a devilish grin, charging towards me. I'd show you, I said, smirking. I dodged him as he charged towards me, aiming for my stomach. I moved quickly, causing him to stagger backwards. I threw the dagger to him and he wasn't quick enough to, causing it to pierce into his shoulder. He winced in pain and took it out, throwing it at me. I caught it mid-air and he came towards me again. He caught me, giving me a punch on the face, and it was really painful. He held me as he punched me. I kept on kicking him, trying to get away from him. Is that all you've got, Angel? He asked with a devilish grin. No, I answered, slipping away from his grip and sliding under his leg. Slide. He winced in pain. I smirked. I turned to look at Damon and he was handling himself pretty well. He had killed 5 of them, leaving just 5. One was approaching him from behind as he was strangling another, and I used my power, specifically fire, burning him to death, watching as he screamed. I had nearly forgotten about Sebastian, who now held me tightly. So you've got something up your sleeves. We'd see about that when I take you to Laurendale, he said, grinning. I'm going to get richer than I am. Damon threw a dagger on his shoulder and he went staggering back, letting go of my hands. I quickly used that moment to strike, using a strong wind to push him fiercely until he hit his head roughly on a tree. I threw a dagger on his stomach and walked closer to him. I don't think they get rich in hell, Sebastian, I said as I channeled fire towards him, and he burned, screaming in agony. By the time he was dead, Damon had succeeded in killing all of them. This fighting took all the energy I had left, especially with me using my powers. I was terribly hungry and my stomach crumbled to prove it. "Let's get you home and maybe find something for you to eat," he said. "Maybe?" I questioned. "Let's just get away from here," he said, and we began to walk back. I wouldn't have known the way back if it was only me, and it was pretty far. I hadn't realized that as I ran. I walked slowly behind him until we reached the pack house. I didn't even notice how big it was before. As we walked past, guards bowed, and when we walked to the main gate, some of them rushed to check on that elf, leaving the poor girl who looked weak and needed food alone. He dismissed them with a wave of his hand, then turned to look at me. It was then that I noticed that he was pretty injured. His face was swollen, so was his lips. His clothes were torn and he had a few cuts here and there. "Go wash up in that room," he said, pointing at a door. "I'd have someone bring some clothes to you and then you can eat." I nodded and did as I was told, not saying a word. I got into the room and laid on the bed for a good 30 minutes before going into the bathroom. I cleaned any blood on me, and then washed up after using a spare brush to brush my teeth. I spent a good amount of time in the bathroom. It was so comforting that I played with the water with my powers. When I was done, I came out wrapping a towel around my body, and true to his words, there was a pile of clothes. I took it, thankful that it wasn't gowns, because I detested those. There was a black long-sleeved top and a sweatpants, and then another black shirt with black leggings and beanies. I was happy that the clothes matched what I wanted. Not wanting to stay in the room further after dressing up, I went downstairs in search of the kitchen, and I found it following the scent of food. I walked into the kitchen and it was massive and well equipped. I took in the aroma of the food and my stomach crumbled. I didn't even notice that people were staring at me. What do you want?" A middle-aged woman who was rolling a dough asked, visibly shaking. Surely I didn't look like a monster now, or did I? I turned to look at them, and almost every one of them had that look on them. I really didn't like it. "I was hoping to get some food," I answered. "And why are we going to feed a 𝐾𝐜𝐤 who isn't worthy of a thing?" A girl spoke up. She was pretty, having long black hair, bright brown eyes, a petite figure, pouty pink lips, and her skin was radiant, not having a single spot like mine. I walked up to her and looked at her, and although she tried not to show it, she was scared and intimidated. "I just asked for food now, didn't I?" I said, moving closer to her while she kept moving backwards. She took a butcher knife from where the knives were kept and pointed it at me. "Don't come close or I'd stab you," she said, quivering with fear. "Really, you would? You're not even holding the knife properly," I said, laughing. She turned it around quickly and continued, "I'd kill you if you come any closer." "Okay. Since I'm so scared, I'd stay back," I said, and she smirked. "Now out of this kitchen, you little worthless piece of trash," she said, and I laughed. "For someone who can't do anything, you have a loud mouth," I said, and she just coughed. "You won't be telling me that when you are killed, will you?" she asked, smirking, and it was my turn to scoff. That kinda pissed her off, and she came closer. "If no one has the balls to kill you, I will," she said, determined. I laughed. "It would take more than a knife to kill me, and you'd die first from fear." "Spency, I'm not scared of you," she said, and I laughed. "Sure you aren't," I said, and she got pissed. She tried stabbing me but ended up grazing her arm. The idiot still didn't hold the knife in the right direction. She screamed in pain, and just then Damon entered. "Damon, look what she did to me," she said, sobbing, and I looked at her in disbelief. "I told you to kill her, but you didn't. Now look what she did." Damon turned to look at me, and his look screamed anger. It seemed as if the girl was someone he held to heart, probably his sister if he had any. "Or damn Chi-Chi, what were you doing staying near her?" he asked. "Or his beloved Chi-Chi? What a dumb ass. And you, why did you do that to her? Didn't I tell you to stay up? You can't just go around harming people. What on earth did she do that you did this to her? She asked for food, and when I didn't give her, she threatened to kill me and did this," she continued, sobbing. "Oh please, you did that to yourself while trying to stab me, remember? It's all you, not me," I said, pointing out the truth. "Shut up," Damon shouted at me. "Shut the hell up. I'm going to warn you, if you do this again, there'd be consequences." "She did it, not me. I didn't do anything. Not even touch her." I said, "Shut up. Get out of here now," he shouted. I felt humiliated. He didn't even want to listen to me or believe me because of his Chi-Chi, whom he presumed she could do no wrong. What a manipulative bitch. If there was something I couldn't stand, being lied upon was one of those things. I said, get out of here. Don't worry, sweetheart, you're going to be fine. Someone go get the doctor. She was the bitch here and he still called her sweetheart. I was hurt with the way he spoke to me. Deeply hurt, but I wasn't expecting him to believe me either. I walked out of the kitchen, making sure to slam the door hard. Chapter 11. I walked up the stairs to the room. I was totally angry and decided to sleep it off. I wouldn't be surprised if I didn't get food to eat, considering I had hurt his Chi-Chi. I really didn't like her because she was with him, and I knew he liked her more than he supposedly liked me, but her being manipulative, that's just the worst. I hated her now. I don't even get what Damon sees in her anyway. Yeah, she's pretty and all, but she certainly wasn't an innocent angel. I laid on the bed trying to take my mind off them by thinking of our journey tomorrow. I knew it wasn't going to be easy at all waking into the vampire's territory without being killed, but we had to find a way somehow. I sighed loudly, turning to look at the pillow. Sometimes I wished I was a non-living thing and couldn't feel any emotional or physical thing at all, then all these wouldn't even have an effect on me. The door opened to reveal a girl not less than 12. She walked in carrying a tray of food, and I was so happy. Thank God he decided not to starve me, cause I don't think I would have survived another day. I just leave your food here, ma'am, she said, going to put it on the table, and I noticed that her legs were shaking. I still don't get what I did to them that made them afraid of me. Before she could place the food on the table, her legs gave out and the tray fell off her hands, causing the plates to break and the food to go to waste. I was pretty mad. Only God knew if he'd give me food after this. I'm so sorry, she said, picking it up. Go get something to take it out. You'd hurt yourself, I said, and she just nodded, but still continued anyway, and Damon walked in. What's going on here? He asked. I mistakenly broke the plate, sir. I'm clearing it out. Don't you know better than not to use your hands? Go get something to take it out, he said, and she hurried out. You're tired being with your sweetheart. What do you want? I asked coldly. If you're mad at me, leave Chi-Chi out of this. I won't tolerate you hurting her next time. And which part of I wasn't the one that did it don't you understand? I don't want to hear anything, okay? Fine. Don't listen because your girl is so innocent. The perfect Luna. Your sweetheart, I said mockingly. That's enough, he shouted. There was something about the way he said it that made me shut up, and also because I had nothing to say and wanted to give him the silent treatment. Why exactly did you do it? He asked, and I ignored him, getting comfortable in the bed and pulling the covers over my body. If you're jealous about me being with her, your little stunt wouldn't help that. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐿 𝐂𝐻𝐿𝐬𝐿 unveiled I asked, laughing. Oh please. If anything, I'm disgusted, and you could be with whoever you want. I don't give a damn, Damon Salvatore. I don't give a damn about you or your stupid sweetheart. But don't you think your standards are quite low? For someone who's gotta be your mate, she's quite dumb. She's scared and probably has a lot of insecurities. She couldn't even hold a knife properly to attack me, and that's why she got herself injured. If she can't protect herself, how then can she protect you or the pack? That's none of your business. You're just saying that because you want me and you think you'd make a better Luna than her, he said, and I scoffed. I don't want you, Damon. I told you I can do without you, and I don't think I can make a better Luna than her, I know so, but too bad I'm not interested in you or your pack. I've got better things to think of you now, and you're not even in the list and never will be, I said, and he just laughed. You won't be saying that in the future, he said with a smirk. I didn't know what to reply with that. It sting, and was glad when the girl walked in with my food and walked out immediately. Don't you have alpha duties to attend to? I asked when he was still standing. You're still leaving tomorrow? He asked. Yeah. I'm going away from you, never to see you again. I'm so happy, I said, smiling, the feelings mutual. I can't wait for you to be out of the way, he said, smirking. Now that's all said. Kindly leave, I said, and he scoffed. I'm leaving now, not because you are asking me to, but because I have better things to do, he said, leaving. Yeah, right. Out, Damon, I said, and he just rolled his eyes as he slammed the door. Finally, I get to eat. The food consisted of pasta, chocolate cake, and orange juice. I ravished the dinner with a smile. After I finished eating, someone came to take the plates out, while I went to the other room in search of the guys. I opened the door to see them arguing about something and they immediately kept quiet when I entered. "What's up?" I asked, looking at them suspiciously. "Nothing." They both answered with a glum look, and I just decided to let it go for now. "So we're still leaving tomorrow?" Jonathan asked, and I answered in the affirmative. Now that I think about it, we could stay here. The trip would be far too dangerous. "Yeah. We just have to end then, looking for a good witch that'd help with the protection spell that's hard and we don't know when next." Before he completed his statement, I was thrown to a wall, hitting my head furiously on it, causing me to scream. "She's on it," Jonathan said while Sam came to meet me, holding me down, but it didn't last long, cause the next minute, I was thrown to another wall, hanging my head on it, and I screamed in pain. I thought it was just going to be that, but what came next was worse. I felt like I was stabbed with a knife repeatedly on every part of my body, causing me to scream in agony. This was far worse than the first one, and I just kept screaming. Compared to this, the first one was nothing. Chapter 12. I screamed in pain as the lower part of my stomach started hurting. Before I could get over that, I was thrown to the farthest part of the room, causing me to scream as my head started hurting me. I could make out tiny details like Sam coming to meet me and Jonathan holding me down, and then someone walking in. Wait, was it Damon? Before I could make out what he was here for, another scream escaped my mouth, and before I knew it, he was beside me, holding me, pushing Jonathan away. "What's happening?" he demanded, looking from Jonathan to Sam. I could feel that I was going to be thrown somewhere again, but they held me down and I didn't. It continued like that and the stabs too, but after a while it ended. I probably looked a mess. During the course of her throwing me around, my beanie fell off and my hair was like a bird's nest, and my head and body was aching terribly. "You're okay now?" he asked, and for once his tone held a bit of concern. "Just a bit though." "No, I'm not," I replied. "My head hurts and so does all other part of my body, and yet you're asking me if I'm okay. Do I look okay to you?" A simple yes or no would have been all right. He said, and I just ignored him, and then he surprisingly carried me, not like the way he did before, but bridal style. I protested at first, although I was enjoying the feels it was creating. He took me to his room, the one he took me to the other day, and placed me gently on the bed. "Hold on a little. The doctor would be here any time soon," he said, and on cue the doctor walked in. It was a female doctor dressed in a casual clothes. She was pretty in a way. "So where do you feel pains?" "Everywhere," I answered, and she nodded, then opened a suitcase I didn't know she was even with, then gave me some medicine to stop the pain. She left after I had taken the medicine, leaving just Damon and I. "You're feeling good now?" he asked, and I was wondering why he was being nice. "Yeah, bit, but I'm sleepy," I answered. "Okay, sleep then. I get you something to eat when you're awake," he said, and I drifted off to sleep, the pain still disturbing me. I woke up feeling better. I looked around me expecting to find food, but I found nothing. I checked the clock and it read 12:30 am. I slept for a long amount of time and now I'm hungry, and we also had to leave before dawn tomorrow. I could hear footsteps approaching the room and I quickly put on my beanie, but it was just Damon. "Didn't know you were up already. Got you something to eat," he said, walking in with a tray of food and placing it in front of me. "Eat up." "I was going to, even if you don't tell me," I said, taking a spoonful of the food. "That's the thanks I get. Remind me not to do something for you again," he said, and I laughed. "That's impossible," I told him. After eating, I went back to sleep. Some minutes later, I noticed a figure beside me, which was obviously Damon, and I put a pillow in between us so we wouldn't be close to each other. I was running through the woods away from something that was chasing me. I haven't seen it yet, but I knew it was massive because of the way the earth shook with every step it took. I don't know why it was chasing me, but I knew I couldn't stop and ask and just kept on running. I had no idea where I was going, but I just kept on running. It was pitch black, but I still managed to see due to my wolf ability. Beads of sweat was forming on my body and I was panting heavily, but ignored it. It was getting closer and I was getting scared. I didn't want to know what it was or what it could do, and decided not to look back at it. I didn't look at where I was going and hit my leg on a fallen tree, and to top it all, my leg got stuck in a root. As I struggled to get free from the root, I could see it approaching. It was a massive beast with scary red eyes. I didn't look at it again and concentrated on getting my leg out of the root, but it wasn't working and I started panicking. I tried again and it didn't work, and the beast was getting closer. I remembered I had powers and burnt it, and then I was free and started running again. The beast roared and I could feel the hairs on my back stand, but still kept running, but it was short-lived when I noticed I had reached the end of the road and was at a cliff. I gulped as I noticed the beast coming my way. I had nowhere to run to and facing the beast or jumping off the cliff. I gulped as I made my decision. I was about jumping down when the beast got hold of me and threw me to a tree, and I hit on it forcefully before I fell down. I stood up about to run, but it got hold of me, and I gulped as I stared at it. It was big, that was for sure, and it was furry. It was probably 6 ft 9 or taller, while I looked like a baby beside it. Its big red eyes shone, and it was really scary. I tried taking its hands off me, but it wasn't working, obviously. I didn't want to die like this. I didn't even know I was crying until I felt the tears run down my face. "Please let me go," I managed to say after searching for my voice, but it came out more as a whimper. The beast stalked and threw me again, but I landed on the floor. I ignored the pain, quickly stood up and ran, but it caught my legs and threw me again, and this was more painful. I still tried to run away, crawling, but it caught me again, and I screamed as it pulled me on the floor with its powerful hands. "Let me go," I said, sobbing, and it left me alone. I sighed in relief, but it kept on moving towards me, and I kept on moving backwards until I hit my back on a tree, and I gulped. "Please don't kill me." The beast roared and I attacked it using fire, but it had no effect on it, and it got so angry before using its claw to tear at my skin, particularly from my left shoulder to my chest, and I let out a loud scream in agony before falling down on the floor. Chapter 13, Damon's POV. She kept on turning around, and it was making it difficult for me to sleep. I sighed in frustration and got up from the bed. I was on my way to the guest room when I turned to look at her and noticed there was something off about, and she was turning and wrapping the sheets roughly, and then it occurred to me that she could be having a nightmare. I rushed to her, tapping her lightly, hoping she'd wake up, but nothing happened. I kept on doing that, but she was still asleep. "Come on, you have to wake up," I said, tapping her. "Let me go," she shouted, followed by a scream. I could notice tears strolling down her cheeks and could see a bruise forming on her wrist. Maybe 𝐿 was attacking her in her dreams. I still wanted to hear her story from her. I really didn't understand, but I knew that she was running away from 𝐿 and she wanted to go to the vampire kingdom and the witch's land to get a protective spell against what 𝐿 does to her. I really wanted to get to know her, but I know she'd be leaving today and wanted nothing to do with me, which was obviously for the best. I really didn't want her to be with me cause I wasn't good enough for her, and having her by my side would just make it easy for my enemies to get to me through her, and I didn't want her to be my weakness, so it was best if nothing happened between us. "Come on, wake up," I urged, continuously tapping her. She was panting heavily now, perhaps running away from who or what was going to attack her, and beads of sweat was forming on her forehead. "Wake up, would you?" I urged, still tapping her, not wanting her to get hurt in her nightmare cause I could see it was affecting her physically. She was thrown off from the bed before I knew it, and I was expecting her to have woken up, but she was still sleeping, and I kept on trying to wake her up. I didn't want to leave her side while going to get Sam and Jonathan to help, cause I don't know what else could happen, and I knew they weren't going to be of any help. She had to wake up on her own. I had to wait patiently for her to wake up, and she finally did after what seemed like hours with a loud scream. She was still panting heavily, and I could still see a line of tears, and I really didn't like seeing her that way. She looked scared and vulnerable, so I pulled her into a hug, but what I wasn't expecting was for her to put her hands around me and cry. She seemed like the one that would reject the offer of a hug and act tough, so it was quite surprising that she let down her guard. I really haven't done dance for anyone, and I liked that I was able to do this for her, even if it really didn't mean anything. I pulled her closer to me and just let her cry on my chest while I stroked her hair. It was really soft and the color looked good on her, and I really liked it. What I didn't understand was why she covered it up, cause it was beautiful and so was she. "Don't worry, you'd get over it someday. Everything would be all right in the end," I said, trying to calm her down, but it seemed like I had hit a nerve. "You're heightened. When would this end come? I've basically been running away from all sorts of things for 2 years. Isn't it enough to be the end?" she said, getting away from me. I just had to open my mouth to try and soothe her. "Now, look, I caused. What am I supposed to say now? I'm not good at this kind of stuff. I should have just walked out when she woke up. You should go back to sleep or something," I said, having no idea of what to say next. I know this wasn't even good to. She just rolled her eyes and entered the bathroom, locking the door. Lianna's POV. I don't know what came over me to cry in front of him or even hug him back. It's not like I regretted it, I just didn't want to look weak or seem as if I needed his help or support. I could do it all on my own and clearly didn't need him. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked like a mess. My hair was scattered around my face and my face was just bad. I raised my shirt up to see a long claw mark on my shoulder to my chest. It still hurts, but not as much as it did before. Sure, it'd heal fast, but it would surely leave a scar, and I didn't like it, but I was used to it now. I have terrible nightmares, always running from something or someone, and then they hurt me, and it always happened in reality. I didn't know what this beast was. This was the first attack from the beast. Usually it was from 𝐊𝐤 or other creatures, but this beast scared me more, and although it was the first attack, I knew certainly it wasn't the last. I sighed, running my hands through my hair. I was starting to feel like there wasn't an end to this. Do I get to suffer like this until I die? I decided to take my mind off that, and my thoughts subconsciously drifted to him. He seemed a little bit nice today. Just a teeny bit. I liked the fact that he was here for me today, and I was so surprised when he hugged me. His touch was so divine and intoxicating. It made me craving for things beyond a hug, imagining his hands doing other things to me. If he could create this much sensation from a hug, how much more when? I was beginning to create a mental image of us, and I really didn't need that. I really needed to stop thinking about him. I'd be gone today, and we probably won't hear from each other again, perhaps maybe, when he hears about my death in the hands of the witches, vampires, or even 𝐊𝐤. I sighed, frustrated. Why did my life have to be so fucking complicated? I would have been absolutely fine with being an ordinary werewolf, having a mate that'd love me and no one else, and most importantly a peaceful life free of all this shit. But look what happens instead. I'm not ordinary. My mate's a big bad alpha that doesn't like me but someone else. I can't even be with him to begin with because I had to take care of things with myself first, and to top it all, he didn't even look like he wanted me to be with him. I'm even sure he'd be more than happy when he discovers that I'm dead, so he could happily make the bitch 𝐶𝐲𝐻 his Luna. I'd so love to scratch her pretty face with my claws as a ghost while he's making her his Luna, and cut off his balls so they wouldn't be able to have any pup, and then he'd know better to stay away from her. I really needed to stop thinking about crazy things. I still stared at the scar, and it wasn't good in any way. I felt so useless not doing anything to the beast. Not that it did have affected it though, but still, yet I could have tried. What will happen if it gets to me in reality? I have to put up a fight even if it doesn't end well. I have to be stronger than this. I wasn't given powers just for fun. I was given to protect myself and others around me. I have to learn to attack in full force and not stop till I got the desired result, and that was causing immense pain or even death to everything and everyone that tried to hurt me. Chapter 14. I woke up to find myself on the bed very close to a rock-hard body. I took in its scent and recognized it to be my mate's. I had no idea when I slept, but I remember clearly putting up the stack of pillows separating us. But now we were so close, and I liked the feel of his body against mine. He looked so calm sleeping. One wouldn't know he was annoying and authoritative as hell. I had no idea how his pack stood him, but they had no other option. I knew I should have gotten up and left, but I just wanted to stay in his arms, cause I don't know, but that it ever happen, and I liked the feeling. I wish he wasn't such a douchebag. Maybe I won't even go in the first place and stay with him knowing I was safe for the meantime, but I had to do this. It was what's best for me. I took in his features. His hair was disheveled, and I had the impulse to run my fingers through it. His lashes were long and full, and his nose was pointed, and his lips. Gosh, his lips were so tempting, and I remembered our kiss. I was so tempted to outline his lips with my fingers, but I stopped. He shifted a little, and I thought he was going to wake up, but he just pulled me closer, hold me tightly, and I kinda liked it. Having him this close to me, holding on to me this way, was good, but it's a pity that he's not holding on to me. I really didn't want to stay here anymore, cause I had a feeling that I'd fall and it'd be pretty hard, and I don't want that. Besides, we'd make it impossible due to our incessant bickering. I struggled to get away from his grip, but it just tightened, and I left it at that. "Please, don't leave me," he said pleadingly. His voice sounded as if he was struggling with his demons, but then he's won already, or maybe he was begging 𝐶𝐲𝐻 to stay with him. I got angry thinking it was 𝐶𝐲𝐻. I really didn't want to be mistaken for that bitch. No wonder his voice sounded so pleading. I didn't know how the anger took over, but I pushed him until he was down on the floor, wide awake. What the hell was that about? He shouted, sending me death glares. You were gripping me tightly and I didn't like that and wanted to get away from you. Instead of holding me like that, you could get a pillow if you want to cuddle so much, or better still, you could get your 𝐿𝐤𝐲𝐿. I bet you both would very much enjoy it. I said, and I knew it was taking all that was within him not to do something rash. I don't get why you behave the way you do. Oh wait, it's your jealousy that's killing you. I have no idea what gets your panties in a twist, but you should keep your bitchy attitude and mood swings to yourself. 𝐿𝐤𝐲𝐿 means nothing to me. Neither do you. He said, his anger evident in the way he spoke, and walked into the bathroom, slamming the door hard. You really had to push him totally out. 𝐿𝐤𝐳, just when I thought he was getting nice, you just have to always open your mouth and ruin things. You have to stop being jealous of his 𝐿𝐤𝐲𝐿. You're his mate, for God's sake. He wouldn't dare choose anyone over you, and you know it, yet you just keep on pushing him out. Kudos to you, I don't have the chance to be with my mate. Well done, she said, and backed out, not wanting to hear what I had to say, and that was when I realized that I had outdone myself this time. I waited for him to be out of the bathroom while raking my hands through my hair furiously. I screamed in frustration. Why did things turn out like this? I shouldn't have said anything and just let him hold me, but I was enjoying his touch and I didn't want to get used to that. He came out of the bathroom a few minutes later, all dressed, and didn't spare a glance at me, and just left, not saying a word. What was I expecting him to say anyway? I got into the bathroom, taking my time to shower. God knows when I'd ever see a bath again. I came out tying his towel around my body, trying to find something to wear. I couldn't wear his clothes, that's for sure. I didn't want to aggravate him further than I already have. I came out of the bathroom to see the bag our weapons were kept. He really wants me out. Next to it was a pile of clothes, which I was thankful that he at least considered that. I got dressed wearing the beanie after dressing up. I took the bag and walked out of the room, knowing I'd probably never be here again. I walked into the room. Sam and Jonathan were, and they were ready to leave. She finally comes out. Sam said we were going to come get you, but we didn't want to interrupt anything. Jonathan said with a smirk, then winked. You wouldn't have interrupted anything, cause there was nothing to interrupt now. Can we get going? I said angrily. Last night got you cranky. He didn't please you much. His scent is good on you, you know. Jonathan continued, and I was losing it. You say one more word that has to do with all the stupid things you've been spitting out since, and I'd freeze you to death. I threatened. Nice dryly, but we both know that you love me too much to do that, but you are free to do so as a favor when the vampire clan attacks us. I'd pretty much prefer freezing to death, thanks for the idea. He said, and I just got angrier. Surely Jonathan was going to be on my neck throughout the day. Let's just go now, Sam said, dragging Jonathan as we left the room. Hope you've said your goodbyes to lover boy, Jonathan said. Sadly, I haven't, and I don't think I could do that. It was better to leave unnoticed. Jonathan shut the hell up. You're pissing me off, I said, and he just shrugged. Come to think of it, me leaving without saying a word to him was not actually nice. We may not have had best relationship, but at least he gave me food when I was hungry and clothed me, also providing temporary shelter. Although he was annoying as hell, I actually enjoyed pissing him off, and he had provided the basic necessities. At least I should be grateful for that despite his behavior. You better go tell him you're leaving and better apologize and thank him, Alexis shouted at me. I know she's furious and all, but I'm not apologizing, not unless he does. Thinking about lover boy. Jonathan arched, twitching his brows and winking, and I just lost it then. I slapped the back of his head, then tripped him with him landing on the hard floor. I got hold of his hands and twisted it around until he was screaming in pain. He disturbed me again, and I'd not wait until we have up High Kingdom before freezing you to death. I said, letting go of him. I have something to do. I'd be down in a few. I said to Sam. What? Off to kiss lover boy goodbye, Jonathan said, and this time it was Sam that smacked him. Learn to shut up, would you? I smiled, happy at what Sam didn't follow my mate sent to an office. He was alone there, so that gave me a tiny courage to knock. Who the hell is it? What did I say about disturbing me when I tell you not to bother me? He questioned angrily, and I wondered if I was the one that put him in this mood with my talk this morning. I opened the door a little and walked in, closing it firmly behind me. What the hell are you still doing here? He asked angrily. Well, I just came to say goodbye and thank you for what you've done for me, I said, and his face held no emotion. That said you can leave, he said coldly, pointing at the door. What the hell was I expecting? That he'd kiss me goodbye? Oh please. Why did I even come here anyway? Stupid Alexis for making me do that. I'm not stupid. The stupid one's you for making him angry all the time. I ignored her of his offer, slamming the door hard. If I mean nothing to him, then he means the same to me. What a waste of time. Chapter 15. When do we get there? I asked tiredly, and my response was the sound of gunshot. I think we're here already, Sam said, and we both looked at each other, fear evident in our features. Who dares come upon our territory? A vampire spoke, showing off his fangs, and I took a step backwards and swallowed. A bunch of wolves and a wizard trying to find help from a vampire, I said, but it came out more as a question than a statement. Before I knew it, we were surrounded by 5 vampires who were close to us and had gawped again. Give us one reason why we shouldn't kill you. Because we're good-looking and harmless, Jonathan asked, and they looked at us with an evil smirk. Please, everyone knows that vampires are sexier than werewolves and are as deadly. One spoke up. On a more serious note, we'd have to get you guys to the Vampire King. As much as I want to suck all your blood, is the Vampire King that decides how to end your fate. He said in a serious tone, then before I knew it we were made unconscious. Come on, what's with people and splashing cold water to wake someone up? I said angrily. You should be glad we decided to use cold water. We usually use extremely boiled water. The guard said, and I just shut up. I'd rather they wake me up a billion times with water that's almost freezing than hot water. That would be so bad with it peeling my skin off and all. I shuddered by merely thinking of this. I was more than glad. Drag them out, he ordered, and that's how we would rag to the vampire chambers. The place looked like where the Voltor is in Twilight State, expect that this place was finer. I shuddered just thinking of what they did to Edward Cullen there. Oh please, I don't want to die. What do we have here? The Vampire King said, his voice harsh and cold. Well, he was literally. Is it just me, or is anyone else scared out of their wit? Jonathan asked, gulping. Come on guys, we're not going down without a fight, Sam said, while Jonathan and I stared at him as if he just grew an extra head. I don't know about you guys, but I want to get out of here. I think I'm gonna pee on my pants, Jonathan said, and we both laughed. And let me tell you, this didn't really go down well with them. Remind us why we're here again, I asked, really regretting my decision, and I really don't even remember what we need a vampire for. Can't it be more easy, like, hey dude, I need one of your vampires, and he's like, oh here you go darling, and boom, we root here like the speed of light. What were you doing on my land? No wolves or any other creatures have dared wander around it, than to talk of reaching the border, so you're going to tell me what it'd be snack to go round? The Vampire King spoke cruelly, and I shuddered. I haven't really seen myself as a source of food, and it made me wonder if I taste great. I mean, I get to taste as good as I look, right? I really didn't want to be the first person to speak, 'cause let's face it, I'd probably say something that'd piss him off, and he'd be in front of me in a second, snap my neck and bite it before I can even do anything. Sam was braver than us and spoke up. We need a vampire to accompany us on our journey, and we were hoping we could get one, he said, and the Vampire King laughed. And what makes you think I'd give one to you? I'm done with you guys, he said. You guys can enjoy the snack, they smell good. No, wait. You can't just kill us. We've walked for days hungry and tired just to get here, and when we finally get here our request is turned down. We're not leaving here without what we came for, I said. That's if you'd be leaving here, he said with a smirk, then went off. Great. Now we're doomed. About 10 vampires were in the large chamber, their fangs out, looking at us hungrily as they strode towards us slowly. Well, that's what I thought, until one pounced on me. He was hovering over me, and I kicked him hard, getting him off me for only a second. He tried reaching out to my neck to bite it, but I prevented that by holding his neck, and I wasn't really sure how much more I could hold on to it. Eventually he bit my hand, and I let out a scream, pushing him with all I've got. The bite wasn't enough to kill me, but all the same it hurt, and he had my blood on his lips. You taste good, darling, he said, smirking. I know, right? I can't be this good looking and taste bad. I said, I want you so bad. He said, about to bite me again, and I kicked him in the groin, snatching a knife from my boots and throwing it at his stomach. He screamed in pain, then took it out. He really didn't look affected by it that much and didn't look pleased in any way, charging at me with all his sense of humor gone. I was so tempted to use my powers and burn the dude, but the consequences weren't that nice. I could be captured and killed, or he'd just take me to law, and either way, I'd be exposed, and it'd mean I just got less safe. It was pretty hard fighting against vampires. Sam was using his powers because clearly he was a wizard and did enough to hide it, while Jonathan had shifted into his big brown wolf, leaving just me fighting them on my own with no powers. And then you're probably thinking I'm stupid and should shift, but I can't. I don't think I ever have and don't think I can. My mom said it was dangerous for me if I ever shifted, and right now I don't want to try that out, and even if I wanted to, I couldn't. The vampire was over me again, his teeth centimeters away from my neck when Sam burnt him with his powers. It was good to see they were handling it pretty well, while I was barely managing, and I didn't like that. I don't like feeling defenseless. I topped up my game and managed to kill a vampire on my own without my powers. It was pretty hard, but I did it, and I'm so proud of myself. I freaking killed a vampire without my powers or anyone's help. When we had killed the vampires assigned to kill us, the Vampire King walked in, a look of uttermost shock on his face. "I'm impressed. You guys kill them now, that's a first," he said with a little bit of impressed look, but it was gone. "I'd like to see you get past this once. They are newborns and would be 10 times harder to defeat," he said coldly. "Bring it on, old man," Sam said with a smirk, and Jonathan and looked at him utterly shocked. "You asked for it," the Vampire King said with a very evil grin plastered on his face. Before he could release the newborns on us, we heard a clear, loud voice shouting at him to stop, and we all turned around to see who it was. Chapter 16, picture of Vulcan at the top. Can anyone suggest another name for the book? I'd like something that has wolf, alpha, and mate. Kindly let me know through comments or private message. Thanks. We all turned to look at who it was. I was literally looking at the guy. When the vampire said that they were hotter than werewolves, it was only applicable to this guy, but hey, my Damon is still hotter. I can't believe I even thought of that. The guy was handsome. He had lovely brown hair and golden brown eyes and totally white skin with red lips that made me wonder if he got that by the amount of blood he sucked. But I still prefer Damon, though. "Stop it," he said, and within seconds he was in front of the Vampire King. "You're going to have to let us go." "I told you, Vulcan. No one is leaving this place," the Vampire King said. "I'm going to leave this place with them, and you're not going to say anything. How else am I going to find my mate if I'm always here?" Vulcan shouted. "Yeah, give the guy a shot," Jonathan said, hoping to say something that would let him let us go. "Shut the hell up, wolf," the Vampire King shouted angrily, and his voice echoed throughout the room in a scary way. I wanted to laugh at how scared Jonathan got immediately, but I stopped. "I told you that I had a vision where they were going to come, and I was going to go with them and find my mate, and look, they're here, and I'm going to go with them," Vulcan said, and the Vampire King was about to say something, but Vulcan cut him off rudely. "I'm going to go with them no matter what you say," he said with a tone of finality. "Fine, but if you leave this place, you never get to come back. Not even when I'm dead," he said sternly, his tone threatening and warning. "We both know I'd be needed when you're dead to ascend the throne, and guess what? You won't be able to do a damn thing about it 'cause you'd be dead," Vulcan said, and the king's look had a sense of resignation. "Fine, but only because you said you find your mate and the kingdom would need you to have a mate for you to ascend the throne. Now you're talking, old man," Jonathan said happily, his face having a wide grin. "I did too. We were out of danger for the meantime." The Vampire King turned to look at us. His look was as scary as hell, and Jonathan hid behind Sam. When the king had gotten what he wanted, he turned to look at us down disgustingly before leaving. "Sorry about that. That's my dad, as you know, and he's tough to handle, as you've seen. I'm Vulcan 𝐸, and you guys are." We all introduced ourselves, and he let out over me smile, saying he was pleased to meet us. Who knew we would be exchanging pleasantries with the vampire prince? "Thanks for the save, dude, we owe you. Our ass would have been whipped out there," Jonathan said. "Yeah, thanks," Sam and I added. "It's nothing. I did it for my own good too. But thanks anyway. Your father scares the hell out of me. I wonder how you've coped being with him your entire life while I was here for some minutes and I nearly peed on my pants." Jonathan said while he laughed. I'd take you guys to your specific rooms so you can rest. I assume we'd leave early tomorrow morning. Yes, we would. We answered. You guys would have to make do without dinner except if you wouldn't mind blood. He said with a smirk. We can live without food for a couple of days, thank you. Jonathan said, fake, gagging at the thought of living on blood as you wish. He said, smirking. He showed us to our room and once I just did all the necessary things that needed to be done in the bathroom and laid on the bed trying to sleep, but couldn't trying to stop thinking about Damon. I still can't get over the way he told me to leave as if I was a piece of gum stuck on his ass that he was so eager to get rid of. I wished I was blessed with a loving mate, but look what I got. I screamed in annoyance, throwing the pillow on the floor. What a stupid mate. Couldn't I had gotten someone nice? Someone better that wasn't named Damon freaking Salvatore. I screamed in frustration. After tossing and turning in bed trying to get my mind off him. I still couldn't get my mind off him and it made me wonder what he was doing. Maybe him and 𝐊𝐤𝐳 were doing around. Maybe that's why I was so uncomfortable like the other time and it was so annoying. It hurts to know that he knows I exist and still yet he does stuff with someone else. It really wouldn't have bothered me if he was like that before I came then stopping when he met me, but it was Damon Salvatore I was talking about here. The ruthless, cold, annoying alpha who doesn't care about anything or anyone. Not even his mate. I'm hungry. I whined as we walked out of the vampire kingdom. I thought you could live without food for a couple of days. Vulcan said, quoting Jonathan. Well, those couple of days I started trying to defend myself. Anyway, the point is that I'm hungry. There is a tree not far from here that bears fruit, Jonathan said. What else is it supposed to bear, Jonah? I asked Leaves. He asked and we all face-palmed ourselves as your friend. Vulcan started but Jonathan cut him off. I'm perfectly alright. I just need to get over the tension of being with a vampire or what lies ahead. He said I won't hurt you guys. Vulcan said, I don't doubt that it's still not comfortable. What if you're hungry and were sleeping? You could suck our blood. Jonathan said I won't do that. He promised and Jonathan just nodded. So how do we get to the witch's land? Well, it's not that easy, and since we're looking for a good witch, she'd probably be in hiding not wanting to be found, but since I know where she lives it'd be easy a bit. We just need to cross the feisty river. The troll's land and the dragon's land. Sam stated as if it wasn't a big issue. Wow, I'm not scared at all. We're going to go through all that and to casually say that as if it's nothing. Jonathan said, panicking. Hopefully we'd get through it. I said, trying to convince Jonathan and myself, may I ask why we'd be going through all that? Vulcan asked and we all turned to look at him. We haven't told him yet. We really didn't trust him, but he'd find out somehow, so it was better we told him now than later, or him finding out from someone that turned him against us. We're going to visit a friend. Sam answered all that, to visit a friend. He asked, not buying it. Well, we need a favor from that friend. Jonathan chipped in. He asked, let's just tell him. Well, I need help. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐷𝐿𝐸 unveiled 𝐃𝐤𝐳𝐬. Okay, what's up? You're not going to die anytime soon, are you? From a sickness, no, but from someone killing me, yes. Who exactly? The famous. The one. The only. 𝐊𝐸𝐻𝐸. I said with fake enthusiasm while Sam and Jonathan fake cheered and Vulcan laughed. That's bad. Why does she want to kill you, expective? You're the one destined to ruin her, Vulcan said, surprised. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐷𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸. So she's your sister. I totally didn't expect to hear this. You said same here. I never even knew I had a sister until 2 years ago. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸. I remembered the night that was supposed to be the best night of my life. I was sitting in front of the mirror staring at myself. I was wearing a beautiful pink gown and my beautiful silky black hair was styled in an elegant neat bun. I was currently waiting for my mom to come so we could go out to the party. I sat down patiently waiting for her while playing Samurai Fighters on my phone. I was done with the game and looked up to the mirror and saw my hair a completely different color. My hair that was black minutes ago was white and I was panicking. I don't even know how that happened, and just in time my mother walked in. Mom, look what happened. My hair is white. I screamed, calm down, honey. It's all right. She didn't even look surprised by it. You knew this would happen. Why is it happening? I asked, panic-stricken. It's all right. Everything would be fine. You'd set things right. Set what right? I asked, confused. Honey, you have to understand. Everything we've been doing was... She's here, Luna. We have to leave. Jonathan said, walking in. Who's here? I asked, confused, still panicking. We need to hurry. My mom said, bringing out a bag from my closet and stuffing clothes in it. Can someone please tell me what's going on here? I still don't have any idea why my hair is white. I said, you must leave now. She said, giving Jonathan the bag. Where are we going to? I asked. Lee, honey, you have to leave. My dad said, walking in. He looked like he was involved in a fight. Throwing me out on my birthday. Completely nice. I said sarcastically, honey, no matter what happens, you have to understand that we love you. My parent said, hugging me. What's happening? You guys are scaring me. I said, nearing sobs. Jonathan, you and Sam should take Lee out of here and keep her safe at all times. My dad said, yes, Alpha. We do that. Come on, Lee, let's go. Jonathan said, you need to leave now, Lee, she said, wearing a black hoodie for me. Don't go walking around with your hair in view. Cover it always. Mom, I said, crying. We love you, Lee, now go. My dad said, and Jonathan pulled me to a secret passage in my room that I never knew was there, and once we stepped in it closed, but I could make out little things. If it isn't the best parents in the world. I heard a voice say coldly, Laurie, it's so good to see you. To what do we owe this visit? Mom said, don't play dumb with me, woman. I want the girl, the sister that's going to ruin me. No one's here, Lauren Day. Leave. My dad said, using his alpha tone. I'm not leaving here until she's dead, and I won't hesitate to kill you both if you don't tell me where she is, and you very well know what I'm capable of doing. She said wickedly. Let's go. Jonathan said, pulling me away from there, and we ran. Lianna, why do you need the witch's help? Vulcan asked, bringing me out of my reverie. I once naively thought my sister was just a little willful, until I found out she was using black magic to manipulate my dreams. I realized I had to escape her clutches. That when I woke up, I found out that my so-called allies had betrayed me to her. This is more than betrayal, this is a game of life and death. Chapter 17. I need them to make a protection spell. She manipulates my dreams and uses black magic on me. I have to get rid of that. I answered, what a sister? He said sadly. She's not my sister. I said sternly and walked ahead of them. We got to the tree and I was so glad that we had something to eat. I ate the fruit while resting under the shade tiredly. Finally, something to eat. Jonathan said, eating the food with a very good manner. Enjoy your last meal. Very well then. A voice spoke, and soon enough we were surrounded by about 20 wolves looking at us dangerously. Seriously. We've barely reached anywhere, now we're being attacked. Who on earth did we offend? Jonathan said. Attack. The man shouted, and the wolves came running towards us, and Jonathan immediately shifted. I threw a fruited only man that was inhuman from hitting his forehead. He threw a dart my way and I diverted it. I took out my bow and began to shoot at the wolves, sending them, laying on the floor helpless and weak. We were pretty much winning this. Vulcan was tearing the wolves apart into pieces and enjoying the taste of their blood on his lips. When this is over, he would have enough food to last him for days, hopefully, cause I don't want to think of him going hungry. I've seen the way he killed them, and I was really hoping that we didn't anything that would make him go against us, cause I don't want to be torn into pieces like that. It turned to look at the wolves attacking us. They were already down to 7, and were already retreating, knowing we could take them all, and just when I thought they were gone, we were shot with darts that had tranquilizers, and that was the last thing I remembered. We have them in here. You should be on your way soon. I heard a voice say. I opened my eyes slowly to see the man that I face. Seems like she's awake. The voice on the other end must have told him to give the phone to me, and he did, but I didn't say a word when he gave it to me. I'm coming for you, dear sister. I heard the voice say Everly, and I knew for sure that my worst nightmare was coming for me. Don't take your eyes off her, and if she escapes I won't hesitate to kill you, but if she's there by the time I'm there, I would reward you greatly. 𝐿𝐤 said, and the man grinned. Yes, boss. I won't let her out of my sight, and I surely would be looking forward to the reward, he said, and the call ended. I looked around my surroundings trying to figure out a way to get out of here. I couldn't see the rest anywhere, but I was strictly guarded. There were about 7 guards in the cell room. I don't even want to start thinking of how many were outside. You can't even escape from here, sweetheart, so don't even bother trying. I really didn't pay attention to what he said after he called me sweetheart, and it made me remember Damon when he called me that. Don't call me your sweetheart, 'cause I'd never be your sweetheart, I said icily. Don't be so sure about that, sweetheart. I'm sure 𝐿𝐤 wouldn't mind if I went around with you, he said, grinning. I looked around the skept. I was handcuffed to a wall, leaving me hanging a bit, and it was with silver. It made us weak, and it was extremely painful, and to top it all I couldn't get out of it or use my powers 'cause I was being restricted from using it. If he decides to go around on me, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop him. I'm sure she won't mind if we all do, another said, grinning. How on earth did I end up here again? The plan was go to the vampire kingdom, then the witches. I totally didn't expect this at all, and here I was stuck, having no way out. Just great. Where are they? I really needed to know if they were still alive or where they were kept. Somewhere they can never get out of. Your wolf friend is suffering the same fate as you, while your wizard friend is in a place where his powers are useless, and for useless and for your vampire friend. What about me? Vulcan asked, walking in, and I could see the look of shock and fear on their faces. I was so glad that we decided to ask for help from the vampire. We were. Before he could complete his sentence, Vulcan was in front of him, showing off his fangs and biting into his neck, sucking his blood for a while before tearing him into pieces. The other 6 quickly changed into their wolf form, charging towards him, and he quickly avoided them with his vampire speed, throwing one away with a lot of force. It would be a surprise if he survived it. The remaining 5 were scared but tried not to show it. The wolves were snarling and growling at Vulcan, surrounding him. If he made a move, they would all pounce on him and tear him to pieces. I gulped hard. He was my last hope for survival, but all I would be able to do now was watch him being killed, not being able to do anything. I tried trying to use my powers, but I couldn't, and the silver was already burning my skin. I'm sure it would leave a bruise if ever I get my hands out of the cuff. I needed to find a way to help Vulcan. Surely he might be able to take them, but the chances were 50-50. I suddenly remembered that could cause a mini earthquake enough to distract them for Vulcan to attack, and I started doing that. Although my hands were cuffed, I could pretty much control this a bit without making hand gestures, and I closed my eyes, feeling the power surge through me and directing it at them. They were startled, and Vulcan speedily went around biting them round, and I heard them scream in pain. When he was done with licking the blood off him, he helped me take out the handcuffs, which had no effect on him, but if it was Jonathan it wouldn't have been easy. I said, and he just nodded. Let's go get the rest, he said, leading me out. We'd have to be fast about it. 𝐿𝐤 is coming, I said, and his face held no emotion as he said nothing. He held my hand, and he used his vampire speed to get us to where they were kept. It would have been nearly impossible for them to notice us. We were faced with guards immediately we got to the door of the cell, and it was a bit easy fighting them off till we got inside. Go get them. I'd handle things, Vulcan said, and I nodded, going to get Sam first. He was cuffed like me, but the difference was that there wasn't a thorn on my head trying to stop me from using my powers. I took the thorn out first, knowing that was what hurt the most. He sighed in relief when I did, and he used his powers to unlock the cuffs before we went to help Jonathan. Sam didn't look good at all, and I could tell that he was really angry. Immediately we let him out. He charged towards one of the walls that held him hostage while Sam burnt the rest. Immediately we were done, we went out looking for the exit, but Sam thought it was quicker to teleport us out of the place, and he did. We arrived at another pack territory. Where are we? I asked, not knowing the exact pack we were. I certainly didn't want a replay of what we just got out of. 𝐿𝐤 is back. We should be safe here for the time being. And how are you so sure? Trust me on this, Lee. He had an alliance with your father. He'd protect us. I think I get lost for now, 'cause I know I won't be welcomed. I'd be lurking around. If you guys need me around 𝐿𝐤, he said, then flew away, not waiting for us to say a word. We walked nearer to their territory and surprisingly they welcomed us in. Alpha Lucas is busy now. He'll see you guys later, but you guys look like you could use a rest, a maid said, ushering us to a room each in want, and I just laid on the bed. We were so close to Law and A catching us, and now we know she's hot on our tail again. I don't know what would have happened if not for Vulcan. I realized we really didn't thank him and made a mental note to tell him when we saw next, which I know would be in a while. I decided to take this chance to sleep. I was woken up by a maid that brought me food and clothes. I think you should go freshen up before eating, she said, and I thanked her for the food before she left and went to the bathroom. After washing up and changing to the clothes, I went back to the room to eat, and after I was done with eating, the maid came to clear the dishes, after which Sam came. Alpha Lucas wants to see us, he said, and we went to his study to meet him, meeting Jonathan on the way. Lianna, he said when I walked in. Long time no see. It's good to know you're still alive. I really didn't know what to say to that and just stood silent. How have you been surviving all this while? It must have been really hard on you, he said, and I just nodded. You can come to me anytime you need help and I won't hesitate to support you. Thanks, Alpha Lucas. I'm so grateful for your help right now, I said sincerely. You're welcome, Lianna. You guys are free to stay here for as long as you want. Thanks, Alpha Lucas, we chorused. But I'm afraid we won't be staying long. We'd be leaving tomorrow. Sam said, okay then. I should leave you guys to rest now. You look like you really need it, he said, and we muttered thanks again before leaving. We went back to our room and I fell asleep again. You think you can get away from me easily, huh? She asked, walking closer to me, and for every step she took forward I took one back. I'm gonna get you, and when I do, I'd kill you, she said, staring at me with the most intimidating look I've ever seen. But I wasn't prepared to show her how scared I was. Or I'd kill you. Get things straight. I'm going to kill you, not the other way round. Isn't that why you want to kill me, because you're scared? You're just an insecure bitch, I said, and I know I got to her core as she pierced her nails into my skin. I'm going to end you, bitch. I'm going to torture you and make you suffer till you beg me to kill you, she said in a voice that would make me scared on her norms, but I'm just done with it. That's never going to happen. I'm not going down without a fight. You're not going to end me, Law and Day. Not if I get to you first. I'd like to see you try ending me. I see past your facade, and even though you're trying to act brave, you're still scared, cause you know just what I'm capable of doing. You're capable of doing nothing. You couldn't even get to me this past 2 years, and I might be scared, but you are way scared, Law and Day, cause you know I'm going to bring you to your ruins. This seemed to have gotten to her way much, cause she knew I was right, and before she could do anything to me I managed to wake up from my sleep. I was just so tired of all these. Once again she has managed to get hold of my dreams again, but I wasn't going to give her the satisfaction of hurting me again. I got out of bed and went to the kitchen hoping for a glass of water. I checked the time on the way and it was just 3 a.m. After drinking my water, I was on my way to the room when I overheard Alpha Lucas' conversation. Yes, they are here, but they'd be leaving tomorrow. You have to hurry if you want to catch up with them. He said, yes. You should do that. I'm sure they won't see that coming. They'd be so surprised to see you, he said while laughing. I didn't know what to make out of it, but he was not to be trusted. Alpha Lucas is bringing the witch to us. Chapter 18. I went upstairs thinking of what to do. We couldn't leave here by this time, but we might have to. I walked to Sam's room and saw him wide awake, sitting up staring outside the window. Why are you awake? I asked, and he turned to look at me for a second before staring off again. You couldn't sleep? He asked, looking outside the window. I actually did, but I just woke up from one of my encounter with her. Why are you up? I couldn't sleep, he answered, looking up at me. Why, what's wrong? I was worried about him. I don't want anything to happen to any of us, especially now that we needed each other most. Nothing, he answered, but I know he was hiding something from me and didn't want to tell me, and I wasn't going to force him to. If you say so, I said, trying to bring up what I saw recently. Sam, I heard something. What? He asked, turning to look at me, his face devoid of any emotion. He looked tired. I overheard Alpha Lucas' conversation. Someone is coming for us, Sam. Are you sure? His friends could be coming or something. The person wants to see us, Sam. The person is after us. We have to leave here, Sam. Can we at least leave by 6 or 7? I need to relax. It might be too late, Sam. The person's on their way and I fear the person is going to take us to Lauren Day. We have to leave, Sam, I said, trying to convince him. We really had to leave. We don't know who's coming tomorrow and I'd rather not stay and find out, especially now that I know that Alpha Lucas isn't to be trusted. Can we just leave now? I asked. Let's sleep on it. We really need to rest, Lee. We'd leave tomorrow. But what if tomorrow's too late? I asked, panicking. We'd leave early tomorrow morning, Lee. It would be dangerous now. Go sleep, he said, and I angrily went to my room. Why couldn't we just go right now? What's the worst that could happen on the way? I laid in bed and not going to fall asleep, and as soon as it was bright enough to leave, I'd go pull Sam and Jonathan up. I hadn't realized that I slept off until I woke up to a very bright day. I felt so stupid. How could I have slept? I got out of the bed, quickly came my bag with me, not bothering to do anything and rushing to Sam's room to wake him up, and he was still sleeping. Come on, Sam. We have to hurry out of here, I said, tapping him furiously. Why are you waking me up as if the house is on fire? Sam said, sitting upright. We have to leave, Sam. The person Alpha Lucas was talking to is coming today, remember? I said, throwing clothes into his bag. Okay, I'm up now. Go get Jonathan, he said, and I hurried to the room beside him. Jonathan was still sleeping, snoring loudly. I went to him, tapping him hard and fast. Come on, Jonathan. Wake up, I said, tapping him, and when I was thinking he was awake, he just turned to face another side. Wake up, Jonathan. If you don't, I'm getting a bucket of cold water, I said, tapping him furiously. Girl, why are you disturbing me so early in the morning? He asked with a frown. We have to leave. Alpha Lucas is bringing someone to us, I said, throwing him his bag. Why would he do that? Jonathan asked. Let's not wait to find out, I said, going out of the room, and met Sam at the door. Seconds later, Jonathan came out and we walked quickly and quietly to the door. But our plan was short-lived when Alpha Lucas walked in on us. Leaving so soon without telling me, he said, approaching us. We have places to be, Sam answered. Why don't you leave after breakfast? He suggested. No, thanks, I said, and we all turned back to leave. Thanks for letting us stay here for a while. We really appreciate it, Jonathan said. But we have to go. Well, no one is leaving this place until I say so, he said sternly, and I gulped. I was close to the door and ran there. Just as I opened the door, I let out a scream. The last person on earth I was expecting to see stood outside. I was beyond shocked. Miss me, sweetheart? He asked, smirking. I couldn't say anything. I was speechless. I couldn't even move. What on earth is he looking for here? His scent quickly took over my nose. He smelt of pine and soap, and his scent was so alluring and fresh. Let's not start on how I must be smelling like now. What was he even doing here? If he's here, is he the one that Alpha Lucas was talking to? What are you even doing here? Never mind. We have to leave. You guys should stay for breakfast with my guest, Alpha Lucas said, and I looked at him, completely shocked. He's your guest? And I was worried to death about nothing. Seriously? Yes, he is. Who were you thinking it was? He asked. Well, Lee here was thinking it was Lauren Day or someone that was out to get us, Sam said, staring at me with that I told you so look. He's to be trusted. So that's why you had to wake us up? Jonathan asked. Well, I thought it was someone else. How was I supposed to know that it was Damon? How do you even know I was expecting a guest? Alpha Lucas' question busted. Well, I wasn't eavesdropping. I just happened to hear your conversation. Gosh, you scared the hell out of me, I said, and he looked a bit hurt that I didn't trust him. I'm sorry for not trusting you. It's just that we don't know who to. I shouldn't have thought of the worst, he said with a smile. You guys should go freshen up and come downstairs for breakfast. We chorused. We went upstairs while Damon stayed with Alpha Lucas. I can't believe you were worried over nothing, Sam said, staring at me with a gaze that's supposed to make me apologize. I can't believe we were going to miss the chance of breakfast, Jonathan said. But what if it wasn't Damon and it was someone else? We would have been in trouble by now. I said, let's just forget about that. It seems like Lover Boy came to see you, Jonathan said teasingly. Oh please, He's here for something with 𝐿𝐻𝐻, not for me. How could you even think that? Because he's 𝐊𝐻𝐻𝐬. He came all the way here for you. Jonathan said, smirking. It's not for me, okay? He doesn't even like me, and neither do I, so stop all these your nonsense, Jonathan. I snapped before entering the room and slamming the door. I sighed, sitting on the bed. I was way beyond surprised to see him and was a little bit relieved that it wasn't someone else. I don't even know why he's here, but I wasn't going to find out, cause after breakfast we'd be out here far away from him again. There was a knock on the door and I grew tense. I seriously hoped it wasn't Damon. I walked to the door and opened it just to find a maid with a new pair of clothes, and I didn't know whether to feel relieved or disappointed. I thanked her and collected the clothes. I got into the bathroom, brushed and bathed, then wore the clothes, which was a black long-sleeve crop top with a black 𝐊𝐲𝐬𝐧𝐰 and sneakers, and I put on the black beanie that was in my bag before going downstairs. I was hoping to find Sam or Jonathan in the dining room, but instead it was just Damon, and just as I was about to leave he turned to face me. It must have been my scent or something. "Hey," he said, and I muttered it back to him, turning to leave, but he stopped me by standing so close to me. His hands on mine. His touch was doing things to me that I didn't want to acknowledge. It was sending tingles throughout my body, and I just wanted him to hold me all day, and him being so close to me wasn't helping matters at all. "We need to talk," he said, speaking up. "There's absolutely nothing for us to talk about. You told me to leave. Just let me do that," I said angrily. I still couldn't get how he told me to leave out of my head. "What if I want you to stay now?" "I'm not going to. I don't want to be anywhere around you. 𝐊𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐻𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm," he asked with a smirk. "Is it because of what I cause inside of you?" he asked, running his hands from my palm to my shoulders, and for every part he touched I literally felt spa. "You got nothing inside of me. Now stop touching me," I said, taking his hands off. "Liar," he said, smirking, pulling me closer, putting his hands around my waist. "Let go of me, Damon," I said, trying to get out of his grip, but he just tightened it. "Have I told you that I like the way my name sounds from you?" "No, you haven't, but now that you have it, be sure to never say the name again," I said, smirking. "We both know you can't do that, babe. Sooner or later I'd make you say my name," he said, smirking. "I actually got the innuendo. He's never going to do that, cause I won't let him. I'd like to see you try," I said, and he didn't waste any time into pressing his lips on mine. I tried pushing him out and all, but it wasn't working, and he just seemed to pull me closer as if we weren't close enough. I wasn't going to give him the satisfaction of kissing me, just like how he did the last time, and left without saying a word, but sooner or later I knew I was going to give him, cause let's face it, him kissing me is so damn good, and I want nothing more than for his tongue to be with mine dancing. He wasn't prepared to quit yet, and I was getting tempted more and more to give in. I know it was easy to just forcefully push him off and slap him, cause that will make him know firmly that I'm not interested in him, but I couldn't do that cause I know I wanted to kiss him so badly. I finally gave in to the kiss, opening my mouth for him, and he got inside me with a smile on his face. Jerk. He had me where he wanted, but I wasn't going to let him win. I'd make him say my name instead. I placed my hand on his hair, raking my hand through it, and I got a moan of approval from him. See who has the first moan now. He wasn't prepared to let me go without a moan. His tongue thrust into mine, dancing rhythmically with mine, and I was on the verge of moaning his name, but he wasn't done with me. He started trailing kisses on my neck until he found my sweet spot, and I had to bite my lips together and force myself not to release a moan, but he just smirked knowingly and continued. "Did I tell you that I missed you, sweetheart?" he asked, and I nodded in the negative, not trusting my voice to say anything or tell him outrightly to continue kissing me. "Well, I did miss you, babe. 𝐊𝐻𝐻𝐬𝐻𝐬. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm," he said, returning to kissing my neck. I don't think I could hold off a moan. I pulled his hair, causing him to look up, then kissing him. You should see his face. He looked so surprised and was smiling. I continued kissing him until I made him say my name. "Oli," he said, moaning out my name, and I smiled. I had him just where I wanted. I had accomplished my aim for this kiss. I pulled out of the kiss, smiling. "I think I can make you say my name more." I said, smirking at his look of disbelief, which was later replaced with a smirk by the way you say my name. I winked, leaving him to get himself together, cause when we were so close I could feel him on me. 1 point for your honor. Chapter 19. He doesn't even like me, and either do I. Jonathan said, mocking me as I got out of the kitchen. You sure kiss as if you guys don't feel anything for each other. Jonathan, why were you watching us? I asked, covering my face. It's not my fault that you guys couldn't control yourself and was about to go down and dirty in the kitchen. Jonathan said. The kiss was nothing. We weren't going to go further. I just wanted to put him in his place. I said, and Jonathan smiled. You sure put him in his place. He said, smirking while I smacked his shoulder. You're so pathetic. When you get a mate, I be sure to mock you, and it was nothing. I said sternly. Surely it was nothing. He said, smirking, and I rolled my eyes. Breakfast is ready. Alpha Lucas said, motioning for us to join him on the table, and surprisingly Damon and Sam were there. Jonathan sat down beside Sam, purposely leaving me to sit beside Damon. So where are you guys headed to? Alpha Lucas asked. We are visiting an old friend of mine. Sam answered. After eating, we decided to leave. We were at the front door saying our goodbyes when Damon appeared out of nowhere. Thank you so much, Alpha Lucas, for letting us stay at your place. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐷𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸. And sorry for not trusting you. No problem. You guys should stay safe. Hopefully we will try. Jonathan said. We started our journey back and we met Vulcan on the way. Damon was still over at Alpha Lucas' place to talk about some alpha work. We didn't say a word after what happened in the kitchen, and he didn't even say goodbye or anything. Just watched as we left. I didn't want to feel disappointed or anything because I really wasn't expecting anything, but all the same it hurt. He couldn't even be sweet and be like, take care of yourself. Come back to me safely, and even pop a kiss in. He just had to look at me as if I was just an ordinary guest leaving, and that had no matter how I wanted to deny it. I just had to get over the fact that nothing could happen between us despite the fact that we were mates, and that realization wasn't the best. Come on, lighten up, babe, Vulcan said cheerfully, and I managed to smile. So where had you been since? I asked, trying to make a conversation and forget Damon, but the thing is I think I miss him. I miss his scent. His look, his... Come on, don't tell me you're thinking of Loverboy right now, Jonathan said. Jonathan, leave her alone, okay? That's enough. Sam said, you having a problem with your mate? Vulcan asked, yeah. We don't just get along. He's not just into me in any way. But you guys would still get along anyway. That's why he's your mate. He said soothingly. I just hope we get along before I die. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸. Come on, you're not going to die, okay? We've got you. Vulcan said. Yeah. We die before we let anything happen to you. Sam said, www. Be specific, Sam. You'd die before you let anything happen to her. I love you and all, but I want to have a mate. Mate with her and all before I die. Jonathan said, and I playfully jabbed him on the shoulder. I love you all too. I said, and we did a group hug. We were disturbed from our hug when an arrow came flying at us. Vulcan was quick to avoid it and we pulled out of it. Seriously, we were under attack again. This was the last werewolf territory before we got to the witch's portal, and there happened to be at least 50 wolves that I've seen now. We probably can't take them all. It seems I'd be using my powers much, but I have to make sure that no one leaves alive. Before I knew it, they started shooting arrows and bullets with us trying to avoid it. There were at least 20 wolves in their human form. I could take them on while they handled the wolves. Vulcan was tearing a wolf into pieces, and so was Jonathan. Sam seemed to be burning those trying to get to him, and I was struggling with a wolf that was trying to tear me apart. I couldn't shift, so it was pretty hard attacking him in human wolf. I stabbed him on the stomach, and while he still struggled to bite me, I boned him. An arrow was shot at me, and I used my powers to redirect to a wolf that was giving Vulcan a hard time. He sent a small smile my way and continued. While I was looking at him, a wolf pulled me down, biting my hand, and I let a small scream. The wolf flashed its canine at me and was ready to bite me, but I froze it. The smell of my blood seemed to have gotten Vulcan distracted, and he looked at me ready to devour me, but I could see he was struggling with himself not to. A wolf lunged at him, and Vulcan wasted no time in tearing it into pieces, his eyes not leaving mine. I took a step backwards, trying to avoid his gaze, and was attacked by another wolf that was hovering over me. Before I knew it, I was on the floor surrounded by 10 wolves. I was scared and felt numb. No one could really save me because they were occupied. I gulped, waiting for his canines to go down my neck, but he was thrown away. Vulcan. He continued to throw them away, and they continued to attack him. I had a feeling he was saving me so he could kill me. I finally got on my feet and froze the wolves before burning them, and Vulcan turned to look at me, rush into my side. Before I knew it, I started walking back, not wanting him to suck my blood, but I stopped when I hit a tree and gulped. What happened next wasn't what I was expecting at all. Vulcan tore his clothes and used it to bandage where I was bitten. "Your blood is distracting me," he said before running off. I sighed in relief, but it was short-lived when a wolf threw me to a tree, and I shouted when my back hit the tree, and when I stood upright I was surrounded by at least 15 wolves. Why were they after me so much? I was starting to feel dizzy. My hand was hurting and I was losing much blood, and it didn't help that my back was hurting me now. I was falling asleep slowly, and a wolf bit my leg, causing me to scream and push out my dizziness. A very big black wolf appeared out of nowhere, standing in front of me protectively. Our eyes locked for a moment, and I saw that beautiful eyes that I was starting to miss, but what really got to me when we locked eyes was a sense of déjà vu. I felt like something like this had happened before. I saw a white wolf on the floor with a black wolf standing in front of it protectively, like what was happening now. He averted his gaze from mine and started tearing the wolves into pieces, and since he was way bigger than them, he dominated them. Before I knew it, in one swift move, he had destroyed the whole wolves that was supposed to attack me. That was the last of the wolves, since the rest had taken care of them, and I could make out them rushing towards me before I blacked out. "Come on, wake up already," I heard the old familiar voice say, and I forced my eyes to open, and my eyes met with the familiar green eyes. "You're here. Why are you even here?" I managed to say. "I'm here because of you. I want to protect you." His voice, for the first time, soft and sweet. That wasn't really what I was expecting, but that's a start. I wanted to argue that I didn't need protection, but under the circumstances that we met, I would surely lose. "Thanks for saving me out there. I'm grateful. You don't have to thank me. I was barely protecting you. You hurt your leg and hand. It's not your fault. You weren't here yet. But I could have been with you sooner if I went with you. Yeah, you could have. You didn't even acknowledge my presence after what happened." He wanted to say something but stopped, and the rest came in sight. "Are you okay?" Vulcan said. "Don't worry. I'd be fine," I said, managing a smile. "You're good?" Jonathan asked. I noticed he had some injuries here and there. "Yeah. I'm sure I'd live," he replied. "I'd open the portal that would take us to the journey through the Witch's Realm." Sand. Witch's Realm, here we go. Chapter 20. "You think you can be able to walk?" Damon asked, helping me up. "Yeah, I'm good," I said, and he nodded before walking away from me like he didn't want to be seen with me. I totally don't understand him, and I probably won't bother to. I started walking, following them, far behind, limping. I felt a hand slip around my waist, but it didn't hold that usual spark, so I knew that he wasn't Damon, and that was disappointing. I looked up to see Sam, and he gave me a small smile, which I weakly returned. I turned to see Damon watching us. I was trying to read his expression to see if he was jealous or uncomfortable with another male having his hands around his mate, but his expression betrayed nothing. Normal werewolf would have growled by now or reacted to it in any way, so I guess he isn't normal, or he doesn't feel anything towards me. We got to the portal that Sam had created and easily walked through it. "So what happens next?" Vulcan asked. "Our journey to the Witch's Realm truly begins," Sam answered. "How long would it take?" Damon asked, and got 3 days as his reply. We were walking deeper into the dark forest, and it was really scary. The fact that the place was dead quiet just made it scarier, and to top it all, no one was saying a word. "So, what qualities are you expecting in your mate if you happen to find her?" I found myself asking to start up a conversation. "I don't know. I'd surely like her the way she is. I'm just hoping to find her, though. I've waited for 300 years. I hope I find her. I want to be there for her always." Protect her and love her, he said with a small smile. 𝐴𝐻. I'm sure my mate never looked forward to meeting me, and now that he has, he doesn't plan on doing anything. That's nice. I hope you find her. I'm sure she'd love you. I hope so, he said, smiling, and I did too. My smile was soon replaced with a loud scream, and Vulcan turned to look around. If anyone had done something to me, then turned to look at me again. What's wrong? He asked, and in that moment the rest were around me. What's wrong? Vulcan asked, confused, and I screamed again. Before I knew it, I was rolling on the floor, and I couldn't help but being stabbed over and over again, screaming as each pain came. What's happening? Vulcan asked, looking confused and panicked. Can you shut the hell up? Damon shouted. I was just asking. No need to be so rude. With you there's every need to be, Damon retorted, and now it was Sam's turn to use Damon's earlier words. I would have laughed that Sam shunned Damon, but now was not the time. The pain continued and I kept screaming. A few tears slipped out of my eyes due to the pain. I kept screaming. It was unbearable. This didn't seem like a knife. It seemed as if a burning coal was placed on my body, and I just kept screaming and rolling around on the floor. What do we do now? Jonathan asked. Can't you do something to at least reduce the pain? She's hurting, Damon shouted, looking at me as if he felt an ounce of pity towards me. His question was directed at Sam. I'm afraid not, Sam answered, looking at me with pity. Just what I thought. The pain came again with full force, and I let out a loud scream, but that was not the end. I found myself hitting one tree or another, and I kept on screaming. If I thought my back was hurting me, this was torture. She kept on throwing me against one tree or another, and I kept on screaming while they tried holding me down, but all to no avail. When it looked like they had almost caught me, I would be thrown away again. I didn't want to cry, but I couldn't help it. I was hurting in all areas. Finally she stopped throwing me, and they pinned me down just in case she decided to start again. I was happy for a while. Nothing happened, and I sighed in relief. Their grip on me tightened as they fought against me, trying to escape from their grip until they couldn't hold it anymore, and I found myself floating on the air. This was totally bizarre. Why the hell was she doing this? Vulcan flew on top of me and kept trying to pull me down, but it was futile. He kept on pushing me down. It hurt, but it wasn't working, and I let out a frustrated scream as I felt a pain sharper than the rest. I think that motivated Vulcan to push me harder. Or she decided to leave me. I thought I'd go crashing on the floor, but Damon caught me giving me a sorry look. He started telling me that he was sorry for what was happening and was stroking my hair. I was liking his touch, but it wasn't enough. I thought it had ended, but my happiness just keeps on getting short-lived. I couldn't breathe. It felt as if someone was squeezing my lungs and taking out the bit of oxygen I had. I kept on gasping for breath, and I saw the look of absolute panic over Damon's face. At least he wasn't hiding it. I felt like she was either strangling me or suffocating me with a pillow. Hey, hold on, okay? He literally begged, and I had him whisper, though I don't think he wanted me to hear it. I don't want to lose you. Not now, not ever. Especially if I recently met you. What do we do now? This is way worse, Jonathan said, the panic completely evident in his look and tone. Breathe, okay? In, out, Damon said, telling me to inhale and exhale while doing the same, but I couldn't even do that. To hell with that, he said, covering my mouth with his. He started breathing into my mouth, his breath fanning mine, making me remember our kiss. I might have smiled a little, but the condition couldn't permit me. He kept on doing that while I still struggled to breathe, but he wasn't giving up, and he didn't give up until I could breathe well, and he let out a sigh of relief. I think this was finally the end, cause after 30 minutes of me laying in Damon's arm and he stroking my hair, telling me I was fine now, I concluded that this was the end for today. But what about tomorrow? What would happen if she continues? I couldn't hold on. My whole body was hurting, and it just kept on getting bad as time goes on. I was more than determined to get to the witch's realm now, no matter what we may face. I really liked being in Damon's arm. It just felt so comfortable and safe. I wanted to spend the time with him holding me like this, cause I don't think it would ever happen. He's only doing this because of what happened, and I didn't want to get used to being with him and he being there for me as he was today. I didn't really want to overthink things and just closed my eyes, trying to ease the pain somehow. It didn't help that I already had physical pain. I flinched when Damon's hand moved around my stomach. He was just doing that to get his hands around me finally, but it still caused a reaction from me, and aside from that, the area where he touched hurt. "I'm sorry if I hurt you," he said, and I just nodded a little. I didn't think he would notice that I was hurting, but he pulled my shirt up to reveal bruises and burns all over them. I was right. She was probably burning my body with coal. "I'm so sorry. I really didn't know," he said softly, but I could feel his eyes darken and he looked murderous. Was he planning on going to Lauren Day? He raised my shirt higher and found the bruise from the beast. Although it was slowly fading, it was still noticeable. "She did this to you too?" he asked, and as if he just realized. "It was the day you had a nightmare, wasn't it?" he said, his eyes getting darker. He was angry that she was hurting me. I didn't say anything, and it took it as a confirmation. "I hate her for what she does to you. I know I have no idea how much it hurts, but I think I have a slight idea. No one should go through that. Especially not you. It annoys me to know that she keeps doing this to you and no one can do anything about it. You shouldn't go through all this. We get through the witch's realm and we get a protective spell for you, okay?" he said. His tone held a bit of sincerity and he talked so soft I could barely hear. I smiled when he said that. I was so happy that he was here for me now. I know he might probably act like he doesn't eat tomorrow, but I was just going to enjoy this for now. Chapter 21. It was dark already. I had barely even noticed. We were looking for where to camp for the night. Jonathan and Vulcan were taking wood to make a fire while Damon was making a tent that he brought. We had been using sleeping bags previously, so this seemed a bit better. When he was done with the tent and they were done with making a fire, we stayed outside for a while making sleeping arrangements. Vulcan was watching out for anything or person while Sam volunteered to join him. Jonathan suggested he slept outside the tent. I knew he was just doing that cause he wanted both of us to be together, and also the tent could fit at least for grown people. So they went about their duties while Damon and I went to the tent. I found it pretty awkward though. Damon took off his shirt and laid down. Have I mentioned that he has a good body? Like absolutely lovely, amazing body. His muscles were defined and his abs, they were totally drool-worthy. "Take a picture, babe. It lasts longer," he said, smirking, then winked. I didn't even notice I was totally staring. Of all things to take a picture of. "Your abs? You gotta be kidding me," I said, rolling my eyes while laughing. "I understand your point, babe. You'd rather have the real thing rather than a copy. I don't mind. You can look all you want. It's all yours," he said, winking, and I laughed. "Don't flatter yourself too much. I don't think I'd be staring at your body anytime soon," I said, then laid on the bed turning away from him, but he pulled me to face him, then placed his arms around me, pulling me closer to him so that my face was pressed against his bed chest and his hand was around my waist. "Go to sleep, Lee. You need to rest," he said, stroking my hair, and for the first time in a while, there was a little smile on my face when I slept. My smile wasn't there when I woke up the next morning. Damon wasn't with me and I felt a little disappointed. I had expected him to be there and maybe give me a good morning kiss. I sighed and got out of the tent. Jonathan was still sleeping, but Vulcan and Sam were wide awake, but I couldn't find Damon. He couldn't have left me, could he? "How was your night?" Jonathan said. I didn't even notice he was awake until he talked. The way he asked the question suggested he was insinuating about something else. "It was good," I answered. "Obviously it would be good. It has been a long time since you slept with Loverboy." "Please don't start this morning, Jonathan," I said, walking away from him. "When do we leave, Sam?" I asked, and he replied, telling me when I was ready. "There's a lake down. You can go take your bath there," Vulcan said. "Okay." "To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noban. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." Sam put on an enchanted necklace around my neck. No one would be able to see me when I'm naked, and I doubt anyone would go near the lake anyway. I just wore it in case I got attacked. I don't want the wolves or anything to be looking at my naked body. The thought just made me shudder. I walked into the lake after stripping off and enjoying the cold water when I heard a sound behind me. I turned startled to find Damon there. I was totally surprised. I thought it was someone else and he had left. "Morning, sweetheart," he greeted, pulling me closer to him. We were both naked and I totally wasn't expecting him to do that. The sparks it created was pleasurable. I thought you left, I said, and he laughed. So you think I'd leave you especially after coming this far, he asked, then smirked. I didn't think I'd see you naked so soon, babe. I'm glad that I came. You can see me naked? I asked, stuttering, of course. He answered with a smirk. I suddenly became extremely self-conscious. He had seen me naked and could still see my boobs. I quickly covered my boobs with my hands and he laughed. Seriously, after I'd seen it all, I'm bound to see it anyway. Turn around, I said sternly, still covering my body. Don't worry, I'm leaving. I don't think I would be able to keep my hands to myself, he said, winking, then walked out, his butt in view. Immediately he was out of earshot. I let out a frustrated scream. Maybe the charm doesn't work on my mate, or what if it doesn't work at all? After I finished, I wore a fresh set of clothes that I had kept on a rock alongside my beanie and went to Sam to ask for answers. When I got there, he was talking to Jonathan while Vulcan was sitting on a very high tree and Damon was just on his own. He smirked when he saw me, and it made me remember all over again, causing me to pull him out of there to the lake. The charm didn't work. Damon could see me. I said, it must be because he's your mate. He said, and I looked at him suspiciously. Strip off and wear the necklace then, I said, and he laughed. You really want me to do that? He asked, laughing. Yep, right now, I said, and he began to take off his clothes, and just before he took off his boxers, I gave him the necklace and I couldn't see anything. So it's because he was my mate then. I waited for him to dress up, then apologized, but I suddenly remembered something. There's something I want to ask you. I said, okay. What's it about? When Damon saved me yesterday, I saw something when he looked at memory or something. There was a small white wolf, and a wolf the color of Damon stood in front of it. What do you think it means? Was it a memory? I don't know anything about it, he said, but the way he said it made me question him. I was going to dismiss it before, but now I felt like he was hiding something from me. Tell me about it, Sam, I urged. Tell you what? Damon asked, walking in chapter 22. Damon walked in, demanding to know what was happening. Well, when you saved me yesterday, there was this glimpse of something like a memory, I answered. You saw it too? He asked, surprised. Yeah, Sam, if you know anything about it, you have to tell us, I said, and he sighed. Well, since you already know about it, here's the story. Flashback. Lianna was excited. She had just shifted into her wolf from yesterday, and she was going to take a run like that despite her mother's incessant warning to never leave her room or the pack. She was running excitedly, feeling the soft breeze and the feel of her paws on the ground. She caught a very pleasant scent and was walking in the direction of it. She was ecstatic. Was she going to meet her mate? Didn't they realize that at age 15 that she was just 14? Well, it wouldn't kill if she met him now. She stopped when several arrows were shot her way. She managed to dodge some, but one was stuck on her wolf leg and she couldn't move. The people showed their face gleaming with smiles that she was stuck and they've got her. We go hunting and we find a white wolf. How great is our goddess? A man spoke up. His tone was scary and rough, and so was his look. Lianna didn't like the way she was now. Vulnerable. She held, hoping someone would hear her, but they pushed to her head, hitting a tree behind her. Now she realized why her mother didn't want her to go anywhere, especially after she shifted, and regretted it. She knew she should have obeyed her mother, but she also knew that if she got another chance to go out, she'd take it. She didn't know what to do at that time. Suddenly a medium-sized black wolf appeared out of nowhere and stood in front of her protectively, and with the way her wolf was itching to be near him, a scent taking over, she realized she just found her mate. She just found her mate a year early. That explains it. That means we found each other early, Damon said. So you mean I'm a white wolf? The white wolves were hunted down during a period, and they were taken by strong alphas who captured them and used them to make pups because they wanted to make their line stronger and more powerful. The white wolves were known to be powerful and bring out stronger pups. If I was one, that meant either my mother was or my great-grandmother, and Lauren was probably one too. This just got tougher. If I shifted and people found out, I'd be hunted down, meaning I'd have more people against me. This just wasn't good. Continue the story, Sam, I urged. No, can do. You have to remember something before I tell you anything. You wiped our memory sand. You have to fill it back. To my authentic 𝐸𝐤𝐬 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐻𝐸 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐧. Well, he obviously saved you and took you home. End of story. Tell me the whole story, Sam. The full story. I said, using my powers to compel him. I had never done it before on him. I felt guilty for doing it, but I needed answers. Well, he obviously saved you and you guys talked. I'm 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐬 and you are Lianna Redwoods. She answered, do you think we can meet sometime again? I don't know. I don't think my mom would like me coming outside. But I can at least get your phone number. He asked, sure. She replied, giving it to him. Over the week, they chatted, getting to know each other better, and she found herself liking him. The week after, he was persuading her to come out to where they met, but Lianna didn't want to take the chance, remembering what happened before, but she knew she would eventually give in. She also wanted to see him badly too. On the day they were supposed to meet, she was both anxious and excited to see. She sneaked out of her room through her window, then managed to get out of the pack house, which was always full with people and security. She was not surprised that no one noticed her, but she still had to be careful though. Once she was successfully out, she ran to the woods, excited to meet him. A big smile appeared on both their faces when they met. He pulled her into a hug, holding her tight. I'm so glad you came. You have no idea how happy you've made me. Well, I can imagine if the smile on your face is anything to go by, she said, smiling, and his smile widened. There was something about seeing her smile that made him want to smile too. There's somewhere I want to show you. He took her hand and led the way. He liked the way his hands fit with hers, like the spaces within her fingers were meant to be filled with his, and the warmth and spark that erupted while their hands were twined. He was going to show her his special place. Not many people knew of it. He didn't even think anyone didn't now was going to be their special place where they could come to any time they meet, which he hoped would be more often than not. We're here, he announced, showing her his special place. Lianna thought that the place was beautiful, somewhat magical. The grasses and trees were greener, and if you looked closely you could think it all was filled with glitter. It's beautiful, she answered, awestruck. I doubt it's anything compared to you, he said, and pulled her closer. They were inches apart from each other, and she anticipated what was going to happen next. He tucked a strand of her hair back in place, not taking his eyes off her, and she seemed to like staring into his green eyes. When she thought he was going to make a move, he just smiled at her and took her hand. She was disappointed. She thought he was going to kiss her down. She was sure he would, but why did he stop then? She let her mind ponder on the question. They walked along the pathway that seemed to have golden brown leaves scattered around, although there wasn't any sign of the anywhere amidst the leaves, but it was no doubt beautiful. What she saw next caused her to let 𝐻𝐻𝐻, looking at the place with complete awe. It was a waterfall. It was high, and the water was so pure, and there were rocks that were scattered with red leaves on them. The place was simply breathtaking. She squealed with a bright smile. I'm glad you like it, he said, returning the smile. How on earth did you find this place? She asked with glee. I have no idea, but I'm glad I found it and found you, he said, covering a distance between them. I swear if you do what you just did and not kiss me, I'd. He didn't let her complete her sentence and covered her mouth with his, pulling her into a kiss. It wasn't like the ones he had had. This was special. She was so happy that he her first kiss. She could literally feel butterflies in her stomach. She liked the way he kissed her. So slow, as if he didn't want the moment to end. At that moment she was glad that she had let her mate be her first kiss, and it was in such a beautiful place. After the kiss they spent the entire afternoon together, getting to know each other. She learnt that he was the next alpha. He had a sister who acted like a spoilt brat, but still charming. His likes and dislikes, best color, food and all. He had also learnt that her parents were overprotective and she was the only child. He could say that he already knew almost everything about her. I think I should get going now. They must have known I'm missing by now. I wish you could come with me. I don't want to have to leave you, but I guess I have to. Yeah. It was nice to get to know you, and for you showing me your special place. Well, you are special to me, and this place just got more special having you here. His words causing her to smile widely. Take care of yourself, 𝐊𝐤𝐬, he said, then she laughed at the nickname. 𝐊𝐤𝐬, If you call me that I can get to 𝐿𝐢𝐳, she said, smiling. I think I'd rather you make it 𝐿𝐢𝐳, he said, and she laughed more. I really have to go now, 𝐿𝐢𝐳. It was nice spending time with you. Same here. We'd see later, he asked, hoping to see her again. He wished she was in his pack and could see her 24/7. I don't know, but I'd love to. The answer was enough to make him smile and raise his hope. There could surely be a next time. When she got home, she knew she was in trouble if her mother's expression was anything to go by. And where have you been, young lady? That was the question that was thrown at her as she entered her room through her window, outside in the garden looking around. I answered, that explains the red and brown leaves on your hair. I'm going to ask you again, and you better not lie to me. Where have you been, Lianna? Her mom asked sternly. Sometimes she thought her mom was more difficult than her dad. I was outside, I answered, and she looked at me, urging me to continue. I went out for a walk. How many times do I have to tell you to always? Always stay inside. If you want to go out, you go with some guards. Why do you have to always disobey me? She shouted, Mama. Do you have any idea what could happen to you? There are a lot of dangers out there, and no one would be able to protect you if you are alone. Let this not repeat itself again, she said sternly, and I nodded. Am I clear? Yes, Mum. I answered. Good. Sam, she called, and he came walking in. I want you to keep a close eye on Lianna. Make sure she doesn't go anywhere, and if she does, under your watch, your head is at stake, she said, then walked out. I actually tried stopping her from finding out, but she did. I don't think you can continue meeting him, but I want to, I said sadly. So how did it go? Lovely. He took me to this special place and we got to know each other. We even kissed, I said, smiling, remembering it. Don't you think you guys are rushing things? I think I'm going to agree with your mum on you not going anywhere. There are things that are happening now that are dangerous. It would be best if you obeyed your mum, but if you want to meet with him, tell me so I can escort you, he said, and she nodded. She liked talking to him about anything, and he always listened, although he was older. She continued chatting with him and learning things about him, and she was really itching to be with him. Now she understood why mates were so all over each other. The need to be with him was driving her crazy, and for him it was crazier because he was a male. This time she really wanted to meet him and told him. She told Sam about it, and he agreed to use his powers to transport her there after much convincing. She rushed into his arms when they got there, breathing in his scent. I'm so glad to see you again. I missed you so much, he said, stroking her hair. Same here, she said, and he pulled her into a kiss. Let's play hide and seek, he suggested. She'd have called it lame, but when mates played the game, they used it to get familiar with each other's scent, trying to find them, no matter where they are, how they masked their scent. Okay, let's play, she said, and she was the first to hide. They continued playing the game with them, finding each other easily. Anna thought it was too easy and there was no fun, so when next it was her turn, she ventured farther and farther into the forest, wondering how easily. Unknown to her, she was walking into the devil's lair. She wondered how long it'd take him to find her now. She was in a forest, sitting on a rock, waiting patiently for him to come find her, but instead of him coming to find her, someone else did. We meet again, White Wolf, she heard a voice say, and looked up to see the men who had attacked her previously, and this time they were many. What do you want from me? She asked, trying to sound bold despite how scared she was. He answered, and before she even had time to think or act, she was hit with a log. She woke up in a dark cell. There was no window, so there was no chance of her jumping through a window to escape. She was tied to a chair, and it was so tight her legs and hand was hurting and a bruise was forming. She started devising a plan to escape. She had been trained in loosing knots like this. Then she had found it useless, but was hoping it'd be useful now. She twisted and turned around in different ways, hoping for the rope to come loose, but it didn't. There was a rope in her left shoe, but she had no idea how to reach it. I see you're awake, the man said, walking in. He seemed to be the alpha due to his strong aura. He had a scar on the left part of his face that made him look ghastly, and he looked no more than 40. She wondered what he wants with her. She didn't even want to find out. Let me out of here this instant, she commanded, and he laughed. You are never leaving here, princess. You're mine now, he said, and it was her turn to laugh. I'm not yours. You don't own me. I don't belong to you and would never belong to you, she said, and it earned her a slap on her face. You are not to talk back at me ever again or you'd be severely punished. If you behave yourself you'd be treated like a queen, but if not you'd be treated worse than a slave. You are not to speak even if you are spoken to. Your purpose here is to bear my pups. He said sternly, your pups. Do I look like a baby machine? I don't want to have anything to do with you. No, I would not have anything to do with you, she said, and he pushed her chair off with her landing on her face. I didn't tell you to talk now, or did I? He shouted coldly, you would very much be a baby machine when I'm done with you, and you'd have everything to do with me. He said, then straightened her chair, giving her another slap on the face. I'd have to show you what I'm capable of doing tonight. He said, then called one of his men. By 6, take her to Ellie and have her dressed nicely. At exactly 7 p.m. bring her to my room, he ordered, and the guard bowed as he left. The guard glanced at her before leaving. She remembered her mother's warning and regretted being disobedient for once. If she had obeyed her mother, none of this would be happening. She wondered what the time was. Probably 4 or 5, so she had either or 2 hours to try getting out. She didn't want to wait to see what will happen by 7. After trying for 2 hours without succeeding, she got tired, and just then the guard walked in with a lady who she presumed to be Ellie. The guard untied the rope and she felt free. She stood up as the guard dragged her up, taking her to a room. The guard waited at the door while she walked in with Ellie. She began to devise a plan. You have to wear this. The alpha is waiting for you. Her voice was soft and sad. She looked beautiful, but her face had a lot of bruises and marks. Are you? The owner asked. I wouldn't say that now, she said with a sad laughter. He abuses you, doesn't he? Why are you still with him? She asked, frustrated. I can't leave, but you can, she said, and then gave me a knife that she took from under a pillow. You can go through the back door. Just keep on going straight, she said, and I thanked her. Just as I was about to jump through the window, the guard walked in, and before I could jump out, he took me by my hand and gave me a slap. The next thing I realized when I woke up was that I was in a dark room and I could make out a dark figure in it. I tried moving, but I couldn't. I was handcuffed to the bed and I couldn't get out of it. Don't waste your time. You won't be able to get out of here ever, he said, and I sobbed. Please let me go. I'm still a child. What do you want with me? I want children from you, and I'm going to get them tonight, he said, taking his clothes off. No, please. Let me go, please, I begged, crying. He had taken his clothes off and I was closing my eyes, not wanting to see anything. Open your eyes, he ordered coldly, but I still didn't want to. He came towards me and gave me a sounding slap on the face, making me to open my eyes. He tore my clothes away from me and was about laying on top of me, and I shouted for him to stop. He looked at me angrily. It will be better if I please you first. Why don't you take off my handcuff and let me treat you right? I said sweetly, trying not to gag, thinking of what was going to happen. Now that sounds like a good thing, he said, then took it off. Come closer so I can feel you, I said, and when he did, I quickly got out my knife and stabbed him in the groin, causing a loud scream and alerting the guards outside. I quickly stabbed him on the stomach and jumped through the window. I was running and they were chasing me, telling me to stop and go back, but I didn't listen, and so they started shooting, but stopped when someone shouted that they had to bring me back alive. I was running, not looking at where I was going, to having no sense of direction as long as I left here, when I bumped into someone and I started panicking. I didn't want to go back there. Thank goodness you're safe. I looked up to see Dexter, and a big smile appeared on my face as he hugged me. You're going to be safe, he said, pulling me behind him. The guards came running towards our direction and they started a shooting spree. It's not that I doubt Dexter's shooting skill, but only him couldn't take all of them. I had to do something. We would be better to than one. When a man fell down, I went and took his gun, then helped in taking them down. I didn't know you shoot, he said, and I turned to look at him. I was hoping I'd never have a reason to. Soon enough they started shifting into their wolf form and things were becoming heated. We can't do this. We need back up or we get out of here, I said, and he smiled. Your mum's here, Dexter said, pointing to a brown wolf. Oh, I'm so going to be in a lot of trouble after this. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐴𝐿 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sam walked in, also burning people and houses down. They probably want to destroy the pack. There were a lot of people from my pack that were also fighting. When things got too intense, 𝐿𝐸 took me away from there cause they wanted to use me as a leverage. When everything was over, the pack was destroyed and we were back home, I was prepared for my parents' rant. Haven't we told you to never go out of the pack? My dad shouting, and when I refused to talk he let out a loud answer me, causing me to shudder. Yes, you have, I answered. Then why do you go ahead doing the opposite? Do you know what would have happened to you if we hadn't arrived? You would have been raped for God's sake. Do you know how? I'm sorry, okay. I shouldn't have left here now, I know why you never let me leave. I don't plan on leaving here anytime soon. Anytime soon? My mother questioned. Okay, never. But how am I supposed to be with Axel? We take care of that. My parents said leaving, and then Axel walked in. Hey, you're good? He asked, embracing me. No, my parents don't want me to leave home again, I said sadly. Don't worry, we'd figure something out, he said. Then we kissed but was interrupted by Sam. I'm sorry to do this, but it's for the best. Back to present day. You shouldn't have compelled the truth out of me, Sam said angrily. Yeah, you shouldn't have. Damon spoke up angrily. That's if his name was really Damon. I was done with people lying to me and wouldn't take it from Sam nor my mate who even lied about his name. Don't get me started with you, Damon, Axel, or whatever bloody thing you call yourself. I'd be going on a long break and wouldn't update for a month or two. Please bear with me. In this story, I found out that I've lost crucial parts of my memory and was deceived by those around me. This feeling of betrayal is both infuriating and shocking. Chapter 23. Call me whatever you want. I couldn't care less, he said angrily with his cold voice and then stormed out. His cold demeanor was back. Sam looked at me angrily and I knew that there was a lot of things he wanted to tell me. He shouldn't have compelled me to tell you. Some things are better left unknown, he said, then walked out. I still don't get why they are mad at me. I was the one who lost a vital part of my memory, or better still had it wiped out, but they turned the cards on me, making me seem like the bad one. I had every right to be mad at Sam. He was the only person I told a lot of things, and he didn't deem it necessary to tell me about Damon. I feel like a fool. When I thought that we were both finally managing to get along, this comes up. If he can lie to me with something as important as his name, then there was nothing he couldn't lie about. I walked in to join all of them, and when I got there, Damon and Sam just walked out. What's wrong? Vulcan asked, and I just ignored him, not knowing what to say. My mate lied to me about his name, or my best friend has been lying to me all this while and even wiped out my memory. The day began on a fairly good note. I don't see it being like that anytime soon. Take your bags. We leave now, Sam said, taking his and walking away, and so did Damon. What happened with when you guys were out? Jonathan asked. I don't want to talk about it, I said, then walked away too. The last thing I want to do is telling someone about it. I still didn't know why wiping my memory was necessary. I didn't even figure out how to shift to a wolf, and I couldn't ask Sam anytime soon cause of the situation we were in, and I doubt if he'd even tell me when we were on talking terms. You're overthinking, Vulcan said, and I turned to look at him. Relax. I wanted to snap at him, but I simply chose to keep my mouth shut. I'm not telling you to tell me about it. I'm just telling you to not think about it. Whatever you are thinking about is bringing a frown to your face, and let's just say you look less beautiful with a frown on your face, so smile. There's nothing to smile about, I said smugly. No. There's every reason to smile, he said, and I just nodded, wanting the topic to drop. So what do you plan on doing after finding your mate? Take her back to the palace with me and make her my queen. That sounds cool. Being royalty, I said, and he just shrugged. Nah, it's nothing cool. There are a lot of do's and don'ts, he replied. I can imagine, I said, and he just nodded. What if you don't find your mate? I will. We're not done with this trip yet, are we? She could be a witch. Is that okay in the vampire kingdom? If it isn't, they'd have to make do with it. She's my mate, and that's all that matters. I don't care what the society has to say. You quite have a way with words. I'm sure she'd be happy being with you. Unlike the way I am now, I hope so, he said with a smile. We finally stopped when we got to a river. It was so calm, but I remember Sam calling it feisty. The goal is to get to the other side no matter what. If you don't make it, you belong to the water goddess. Sam said, how won't we make it? Look at the water, dude. It's as peaceful as. See you on the other side. Sam said, doing us the favor of carrying our bags before he started walking on the stones and successfully got to the other side. But when it was our turn to, a force pushed us off it with us landing in the water, and now it looked nothing but calm. Aside from Sam, every one of us was thrown into the river, battling to reach the surface. What the hell is wrong with this river? Vulcan asked angrily. We struggled and struggled to appear on the surface, but when it seems like we have a chance we'd be drawn back under like a force was controlling it, it was extremely difficult trying to breathe underwater. I found myself gasping for breath every time. I don't know how, but Damon managed to get out, leaving Vulcan, Jonathan, and I. It was getting worse. The force was pulling us deeper into the water, causing us to shake our legs violently trying to get out of its grasp, but it just got worse. The more we try fighting it, the harder it becomes. It even got to the point that Jonathan got tired, stopped fighting it, and he went deeper into the water, getting lost in it, and when I finally managed to get my head out of the water, I saw Jonathan on the other side. Vulcan figured it out, leaving just me in there. I was panicking. I didn't want to die here. I was left alone and I could be killed in the water. I struggled frantically to get out of the water, but all to no avail. I came up breathing for air, and as I tried swimming towards the direction of the bank, the force pulled me down again. I'd have screamed, but that wasn't possible. Something was in the water and it was out to get me. I came up again panting, trying to get enough oxygen in my lungs, but the force pulled me in again, wrapping my leg, causing me to wiggle them free violently. It was stupid struggling with something I couldn't see, trying to break free from its grip. Is this supposed to be happening? She has been there for more than 30 minutes. Damon said, and I could feel the panic in his voice. I couldn't care less, seriously. What was he doing now? Finally, I gave up. If the thing was going to take me, it should. I was done fighting something I couldn't see, like a fool. If I couldn't see it, it couldn't be real. It was just a figment of my imagination. Upon discovering that, I was able to get out of the water successfully, and after that it didn't drag me down again. I was finally with the others. Once with them, I let out a loud sigh. That is something I don't want to go through again. My whole body was wet. I had lost my beanie in the water and my hair was dripping wet, and I totally hated being wet. This day just keeps on getting worse. We continued the rest of the journey in silence until we reached our next stop. It was pretty dark already, maybe 7 or 8. So what happens next? Jonathan asked. We had stopped, but it didn't seem as if it was to get some rest. We find you, a voice replied, and we all turned to look at who it was. It was a very beautiful young girl with fair skin, a very lustful body. Her eyes were simply captivating. I was afraid to look at it for long in case she trapped me in it. Hey, handsome, she said, walking towards Damon and wrapping her hand around his neck and with that eyes of hers. What is she? Damon asked, stuttering. She's a nymph. Sam answered, she's beautiful. Jonathan said, looking at her lustfully. Do you think she can be my mate? Vulcan asked. They were love-struck. She just appeared out of nowhere and all of them want her already. That's my mate you're holding there. Do me a favor and get your hands off him. I said politely. He doesn't have a problem with it, does he? She said, trailing her hand down his neckline to his stomach. I haven't even done that and she's doing it. Well, I do. Get your hands off my mate now. I said, angrily, walking towards her when Sam pulled me to him, and she laughed. What can you possibly do to me? She asked, laughing. Even her laugh was breathtaking. Why are we still here, Sam? Let's go. She has to grant us entry. And I know just what I want, she said, grinning widely. Please not Damon. Please not Damon. I want him. Well, you can't have him, I said, and she looked at me. All trace of her being nice was gone. I'm going to have him, even if it means killing all of you, she said, smiling. What do we do? I asked Sam. I can't let her have him. He's mine. That's if he wants you, Sam said, and I looked at him angrily. What do you mean by that? Exactly what you know I mean, he answered, and I just walked away from him. Vulcan and Jonathan had that look as if they were enthralled. That's it. She enchanted them. She's making them want her. I was going to ask her to let him go when I stopped dead in my tracks. What are you doing here? I asked, stuttering. Before she could answer me, I saw myself standing outside my former pack house.
Laura and they had us all tied.
We couldn't get out no matter how hard we've been trying, and Sam's powers wasn't even working. Laurie, leave her alone. Take us, but just let your sister go. Mom, said Laurie. She asked coldly. You lost the chance of calling me that when I was 5. When you gave birth to this imbecile you call my sister, and you're going to pay. You're going to pay for choosing her over me, in fact for even giving birth to the demon, and you're going to watch me ruin that stupid prophecy. You'd watch as I kill your precious child, then kill you, she said, smiling. You're insane. You're the demon, not her. You're scared, aren't you? You're scared that she'd ruin you. Dad said, and she stabbed him furiously on the stomach. Stop. Please stop. I shouted, crying, but she didn't listen to me. Leave our parents alone. Our parents? You mean your pathetic excuse of a parent? I'd kill all of you. Every single one of you. Let them go. Just take me. I said, crying. Now was the fun in that? I still get you either way, so. She started torturing all of us with anything. She even made the temperature of the room so cold that we were freezing, and we usually had a tolerance to that. She kept on stabbing the dagger in my stomach, and I kept on screaming and crying. She did the same thing to all of us until she got tired of that and got a gun, which she pointed at me. Say goodbye to your beloved daughter, she said, then shot it directly to my heart. I was gasping for breath within seconds. I couldn't survive this. None of us could. Isn't she lovely in red? She pointed the gun at parents next. I hope you rot in hell for being the worst parents ever, she said, then shot them both where she had shot me. No. I screamed with all that I could and sobbed. She didn't even let them say anything to me. She just took them away from me. Why aren't you dead? She asked, pointing the gun at me, and before she pulled the trigger, I disappeared with Sam. Come with me, Lee, my mom said, leading me to her, and I followed. I continued to follow and follow her. Where are we going to, Mum? Where we can be together forever. Your dad's waiting for you, she said, smiling. Dad? I asked, and she smiled. I continued to follow her until we got to a door. Come on, let's go, she said, and just as I was about to enter the door I took a step back. She's not real. She's not my mom. My parents were dead. I couldn't see them again. I ran away from her until I got to where I was before. The look on their faces was scary. They looked lost, as if they were in a trance, as if their soul had left them. Every single one of them, and I began to panic, screaming, but no one heard me. Was I like that few minutes ago? Damon, listen to me, I said, hitting him, but he didn't move. Look at me, Damon, I said, turning his face to look at me, but he didn't. I did the same thing for everyone, but no one looked at me. They couldn't talk. Walk. Nothing. They were lifeless. Chapter 24. Jonathan was the first to come back. He looked disoriented. He turned to look at me, and I gave him a small smile, not knowing what to do. What happened to the rest? He asked. I don't know. You were like that too. What happened to you? It happened to the rest? He asked. I don't know. You were like that too. What happened to you? My worst nightmare. He answered, and there was this sound we heard after that. And what is that? My past. The darkest of them all. I relived it. He answered, so that's what that was. This is crazy. Very. Let's just hope they get out of it. Vulcan was the next to get out of the trance, and he had the same look that Jonathan had. We waited for them to snap out of it, then Sam was next. We've been waiting for the past 30 minutes for Damon to come back, but nothing happened. Could it be that he was trapped there already? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfading patience, enthusiasm. Damon called frantically, panting. He was panting although he was still in a trance. I don't understand why we could hear him. His emotions were definitely stronger. Please don't leave me. Don't leave me. He was uttering the same word he uttered the morning I woke up, and it was not directed at Chi-Chi. It was directed at Arya. Who then was Arya? The question was left hanging in the air. Don't leave me, Arya, he said again. At this rate, if he's not trapped yet, he probably would be. Yay! The nymph shouted excitedly. What? I asked, staring from her to Sam. We can still get him right. No, we can't. She took him to let us move to the next stage of this journey. Sam said. You've got to be kidding me. I'm not leaving him here for anything. Then you die. All of a sudden roots started appearing from the ground, turning into trees. Live ones. This can't be good. We can talk this out, can't we? Jonathan said. You're very pretty, you know that. Leave our friend for us, 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐰. All the living trees, about 5 in number, turned to look at us. Damon. Damon, come back to me, will you? Stay with me, I said, tapping him, trying to see if he'd wake up, but he was long gone. How on earth do we even fight this thing? I turned away from Damon to be faced with one. It was holding a sword in its hand, which it tried to use to strike me, but I dodged. How does a tree get a S? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝. Enthusiasm. Couldn't it have gotten something natural? I've been trying to defeat it, but it was futile. It wasn't even affecting it. All my bows and strike. I guess there's no bad in using my powers now. The tree was about striking me when I pushed it away with a strong gust of wind. It looked at me with a raised brow, and I did the same. It attacked me, and I kept dodging, attacking it, until I had the perfect moment to strike, then burnt it, and since it was wood, it caught fire instantly. Sam and I concentrated in burning it while Jonathan and Vulcan had to dodge being killed. When we had finished burning it all up, Damon wasn't still conscious. I got a hold of the nymph and was holding a knife to her throat. Release him, I said, and she just disappeared. I turned around trying to find where she was, but I couldn't see her. It was like she disappeared into thin air at ease until she started hitting me. First it was a cut on my ankle, causing me to fall and hold it in pain. The next was on my stomach. I turned trying to find out where she was, but instead I got a cut on my wrist. I was trying desperately to find her, but she was invisible. I laid my hands on the floor, and immediately it started turning to snow. I'd be sure to see her footprints on them. When she came next, I could see her footprints coming towards me, and I started to freeze it from the bottom to the top until she was a frozen statue. Just as I was about to burn it, Sam stopped me, and I turned to look at him. She has to release him, remember? Doesn't he get released when she dies? What if she doesn't want to release him, Harland? Where do we find them? Vulcan asked. This particular one lives in the water. Sam answered. Water? I already dreaded water since this morning incident with the river, and I wasn't ready to face another one. Why do we even have to go to all this stress to get to the witch's kingdom? I can see why you don't visit often. This is torture, Jonathan said. And that's why I'm going alone, Sam answered, looking at me like I would jeopardize his plan. Good for us then, I said, and we watched as he walked away. You're not going to follow him? Jonathan asked. Hopefully he's got this, I said, and defrosted the snow till it was the same forest as it was. After waiting for hours, Sam finally showed up with Damon, but he still didn't look himself. What's wrong with him? I asked. Kiss him, said. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. We weren't even on talking terms now, Sam said urgently, and I wasted no time in taking his mouth. He didn't respond at first, but after a minute he began to give in, taking control of the kiss. You're here, he said after pulling out of the kiss, looking at me as if I wasn't really there. Yes, I'm here, Damon. I'm here, I answered, and he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me into a tight embrace. You didn't leave me. You're here, he said, then gave me a kiss on the forehead. We resumed the journey, finding a place to sleep, and while we walked, Damon didn't let go of my hands at all. We finally found a cave to stay, and I entered there, laying a blanket there. Whatever happened to Damon, and I was really troubling him. It brought up memories that he had probably buried. Stay with me. Don't leave me, Damon said, pulling me to his side as we slept. I'm here, Damon. I'm with you, I said, and he smiled. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to talk about the nightmare you had? I'm sorry, I don't want to talk about it, he said, and I sighed. I wasn't expecting him to tell me anyway. You would talk about it someday, I asked. Maybe someday. Go to sleep, princess, he said, kissing my forehead. You too. To my 𝐿𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐷𝐸 𝐿𝐷𝐸. He pulled me closer to him that there was no space between us, and I rested my head on his chest and he stroked my hair until I fell asleep. The next morning we woke up and continued our. It was getting longer, and I hope we get there sooner than later. We left there and continued our journey. Sam and I didn't talk much, but at least Damon was talking to me, even if he didn't say much. Jonathan was trying to make the place lively by involving us all in a debate, but when it started getting into an heated argument between Vulcan and Damon, it ended. Then Jonathan resolved to saying jokes to lighten the mood, but didn't work. Not saying a word, and the silence was too much. I was exhausted and hungry. How much more do we have to walk before getting there? We're here. Sam spoke up and we all turned to look around us. It was an empty, vast area. We were staring at nothing, and it was supposed to be our destination. So how long would it take to get to the witch's house? Damon asked. You're looking at it. Sam answered. Is this some kind of joke? Was her house burnt to the ground or something? Jonathan asked angrily. Don't tell me this journey was for nothing, cause I don't know what I'm going to do to someone. Vulcan said angrily. Everyone was angry that our journey was all for nothing and a waste of time, while Sam just looked at us saying nothing. Would you all just keep quiet? Sam shouted, and we all did, wanting to hear what he has to say for himself. You should have let me explain before jumping into silly conclusions. You can't see the house cause it's protected by a spell. So I'd have to cast a spell before it comes to view. Well, no one thought of that. I kinda felt a little bit stupid. I should have guessed that was the case, but I didn't. Nobody did. We all stood in silence and watched Sam cast the spell until the house came into view. After casting it, he just walked inside, not saying a word, and we just followed. The house was small, but at least it looked like it could contain all of us. It looked welcoming and homely, like a normal human being house. I was half expecting to find her making some kind of poisonous soup or doing something out of the ordinary. Instead, she was just watching TV. Weird. How does she even get signal and all, considering the environment? Sam, long time no see, she said, turning to look at us. I see you brought your friends. Not dangerous, I hope. They're all good, Hilda, Sam said, and she nodded. What brings you here? She asked after the introduction. She's under a spell. Black magic, and we were hoping you could help break it. Okay, but we do it tomorrow. I've had a long day, I need to rest, you all should too. There are 2 empty rooms by the left, she said, and entered a room that was obviously hers. So how's sleeping arrangements going to be? Jonathan asked. I'm hungry. I whined and everyone turned to look at me. I'd stay up in the living room. You all can take the room, Vulcan answered, and that was how I was ignored. Seems like you would be sleeping with me again, Lianna, Damon said, and I just nodded. But I'm hungry. I whined and no one even looked in my direction. I wasn't liking this at all. There's food in the fridge, Hilda said, coming out of the room with clothes, and she handed to me. Thank you. At least someone listens to me. I said it. She smiled, and that was when I realized that she's pretty. She had long black hair with pitch black eyes. Her face was somewhat oval and her nose pointed, but what I noticed most was her lips. They were so red. Before I could come up with crazy things that she did for them to be that red, she pulled me to the kitchen and laid the food on the table. The guys were still in the living room, leaving just me and her, and I was slightly scared. She could murder me and make a stew with my body parts and then grind my bones till they are smooth and use them to some ingredient to solve one of people's numerous problems. She was looking at me intently, and I guess she was already going over her plans or reading my future or my mind. You are pretty, she said, and I just looked at her, totally surprised and confused. Thanks, I guess, I said, and she nodded. You have to be careful. Someone wants what you have and would stop at nothing to get what they want. Now I was scared and confused. What could I possibly have that someone wants? Who and what does the person want? I asked, and she just totally ignored me. You should rest. I figure it wasn't a smooth journey, she said, then went out to the living room, and I just ate the food, not worrying too much about what she said. It must probably be Law and Day. It's nothing new. After eating I went to the room to find Damon just getting out of the bathroom shirtless, wearing just shorts and Goshi's body. Don't worry me, Lianna. It's all yours, he said with a smirk and laid down, and because I had nothing to say I just got into the bathroom and did all the necessary things that had to be done. I came out of the bathroom wearing the cloth she had given me, which was a nightgown, and I was pretty uncomfortable with it, but I was glad it wasn't exposing anything. It wasn't red or white. It was thankfully black. I laid down beside him ready to sleep. Thank goodness we were already here. I could get the spell broken and a small part of this would be over. I turned to look at Damon, who was closing his eyes but not at sleep. This was the perfect time to do what I've wanted to do. Look at his body for as long as I want. His body was magnificent, like it was sculptured to perfection. His muscles and pecs were just mind-blowing, and I could stay up all night looking at him. He seemed to have various tattoos around his body. They were mostly written in languages I couldn't read or understand, and I looked at them closely. Some seemed to have been hiding scars, but it was nothing out of the ordinary. Everyone has scars. He hid his behind his tattoo. I was about taking my eyes off him, but noticed another one. It was not a writing, it was a crescent moon shape. Looking closely at it, it didn't seem as if it was a tattoo. It looked like a birthmark, and not just anyone had birthmarks like that. Chapter 25. Okay, let's get this done with, I said as Hildy ushered me to her private area where she helped people with her magic, and I was kinda scared, not knowing what to expect. Would it be easy to get rid of? Would it really be gone? Everything's gonna be fine. You'd finally be free from her now, Jonathan said reassuringly, and I just nodded, not me what else to say. If I get rid of her now, there's every guarantee that she'd find another way to make my life hell. It's gonna be okay, me, Lianna. Don't think too much about it, Damon said, giving my hand a tiny squeeze, probably to reassure me, but if anything it just made my heart race more than it was already. Now boys, get out of here, I have to do my job, Hilda said, kicking them out. Good luck, Lee. You're going to need it, Sam said as he walked out. His words made me more scared. Vulcan gave me a thumbs up. Jonathan just smiled, and Damon gave me a kiss on the forehead, telling me everything would be all right. I just hoped so, and that this wasn't going to be the last time with them. Now that they are all out, may we begin? Sure. What do I do? I asked, and she directed me to lay down on a bed while she got ready. So what are you going to do? I thought it was just to get a protective amulet or something. Yours is more than that. You'd have to do this on your own. I just help you in any way I can. I could tell that my mouth was open and my jaw was nearly reaching the ground. What do you mean I get to do it on my own? I don't even know what to do. I could die. Don't worry, it won't come to that. She said it won't come to that. That means things are bound to get nasty. I said, listen, calm down, okay? Everything's going to be fine, she said, and I just nodded. I hope she wasn't trying to calm me down by saying that. Okay, so let's get started, she said, lighting candles and burning incense. Close your eyes. I did as I was told and closed my eyes. Don't think about anything and concentrate on that. I closed my eyes and she continued casting her spell, and I was trying hard not to think about anything. Your main aim should be to burn all the dolls, Hilda said. I was about to ask how and why, but I saw in a dark room. I looked closely and spotted the 2 dolls. This should be easy, just to burn the dolls right. I stretched my hand to use fire to burn it, but before I could continue I was pushed to the wall by an invisible force. Can't something in my life be easy? What a pleasure to meet you, sister. The voice I always like to hear. The one and only Lianna. She stepped out of the shadows with a smile on her face. This isn't fair. Can't she just let me get away with this? I think she's tormented me enough. The pleasure is all mine, sister, I said, smiling. So to what I owe this visit? She asked, smiling. I get to kill you today, so thanks for coming to me. What exactly do you have against me? Seriously, I don't see why she hates me. I don't plan on killing her. I don't give a damn about the prophecy if she exists to me. I can't even begin to list it, she said, using the wind element to push me back. Or because you have nothing to list, I said, using the water element to push her backward, and she laughed. For someone that is destined to kill me, you suck at fighting, she said, throwing a fireball at which I dodged. For someone who had that power and is presumed to be great, "You suck at aiming," I said, perfectly hitting her with a strong wind throwing her across the room. "I'd watch my mouth if I were you," she said, continuing to throw fireballs at me that I successfully dodged or quenched with water. "I think I'm the one that's supposed to tell you that. I'm not the one who is doomed to be destroyed, or am I?" I said, throwing her fireballs which she dodged. "I hate you. You're just a mistake," she said, going to the door and stabbing it with a knife on the stomach, causing me to let out a loud scream and my stomach to bleed. "You know what? You're just a coward. Why don't you just face me? And you aren't I. I just want to watch you screaming while I do this," she said, stabbing my shoulder, and I let scream. "You have no idea how much satisfaction I'm getting from this," she said, then started throwing the doll around, causing me to hit my head against one wall or another or an object. "You're so pathetic. I'm going to correct the mistake of you being born by killing you," she said angrily. My body was aching me so much. How could she do this to me? It didn't help that I was in pain and was already bleeding from the stabs. She didn't seem to mind at all. I stretched my hands aiming for the doll to burn it, but before it reached the doll she dragged the doll, making me miss my target and flying across the room till I hit the wall. I let out a loud scream. My head was really aching me. I won't be surprised if my brain comes out with all the hit. Some people say the brain looks like a macaroni or shredded rice. Maybe I will be finding out soon, but let me not think of that right now. I still don't know what you're getting from doing this. The satisfaction of seeing you hurt, of watching you being your usual weak self," she shouted angrily, and I decided to try again, but I ended up burning the table. "You're never going to be free from me, Lianna," she said. "I will be free from you, 𝐿 I said, "Only when you're dead," she said, smirking. "And seeing the way you are now, it's not far from now. Don't be so sure. To my 𝐿 𝐷𝐞𝐿 unveiled 𝐾𝐥𝐻𝐬. "Oh, I am sure," she said, taking a coal from the fire and placing it on the area of my stomach that she stabbed, causing me to let a scream. It was burning me, especially since it was on the wound, and I couldn't help but continue screaming, 𝐿. "You're never going to be free from me, Lianna. Never." At this point I felt like I was going to die. I was hurting all around and I couldn't do anything to stop it. I continued to scream as the heat of the coal was going to the wound. I didn't even know when tears started slipping from my eyes. I didn't want to appear weak. Crying wasn't something I wanted to do now, but I couldn't help it. The pain is so excruciating. "Wow, is that tears I see? My little sister that's meant to hurt me is crying because I'm hurting her," she said, laughing. She continued to do it and I kept screaming. "Please, stop." "Oh, but I haven't even started yet," she said with a smirk, and I tried burning the doll again, but failed, causing her to laugh. I let out a loud scream and stretched out my hands, bringing out the fire, and directed it towards the doll, and this time I burnt it. The type of joy and relief that was surging through me knew no bound. I was free from her, at least for now. She shouted, giving me her signature glare. I used a strong wind pushing her to the ground, and just as she was about to stand up I quickly threw a dagger that was in my boots at her stomach and used the wind to push her with a strong force until she hit her head strongly against wall. When I wanted to do something to at least hurt her. Damon's POV. We are outside the room waiting for Hilda to do whatever she wanted to do to deliver Lianna from the bondage she was in. I hate it when it happens to her and I have no idea what to do. It made me feel helpless and useless. I couldn't even protect her. After waiting outside for like 5 minutes I began to hear her screaming. 𝐿 was probably hurting her. I wanted to be there with her. To be there for her. I couldn't run outside, and so I barged in. Hilda looked at me with a look of annoyance, probably for disturbing her, but I didn't mind. Lee was hurting. I went to where she laid and held her hand. Her face wasn't peaceful or calm like it always was, and then she had started screaming loudly. I wonder what 𝐿 was doing to her now. She continued screaming, and I don't know what Hilda was doing, if she could still feel the pain. Aren't you supposed to help stop it? Why is she still in pain? I asked angrily. She has to do this on her own. She has to defeat 𝐿. You're kidding me. What can she probably do to defeat 𝐿? Look at the state she's in currently. What is she supposed to do? There was a lot of burns on her stomach and a deep cut. She also had a cut on her shoulder, and this was the ones that we could see. I'm sure she'd have been throwing her around. Calm down, she's a strong girl. She'd get through it. Tears started slipping from her eyes and it broke me to see her that way. I slowly began to wipe the tears away. I don't even want to know what she's going through right now, cause whatever it is, it's really hurting her to cry. I hate that I can't do anything to protect her from what she's going through, and it just annoys me a lot and makes me feel useless. I just want to hold her in my arms and protect her from everything and everyone, including myself. Her eyes sprang open, and I pulled her into a hug and she flinched and I looked at her. Her stomach was filled with lots of scars and cuts. She was also bleeding and her shoulder but her stomach was in a really bad condition. She continued to cry and I just held her in my arms, stroking her hair. I don't know what to say to her. The last time something like this happened I said something that pissed her off, but now I was going to say little or no words. I don't want to do anything that would push her away from me. I just hope that this small gesture will be enough for her. Her face was buried in my chest and I just continued to pat and stroke her hair, and occasionally telling her that everything was okay now. She stopped crying and her eyes were red and puffy. You're going to be fine now, okay? I'm here for you, I said, and for a second I was expecting her to laugh and throw it in my face, but instead she just smiled and hugged me. Thanks for being here. You didn't have to come with me, but you did. I'm still surprised as to why you came, but I'm glad you did. I came because I wanted to be here. To be here for you, and you don't have to thank me for anything because I always want to be here for you, Lianna, I said, still hugging her, and she smiled. Chapter 26. Lianna was taken away from me by Hilda to be treated. There was blood all around and her cuts were a lot. After it was treated she fell asleep and I don't think she would be waking up anytime soon. It was the perfect time for me to talk about it with Hilda. No one was around. Just the three of us. I want to talk to you. I started. I knew you'd want to do that. Let's go somewhere private, she said, leading the way to her other special room. What can I do to protect her? After having the talk with Hilda, it just ruined my mood rather than uplifting it. I wanted to do anything to protect her, but what she was asking for was just too much. But I think I'd do it if it means her being safe from me and everything. I went back to the room we shared currently and saw her still sleeping. She looks so beautiful. I can't even begin to describe her. I love her sea blue eyes and hair. I really love her hair. It's so soft and the color is amazing. I still don't get why she has to color it, cause her hair as beautiful as that should be showcased, not hidden. I laid next to her, stroking her hair. I seem to like doing that now. I just wanted a life with her devoid of all the things we're going through. I wanted to make her happy, keep her safe and hold on to her, but all these options were impossible. Hey, she said as she sat upright. How are you feeling? I've seen better days. I'd heal before tomorrow, so I'm okay. And you'd be okay for a while, I said, stroking her hair. I hope so, she said, smiling a little. Thanks for having us here and helping her out. Sam said, yeah. We really appreciate it. I said, thanks a lot, Hilda. I really appreciate your help. Anytime, she said, smiling, and Lianna laughed, saying, I'm hoping there wouldn't be a next time. They hugged and all, and when we were about to go she pulled me back and gave me a bracelet. You should give it to her. It'd help protect her for a while, she said. Thanks. I really appreciate everything you've done. To my 𝐿𝐷𝐸 my Lindelben. Hearts out, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sincerely, I am very grateful. Just protect her, okay? She said, with my life. I said, and she smiled. Come on, Damon, let's go, she shouted, and I nodded at Hilda, giving her a small smile before going to meet her. Thank goodness you're okay now, Jonathan said, hugging her, and I didn't like it at all. I don't like the fact that she's surrounded by guys, especially Jonathan that's also a wolf, and I just hate when she's with Vulcan. That just makes my boil seeing them together. I just hope that's all. I really don't want to go through that again, she said. You won't, I promise, Sam said, and she hugged him. I really couldn't stand seeing them, so I walked ahead of them, thinking of things in my pack. I had left my pack in the hands of my beta, and I was just hoping that everything was okay. Hey, Lianna said, walking beside me, and I just turned to look at her. I see you're looking good, I said, and she smiled. I'm just happy that everything is okay for now. Why do you keep on saying for now? She's still out there. She's not going to stop till she's killed me, she answered. She's not going to kill you, okay? I'm not so sure about that. She's probably coming up with something else as we speak. Why is she hell-bent on killing you? The question has been bothering me for a while. Why would one sister want to kill another? She's just scared of the prophecy that says I'd kill her. She answered that explains it. We talked throughout our walk and I got to know a thing or two about her, and it made me admire her more. We got to a place and decided to rest for a while. I wonder why we couldn't just appear in my pack. It'd make things so much easier. So, where do you guys plan on staying? I really wanted her to stay with me, to be with me every day and night. We'd find a place around. She answered, or you can stay at my place. I offered, hoping that she'd say yes to it. No thanks. Like I said, we'd find a place around. She replied, well, if you change your mind the offer still stands. I said, and she nodded before walking out. I seriously don't understand why she just outrightly rejected my offer. I wasn't expecting it to, but it hurt that she did. Lianna's POV. I can't believe that he offered me a place to stay with him, since I'd been wondering how we were going to survive without a place to stay, but I couldn't just accept his offer nor offer what I went through there. I know no one as pack likes me, especially that Chi-Chi, and I don't want to stay when no one likes me, and I don't even know what Damon thinks about me. He might have offered me a place to stay at his, but he could still avoid me and just continue with his attitude and kissing Chi-Chi, talking her side and all, and I don't want that. Why did you reject his offer? Jonathan asked, sitting beside me on a rock. I just felt like I should. You know how he gets with his mood swings. I don't want him to regret it later. Would he have suggested it if he wasn't sure about it? You have to trust the guy a bit. He came all the way here for you. I don't think I'd go through all that for anyone. He cares about you even if he really doesn't show it a lot, but it's that obvious. Don't push him out. What if all the times he pushed me out? I feel like he's going to do it again, Jonathan. I don't know how I'd handle that. You just have to trust that he wouldn't. If you keep on doubting and pushing him out, I don't think anything can happen with you guys. You have to open up to him and trust him, Lee. I don't know, but I try. I said, and he hugged me. You're lucky to have found your mate. Don't do things that you'd regret later. I hope I won't. I said, and he said the same thing too. So how do I tell him I accept his offer? Simple. Just tell him. Jonathan said, and I sighed, hoping that the offer still stands. We went back to where everyone was and we continued our journey, and just when we reached a path, some creatures started coming out of the ground and we started running. Well, I did. The creatures were. I don't even know how to explain it. It looked like a worm, but it was as big and long as a normal snake and it had fangs. I don't want to know what it can do with that. What the hell is that? I asked, screaming. It's an ancient creature. It's created with dark magic with the sole aim of killing the person it was told to. Sam answered, please don't tell me it is me. I said, already getting tired of all the chase. He didn't even have to answer me because they started coming in my direction, and I started screaming and running. Stop running, Lee, Sam shouted, and I stood still. I was hoping that they'd also stop as I did, but no, they didn't. If anything, they increased their pace. Can I continue running, or? Sam didn't even answer, so I ran. I kept running around in circles, hoping they'd leave me alone. After some time I got tired and had to stop to catch my breath, and I didn't even realize I was surrounded until it was too late. I used my powers, fire to be precise, to burn it, and imagine my joy when it doesn't affect it. I tried freezing it, but it didn't affect it either. What the hell? Why isn't it affecting it? I asked, already panicking. They could kill me. All 5 of them. Sam tried also, and I was thinking it would work out because he was a wizard, but it didn't, and the most annoying thing was that I was at a dead end. I can't believe I am going to die like this. Being bitten by a creature that I don't even know its name. Not that I cared anyway. What are we going to do? We have to get her out of there, Damon and Jonathan said. It was times like this I wished I was able to fly. I took out my arrow and bow and started shooting them, but they still didn't die. It only slowed them down for a while, and before I knew it they were close to me again. Sam started using his powers to lift me up in the air until I was where he stood, coming towards me again, and I wanted to cry out of frustration. What do we do now? I asked. You just have to make sure you don't get bitten. Sam answered. I'm so doomed. So I kept dodging the snakes, but it didn't last for long and I was surrounded by them again, and this time no one saw it coming 'cause it bit me, and I let out the loudest scream ever. It was freaking painful and stinging, and I kept on screaming till the point where tears started slipping out. And one would have thought they'd have left after getting what they want. Damon came to meet me and carried me, but they still followed me. How the hell do we get rid of it? Vulcan asked, what do I do? She's getting. My whole body was hurting me. The venom of the creature was spreading and it just made me feel so weak and I felt like I was going to die. I survived 𝐿𝐼 just to get killed by an unknown creature. It was somewhat funny. My whole energy was drained and it didn't help that my body was on fire. If I survived this, it'd be a miracle. There was a loud noise and I looked up to see a dragon. A full real dragon. This just completed the list of things I saw during this journey. I don't know what I hadn't seen now. The dragon started breathing out fire and everyone went out to take cover and I couldn't keep my eyes open any longer. The last thing I remember was the dragon's fire destroying the creatures and Damon calling out my name before I blacked out. Chapter 27. Damon's POV. Her breathing was getting slower by the minute until she closed her eyes and I couldn't feel it anymore. I just went into panic mode screaming her name. It made me remember what I had to go through before and I don't want to go through it again. I couldn't lose someone that means this much to me again. I know that she wouldn't stay long, but I was hoping that we could stay together for a while. I wasn't prepared to lose her this early, it was just scary. What the hell are we going to do? She's not waking up. I shouted, causing them to run over. I felt like I might just break down any time soon. Come on, Lee. Wake up, Jonathan said, tapping her furiously. She's not waking, what do we do? Vulcan asked. We take her. I turned to look at the person who said that, and I think it was the people that came with the dragons. I actually didn't notice them. Is there any chance of her waking up? The chances are slim. It depends on how fast she responds to treatment. Okay. You may take her, I said, giving her to them. You may come with us. We got on the dragon and it flew to their abode, and immediately we got there they started to attend to her. I just hope she survives this, 'cause it's not easy to. Sam said. I could see how everyone was worried about her and how much they cared, and it made me realize that I haven't been there for her, and if she can make it out alive, I want to make it up to her. To have her back. Be there for her and treat her like how a mate should be treated. She was in a room where they attended to her while we waited, in a place like a reception. I hate that I couldn't be there 'cause I wanted to know what they were doing. Everyone was seated and suddenly Vulcan stood up with much force and started looking around frantically. I actually don't know what was wrong with him. Maybe he was hungry and he wanted to eat a particular person, and then it hit me. It was his mate. He was intoxicated with the scent of his mate. A girl walked past and I heard him whisper mate as she walked by. She was average height, had brown hair and eyes, and she was really pretty. I watched as his eye was continuously changing color between red and black. What's wrong with you? Jonathan asked, and Vulcan didn't respond. I don't even want to wait to find out, he said, walking to sit at farthest part of the room. She still hasn't woken up. We're still trying to get the venom out. And the meantime you could wait in a more conducive place. Is there any chance that she can't survive it? There's a slim chance of her surviving it, she answered. What's your name? Vulcan asked. To my authentic coordinator, Madeline Nilben. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm, she answered, and they locked eyes, while Arabelle and Vulcan stood transfixed. Another girl came to tell us that they had successfully extracted the venom from her system and she had a great chance of surviving. Can I get to see her? I asked her, and she replied in the negation. After hours of staring into each other's eyes, something I don't quite understand why. What the hell is there that makes you stunned, or what are you supposed to find or realize when doing that? It's still a mystery to me. I left and he looked normal again. After a while she came back and they went out to talk. It wasn't until midnight that we could see her, although she was unconscious. Everyone stayed with her some hours before they moved to a room while I offered to stay with her. According to them, she can wake up any time soon, and when she does we'd leave tomorrow. I was already dozing when I heard someone call my name. I turned to look and it was Lianna. I was so glad she's awake, although she looked really pale. Where are we? She asked, looking around the room. I explained to her about the whole thing that happened while she was unconscious. I just can't wait for all this to be over. To be finally free from 𝐊𝐸. She said with a sigh, don't worry. It'll all be over soon. I said, and she just laughed. I actually don't know what to say when it comes to her. She was probably going to tell me something along the line of, that's what they all say. You're right, or any of her other comment, but she said nothing. None of us said a thing again, and I couldn't help but things were going to be from here. She had no place to stay and no one to turn to. I know she doesn't trust me, but I want to protect her. I can't bear thinking of her anywhere except beside me. I know she already rejected my offer, but asking again. Do you not trust me enough to live with me? Under normal circumstances, my home is yours, do you know? No, I don't. I don't trust you or anyone else, and besides, you've not done anything worthy of me trusting you. If I say her words, don't I'd be a stinking liar. I know she doesn't exactly trust me, but hearing her say it is just so painful. Isn't me being here not enough for her to trust me, even if it's 2%? Okay, that's fair. It's not easy for me to trust you or anyone else. 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐶𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I understand. There's no big deal. I could feel my wolf laughing at me. Liar. Liar. Pants on fire. You know there's a thing called honesty. Even if I trust you, it's not going to change anything. I know that I'm not welcomed in your pack. Most especially by your girlfriend, and if she could make you take her side, then she can make you do anything, and that's just her alone. What about the rest? Which girlfriend? You're such 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸, I can't believe you couldn't wait for mate. Which guy waits for a girl? Certainly not me. It's funny that she remembers 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸, cause I haven't even thought of her since being with Lianna. She just happens to occupy my thoughts non-stop. We handle that when the time comes. All I just want is to have you with me where I know you can be safe. You can keep me safe? She asked, laughing. It's like you don't understand. I'm not safe wherever I may be. No matter where I run to, she'd find me. My pack is one of the strongest and largest. She won't be able to, I said, and she laughed again. Her laughing while I spoke was annoying me a lot. You don't know who you're going to be dealing with. You're gonna put your members at stake. We'd handle it. If you're so bent on me staying with you, then I would, but I'd be prepared to leave any time soon, because I know nowhere is safe for me. Not even with you. I don't know why she couldn't believe that I could protect her, and is making my pack look weak and small, and I was so fed up. Fine. As long as I know that I have you around, and I'm not constantly worrying about your whereabouts or welfare. I can't live like that, I said, then walked out of the room. Why can't she just understand that I'm after her safety? The honest POV. Damon left and Vulcan walked in with a girl, and with the way they were looking at each other, I assumed he had found his mate. I was so happy for him. He has finally found her, and that can live for eternity. Damon and I didn't have that, and I fear that I'd be gone before I even get him to fall for me. Lianna, I want you to meet my mate Arabella, Vulcan said, smiling widely like a schoolboy who got a kiss from his longtime crush. We said in unison and smiled. Vulcan didn't really stay long with us, giving us more time to get to know each other. It felt so nice being in a girl's company for a change. I can't even remember the last time I talked to one. So what are you? I know Vulcan's a vampire, but I don't know what you are. Oh, I'm a werewolf. What are you? Some say we're witches, but with the gift of vision and healing, and we are friends with dragons. How cool. I wish I had a gift like that. It would be so cool getting a vision anytime 𝐿𝐸𝐻𝐸 wants to hurt me, and healing myself anytime she hurts me. I bet she'd be frustrated and give up. So have you and your mate mated yet? She asked, raising her eyebrows continuously while having an awkward smile on her face, and I couldn't help but laugh at the silly assumption and the way she did it. Damon, I mate. That's something I don't see happening anytime soon. Chapter 28. What if they just lay ambush and kill me before we reach your house? Nothing like that is going to happen, Lee. Damon assured, almost laughing at my silly assumption. We were currently in Damon's territory after crossing the border into his pack. Sam and Jonathan were here with me while Vulcan had left with his mate back to their kingdom. A car arrived and we got in. To say I was nervous would be an understatement, and I don't know why I was worried. I mean, if they don't like me, what's the big deal? For your future pact to 𝐿𝐢𝐬𝐷, everything's going to be fine, Damon assured. He let go of one hand on the steering and placed it on top of mine and started rubbing it lightly. Stop worry, he encouraged, looking at me with a small smile. The tiny gesture seemed to help me hugely, and I decided not to bother anymore. If they don't like me, they just have to deal with it, since it's not my problem. I'm not here to please anyone, I'm just here because Damon wants me to, and for now that's all that matters. We finally got to the gate and it was opened by one of the guards, and after seeing it was Damon, his face broke into a big smile, but when he saw me beside, his look just changed to disgust. Is it that I look bad, or it's just me being a rogue that just seems to bother them? What's she doing here, Alpha? He wondered. She's going to be living here as from now. Damon replied with a small smile, turning to look at me. To say the guard was shocked. He was probably wondering what Damon had to do with me. It won't take time before he realized, but I liked the way Damon replied. Like he really wanted me to be with him. Like what it brought him a sense of pride and joy. We got to the house and he parked the car. Sam and Jonathan hastily got out and Damon told someone to show them around, while I still sat down trying not to overthink, but this could be my future home if things with Damon turn out. Hey, I heard Damon say after opening the door. Hey, I said, and he held my hand. I wouldn't want you here if I know you wouldn't be safe here. I want you here, Lily, and I'll give a damn about what anyone has to say to that. What matters is here with me, he reassured. Thanks for having me here and for everything. I appreciate it, and he hugged me. I'm merely doing my job as your mate. Ready to go in now? I stepped out of the car and he took my hand, leading me in. Thankfully we didn't see anyone, but I know that people were watching. You don't mind sharing a room with me, do you? He asked. Do I mind? We've slept together before, but I don't know why it felt weird to now. Surely word will go out and people may get to know that we're mates, and I don't know if he wants that. I'm okay with it as long as you are, I replied, and he let out a small smile. I don't know why, but he's been letting out small smiles since today, and it was really nice. I'm just hoping that things are getting better between us, cause I want things to. I know I overreacted before and was being too difficult, and I want to change things now. I want to give us a chance. I am. You should go have your bath, he said, pushing me to the bathroom, meaning. I asked, and he laughed. You stink, he replied, and we both laughed. You mean we stink? I even think you're supposed to go in first, I told him, and all he could do was smirk. Since we equally stink, why don't we have our bath together? He said, and I laughed. Sorry dude, but that's not happening anytime soon. But it's going to happen sometime. Fine by me, he said, smiling. Why did I have to say anytime soon? You can wear my shirt for now till we get you some clothes. I hope you won't mind, he asked, and I was about to answer, but he thought it was better to do so. Oh wait, you wouldn't, since someone couldn't get over my scent and was putting my shirt on the very first day, Damon said, and I couldn't help but laugh. I liked this part of him that was joking with me right now. Please don't flatter yourself, I said, and he just laughed. Believe me, there's no need to, but don't worry, I understand you. It's okay to be attracted to this awesomeness, he said, and it was my turn to laugh. Awesomeness? What's so awesome about you? I asked, and he held a hand to his heart in mock hurt, and it made me laugh. I really need to have that bath, cause I don't think I'd have it if we keep on talking. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐻𝐬𝐷, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Just tell me when you're done so I can give you the clothes, he said as I entered the bathroom. When I was done with washing my body, I came out of the bathroom with a towel wrapped around my body. Damon was previously doing something on his phone, but when I entered he looked up at me. It was pretty awkward, me standing in front of him in a towel and him looking at me as if he was daydreaming. I know I don't have anything on my face, so what's the excuse? I don't have any. There's no need. So you're admitting to staring at me with just a towel on? Please, you've got this misunderstood. I wasn't staring at you. I was staring at your hair. It's nice and it suits you. Well, thank you, but I'd prefer you not to stare at it again. Well, you can't control my eyes now, can you? Just get me the clothes, I requested, and he passed it to me. After I changed, Damon went to have his bath, while I just sat thinking of everything. I don't know why I can't stop thinking about anything and everything. It was like I was always worried, and I don't want to live like this. I just don't want to worry myself. I want to live a carefree life, not a careful one. I just so hated my condition. Damon came out of the bathroom in sweatpants and tea. It was sad that I couldn't see him in a towel. Our food should be ready by now. Let's go down. He said. I don't want to. Can we eat it here? If that's what you want. I'd have someone bring the food in also to Sam and Jonathan. I said with a small smile. You're welcome. He said, calling someone to bring the food over. I had to start wearing a beanie back so no one could see my hair. When the food was brought, the girl who brought it didn't even spare me a glance, and I preferred it that way. It's not like she can say anything about it. After eating, someone came to clear up and it was just us. There was nothing for us to do. It was already dark and I was getting sleepy. All I wanted to do was just to sleep. It has been a long time since I slept on the bed, and I've missed how comfortable it was. I was lying on the bed. Damon was beside me but not close to me. I wanted the warmth and safety I got from being in his arms, but I couldn't bring myself to move closer, and neither did he. I was waiting for him to, and I guess he was probably waiting for me too. He stretched his hands while yawning and placed his hands around me while moving closer, and it made me smile. Are you going to sleep? He asked. Yeah, I would. 𝐊𝐢𝐳, he called him. I want to work things out with you. We could start out as friends. Would you help me, cause I don't want to mess it up? Yes, I will, I answered, and he smiled. Not those small smiles he has been giving, but a full-blown smile, and it was breathtaking, and I couldn't help but smile. Thanks. I want things to work out between us, and I'm going to work on it. I'm sorry for how things started between us at first. I admit I was a little harsh, but you were not helping. You should have at least told me the truth. Okay, maybe I overreacted, but then it was expected with your attitude. Fine. It was all my fault. He accepted pulling me so that my head was on his chest. Obviously. Good night, Damon, I said, getting comfortable in my new position as he put his hands around my waist. Good night, 𝐊𝐢𝐳, he said, giving me a kiss on the head, and I closed my eyes contentedly. In this incredible journey, I encountered a ruthless alpha whose unfriendliness towards me at first sight left me puzzled and curious. But as the story unfolds, I found that my connection with him was far deeper than I ever imagined. Our tale is filled with misunderstandings, pain, and rage, but behind it lies a touching story of love and sacrifice. I am Lianna, and he is Damon, my alpha, the one destined for me. Join me as we delve into this complex tale of love, betrayal, family, and revenge. Chapter 29. The next afternoon, I decided to ask Damon some questions that I had been thinking of. Damon, we need to talk. We're talking, aren't we? Well, we are, but not much. There are some issues I want you to clear up for me. Good. There are some things I need to understand too. Okay. Let's play 20 questions then. Why were you mean to me the very first day you saw me? That's just the way I usually am. You were a rogue. I have a bad history with them, and the way you talked to me didn't help matters. If you had been polite, I might have been. Why were you so rude to me and didn't tell me anything about you? I was rude to you because I found you annoying, and I couldn't stand the way you talked to me, and I didn't want to tell you anything because it had nothing to do with you. I replied, what do you have against rogues? They killed my foster parents. He simply replied, your foster parents? Does this mean? I asked, shocked at the revelation. If you look at it in that aspect, I'm not really the true alpha of the pack. I had no idea about this, and I'm still surprised that he's actually replying me honestly. What does 𝐊𝐢𝐳 have against you? Sincerely, I still don't know. I just know she really hates me because of a prophecy that says I'll kill her, so she's just trying to kill me before I do, and sincerely I don't think I would. Who is 𝐿𝐲? I asked, and I could see him. 𝐿𝐲 was my sister. He replied. What happened to her? How did she die? It was my fault. I let her go to look for my mother, and before I came back she was dead. I shouldn't have left. He replied, his voice filled with guilt. It was obvious he blamed himself for her death and he wasn't over it, and I kinda felt guilty for bringing up memories. What don't you like about me? I could feel his eyes trained on me just as I was about to reply. Your complexity. You can be fun to be with, sometimes even caring and understanding, and other times you're rude, cold, affectionate and distant. I can't keep up with that, and I don't want you to be like that. I want to get to know you. I'd like that. I want to really get to know you too. I want you to open up to me. Come to me if you are feeling good or bad. I just want us to have this sort of connection, understanding. I'd like the same too. I want you to open up to me. Talk to me about anything and everything, and for us to get along. We do that from now on then. What is Chi-Chi to you? He wasn't expecting me to ask that at all, and I could sense that he was thinking of what to say, probably not to hurt me replying. She was my girlfriend. There's nothing going on between us now. Why did you have sex with Chi-Chi even after realizing I was your mate? I asked, the pain evident in my tone. I'm sorry. I wanted to take my mind off you. I know it was a stupid thing to do though. Very stupid. You have no idea what I went through. It wouldn't have affected me that much if it was before you met me, but it was the day you met me, Damon. If you wanted your mind off me, you could have come to talk to me, or better still, not talk to me. I'm sorry for the pain I caused you. He apologized. Your sorry is not going to do anything, Damon. I said, and he promised not to, and I hoped he would keep it. I know, I just want you to know I'm sorry. Why did you have to do something that you know you'd be sorry? I was really angry, and the matter has been bothering me for a while. I don't know what to say to you, but I'm really sorry. He apologized. The guilt evident in his eyes, and I just said okay. I have to go now. I'd see you later. Why do you have to go now? What am I supposed to do? I whined. Watch TV, talk to Jonathan, or just sleep. You need rest anyway. I don't want to do any of that. Do you want to come with me then? I wanted to be with him, but there's a chance I'd encounter few people, and I'm not ready for that, but then maybe I could find a friend, so I agreed. We were at his pack house now. People stared at us as we passed, and I could hear murmurs as to who I was and was staying with Damon, but I ignored it. We were in his office. It was pretty spacious with a big table and chair. There was space for a meeting with about 10 people. I helped him in clearing some files away that he no longer needed into a big long bookshelf. When I was done, he started attending to some things while I just sat down going through some apps on his phone. There was a knock on the door, and in came a guy with blonde hair, cute blue eyes, and a muscular body. He was quite tall too, and there was this friendly, bubbly glow about him. You came last night and you couldn't dim it, fit to visit me. What a friend you are, he said, and Dame unrolled his eyes. It's good to see you, to Chase. And he told you it's good to see you. You can go back to where you're coming from for all I care, Chase said, and Damon laughed. It was nice seeing Damon like this, joking around, smiling and laughing, and he was looking at me with a smile on his face throughout, and I couldn't help but smile. Chase turned to look at me and smiled, and I was wondering why he did. So you found your mate, huh? Chase said, raising his eyebrows, and Damon smiled, looking at me. Yeah. How do you even know? Damon asked. The way you're looking at her and your scent on her is quite dominant, which brings us back to last night. How was your night, Damon? He asked. Damon stood up to give him a slap on the head, causing me to laugh. I like the guy already. Sometimes I just wonder where I got you from, Damon said, and Chase laughed. Did you just need me in your life? Without me your life is like a lawn. Boring. Dark alley, Chase told him, and I laughed. He really put it into words. I've not seen this playful side of Damon before, and it's just because of Chase. I wonder if I can have this effect on him someday. I'm Chase, this guy's awesome best friend, and you are Lianna, I introduced, and he smiled. It's nice to meet you. I hope that we be best of friends. He gave me a hug, and it was quite surprising. I hoped that too. I could see Damon staring straight at me. I don't think he likes that Chase is hugging me. He cleared his throat to let us know he was still there, and Chase pulled out laughing. Since you're going to be busy, why don't I show her around? Chase suggested, and Damon told him not to bother, that he could do it. Well, we're going to spend the day together while you attend to your alpha duties. Chase pulled me out of the office before Damon could say anything. So how long have you guys known each other? I asked as we walked to the lounge and Chase told me 10 years. That's a long time. How do you stand him? I found myself asking and he laughed. He can be so annoying, right? You have to overlook it sometimes, and if you talk some sense into him, I'd be sure to keep that in mind. You just have to bear with him. He's been through a lot and it still affects him. He's not used to showing emotions and he let his temper rule, but he's a really good friend, and I think he'd make a great mate, but if not, we can always kick his ass. I hope it won't come to that though, I said, laughing. It probably won't. Damon can be quite possessive of what's his when he wants to, and he doesn't let go of what's his. I'm hoping he'd do that. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Nilban, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'd like to see him possessive, so have you found your mate? I asked. No. Not yet. I'm hoping to find her soon, he said, and I reassured him he'd find her in time. Chase and I spent the day together along with Sam and Jonathan. The trio were a catch, especially Jonathan and Chase. I couldn't imagine what they would do. We were currently watching a movie when Damon walked in. Come join us. Chase beckoned and he told him no. I'm tired, Lee. Let's go home. But the movie hasn't even ended. I winned. Since you're tired, you can go. I'd bring her over, Chase suggested while Damon walked over to where I was, pulled me up and carried me bridal style. Oh, I see why you want to go home, Chase said, laughing, and I kicked his head as we passed. Make sure to keep it down, Jonathan said, and I just laughed. They were a bunch of crazy idiots. We walked away from the pack house, and although I told him to drop me down, he didn't till we've gotten to the car. You spent the whole day with him? Damon started. Yes. He's actually fun to be with, I told him, and a frown appeared on his face. Could he be jealous? You're not coming with me tomorrow then? He stated then he could come over. He'd be busy tomorrow. Then I'd come help him out so he'd be less busy, I said, smiling, and Damon's frown worsened. So you're enjoying his company more than you're enjoying mine? He growled out. Yes, I answered, smiling. I'm going to make you enjoy my company more than his, he promised, and I smiled. Better for me. I never thought that I'd see Damon jealous, and it's nice. It's good to know that he wants to spend time with me. Chapter 30. The next morning, I woke up and Damon was still surprisingly beside me. Good morning, he greeted, giving me a peck on the forehead. Good morning, I replied, and he put his hands around my hair, stroking it. Why are you still here? Do you want me out that much? He asked, frowning. No, it's just that you're not ready to leave yet, I replied. Do you want me to? He asked, and I told him no. Good. We're going out for breakfast. We'd spend the whole day together. We got ready to go out. I wore one of Damon's big black shirt with a pair of sandals. Are you leaving your hair like this? Damon asked while I combed it. No, I'm wearing a beanie. Why do you ask? I just want you to leave it this way. It's beautiful this way, he said, kissing the spot at the base of my neck, and I closed my eyes, savoring the moment. When I opened my eyes and looked at Damon, the way he was watching me from under his kids was heavy with desire, and I know he was into me as much as I did. He turned me around, and as his eyes locked on mine, his lips looked so full and inviting. He placed his lips on mine, and although the kiss was meant to be brief, he hooked a hand behind my head, lacing his fingers through the silk locks of my hair, and pulled me closer. I wrapped my arms around his neck, leaning into the long, lean length of his body, and a low moan rumbled in his throat. He broke the kiss and gazed down at my eyes, glazed and half closed. Do you have any idea what you're doing to me? I knew what I was doing to him and smiled. You like it? He took my hand and placed it palm down on chest so I could feel the thump-thump of his heart. What do you think? I gave a smile as my answer and slipped my hand inside the collar of his chest and touched his bare skin. Then maybe we should do it some more. His arms went around me and pulled me down for a deep, searching kiss. I fed off his mouth, feeling as though I could eat him up. His hands were in my hair, then stroking my back and shoulder. We get going now. I don't think I'd be able to stop, he said, and I smiled. What if I don't want you to stop? I teased, and he grinned, telling me he wouldn't. We made out for a while before going out for breakfast. Breakfast was in an exquisite cafe, and it was nice. We were sitting beside the window talking, and I really liked it. He was talking about his pack and things he liked to do. He was even sharing his funny childhood memories, and I couldn't help but laugh. I liked the way we were now, like a couple. After having breakfast, we went to his house, and there were some people there. It seemed as if there was trouble in the pack. Rogues were seen in our territory. We've caught them, and they are in the cell as we speak. What is this thing doing with you? A well-built, dark, and dangerous man asked. He was emitting a certain power, but it was not as strong as Damon's, making me to conclude he was the beta. His words hit me hard, and I was rendered speechless. I was called a thing, and it was just a plain insult to me, and it was just because I was a rogue. I was angry. These people didn't know me and just tagged me as someone dangerous just because I was a rogue. Didn't they know that people didn't become rogue by choice? Not every wolf out there wants to be a wolf. They just have to hear people's story before they conclude anything in the stupid brain of theirs. Damon rushed to him and gave him a punch on the face, causing him to stagger backwards. I hope it's not who you're referring to. Damon growled out, giving him another punch on the face. I could feel the anger Damon was feeling. He was really mad. You have no right to talk to her like that. The beta was punched again by Damon. I want you to apologize to her. Damon ordered, and the beta looked at me with disgust. Didn't you hear what I just said? Damon asked, pushing him to the wall. I heard you, sir. I'm sorry to you, rogue. The beta said. Is that a way to apologize? Damon questioned, putting his hands around his neck. I think Damon was going too far. I don't even need the apology anyway, since it won't be genuine, just forced. Damon let him go. I ordered, and Damon let him go, hitting his head on the wall and pushing him away. Whatever she's doing here has nothing to do with you, and I don't want you or anyone else saying anything. I hope I've made myself clear. He looked from the beta to the remaining people around. Yes, sir. They answered, and then Damon dismissed them angrily. I'm sorry for what he said, Lee. I truly am. He wrapped his hands around me, and it gave me a bit of comfort. It's nothing. I told him, and he frowned. I know it affected you the same way it affected me. I don't like it when someone says something bad at you, much less you, that it's directed to. Honestly, it hurt. I don't like the way they talk or look at me. It just hurt. I'm always going to be treated like this, and I don't like it. I just feel like I'm always going to be treated like this, and I don't like it. I just feel I'm always not going to be respected, and would just be that rogue, and I don't want that. Neither do I. Should I introduce you to the pack as my mate? It's not going to change anything, Damon. There's no need, I said, and he smiled. I just want them to know that you're important to me and should be respected as much as I am. If you even tell them, I don't think it'd make a difference, Damon, I said, and he sighed again. You can go now before they say a thing is keeping you away from your duty. I could feel Damon get angry at my words before he growled out. You're not a thing. Not to me or anyone else. What they say about you doesn't matter. Fine. They might call you a thing, but you're the most precious thing that came into my life. You have no idea what you mean to me, and that's what matters, not what those nothings have to say. I wrapped my hands around him, and he held me protectively and possessively in his arms, and after what he just said, I was a little bit better, but that couldn't stop a tear from slipping down my eyes. It just slipped because I was hurt by what the beta had said, and happy at what Damon said. I like the fact that he said I am the most precious thing to him. He might just have said it to make me happy, but I knew he meant it alongside how important I am to me. Don't let what they say or do bring you down, because you are stronger and better than that, he said, and captured my lips. Damon let one hand rest lightly upon my closed fist, smoothing my nape with his other hand, watching me respond, his eyes darkening, his body softening. My throat arched as his thumb skimmed my sensitive chord there, and higher to the underside of my chin and the fragile line of my jaw, sending thrills down my spine. I relaxed beneath his touch, my body responding to his hands. His eyes drowsy, and he was hungry like a hunter releasing his needs. Damon bent to fuse his mouth to my slightly parted one. His kisses were so soft I wanted to cry. I liked the way he was kissing me, slowly taking his time. He looked up at me, a small smile on his face. He held me so possessively in his arms, not wanting to let me go, and I liked it. His hands moved down to my waist, holding me tightly and kissing me gently. I have to go now, Don't think about it, okay? He gave me a peck on the forehead. I won't, I said, and he grinned, saying that's my girl. After he left, I went to see Sam and Jonathan, and they seemed to be in a good mood. What's up with you guys? Maybe Jonathan has even found his mate. You need to fill us in, girl, Jonathan said, and I had to roll my eyes. How are things going on between you and Damon? Sam asked. Good. I feel like we're getting better now, I answered. So you're going to be ditching us now? We don't mind though. I can't wait to have little Damon and Lianna running around, Jonathan said, and I laughed, slapped him on the head playfully. I can't wait for that too. You're going to be waiting for a long time then, I said, and Jonathan said before next year we'd have babies, causing me to laugh again. I'm happy you guys are better now. I'm happy too. I spent time with them till Damon came back and we went to his room. So how did it go? Chapter 31. So what happened? Rogues, they're just the wildest thing ever. They're planning an attack against our pack. Why? I asked, and he answered me saying that was just how they did. Don't worry, you've got this, I soothed, rubbing his back lightly. I wrapped my arms around his and kissed him on the cheek. He drew in his breath before wrapping his arms around me. He lowered his head, leaned in and brushed his lips against mine. So sweet and gentle it made me smile. I slid my arms around his neck, pulling him closer, deepening the kiss, being in Damon's arm, feeling his warm skin. Soft yet firm, felt like home. In the evening, Chase came over. Him and Damon were talking, and I didn't want to interrupt, so I stayed with Sam and Jonathan munching popcorn while watching a movie, but my mind was not in it. Every now and then I'd look at door hoping to see Chase come out, but when it seemed as if he was not coming out, I decided to go. They were sitting on a lounge chair on the patio drinking wine, the evening moon glistening above. They were both laughing hard, and I felt jealous. Damon has not laughed with me at all. His laugh is so deep, sensual, the way his eyes shone while laughing, and when he threw his head back, causing his hair to bounce and cover his face. I wanted to be the one making him laugh like that. Damon turned to look at me, a smile tugged on his. What could Chase have said that made him laugh like that? Come over here, Damon ushered, making gestures with his hand. Hi, Chase greeted, and I pushed him out of the chair playfully, and he landed roughly on his butt, causing Damon to laugh while I freaked out over the fact that I did something to make him laugh. I sat down beside Damon, where Chase was previously occupying. You know, you could have just told me to stand upright, Chase asked, laughing. There's no fun in that, I said, and he rolled his eyes, standing up and pushing me away. Chase, I shouted. You're sitting where I'm supposed to be, he said, sitting beside Damon and engulfing his arms in his. I'm supposed to be sitting beside him, not you, I said, and Damon laughed, pulling me to sit on his laps. You can sit beside him, but you can't sit on his laps, I said, sticking my tongue out at him while he just rolled his eyes. I moved, trying to sit comfortably on his laps. Stop doing that, Lee, he growled out lowly. I mouthed, oh, and he placed me on his laps well before wrapping his arms around me and nuzzling my neck. I see the atmosphere is changing. I'd see you guys later, Chase said, leaving, and Damon gave a distant bye. His hand moved my arm, the motion sensual and slow, his hand hard and warm upon my skin. His breath swept across my neck, tangled in my hair. He turned to brush his lips against mine, and I could taste the wine on his lips, the softness between them. My lips lifted slightly to his, following the contours of his, and I closed my eyes, savoring the unique experience of Dame and delicately exploring me. He reached to smooth my face, and time stood still for that heartbeat as I allowed myself to be studied. He traced my eyebrows and spread an ease I'd never known. I allowed myself to drift beneath his touches, the scent of his hand a seduction. He was slowly capturing me. He began to trace my hand with his fingers, his touch sending sparks all over my body, making my skin tingle. His big, marvelous hands that was beginning to work its way to my cleavage. He had slid higher, raising beneath the T-shirt over my bare breasts. His lips found mine again. The heat growing between us seemed so natural, and then there was his lips, soft upon mine, his tongue suckling mine and mine tasting his. The hard rise of his desire against my stomach told me what he wanted. I've never been touched like this before. I lifted my lids to see his expression. It was dark, intense and heated as he looked down at me. "You're beautiful, perfect." His voice laced with desire. I said, smiling widely, and he chuckled. "I should get you to bed." He laced his hands with mine, leading us out. We stopped by the lounge to see Jonathan, Sam and Chase. Chase was raising his eyebrows suggestively while Jonathan made a remark about going to make Minias, while Sam just smiled. Damon's POV. The next morning I carefully slipped away from Lianna not to wake her up. My beta just sent me a message through the mind link that other rogues were caught around our territory. I showered and put on a casual outfit before going to meet him. We met at the border. The rogues were threatened and tortured to divulge information about the attack, but none of them quivered, and I killed all 10 of them. The rogues were completely beginning to annoy me. After killing the rogues, I decided to hold a meeting with the warriors in the kitchen about patrol. We had to double the patrol day and night and be vigilante. Jones, you're in charge of the night patrol. Make sure no one sleeps on the job. Craig, you're in charge of the morning to afternoon. Grayson, you're in charge of border patrol. I signposted and we made adjustments to all the plans. We were almost done when a sweet erotic scent took over the whole room. She moved gracefully like a cat into the kitchen. I could see her body, curves, and it was tempting. Her body was outlined against the glittering morning sun. She walked to the tap, got a kettle, filling it with water, then made coffee. She sat on the stool carelessly, her mind far away. I couldn't help but stare at the beauty that was mine. She took a sip from her coffee, crossing her long, smooth and sexy legs. There seemed to be a permanent frown on her face. I wonder why. I hope no one said anything to her or did anything to her. I had to ask her why. She was simply fascinating to watch. Her long white hair was cascading down her waist. I really wanted to stroke it. "Alpha, you were saying." The beta caught my attention, but I couldn't even remember if I was saying something than to think of what I was saying. I noticed a few unmated wolves staring at her. Not with disgust, but plain lust, and I started getting angry. No one else was allowed to look at her like that except me. This would be the end for now. You can carry on with your duties. I dismissed, but Richard lingered, still looking at her. "That would be all, Richard. Get going." I growled out and he left. I couldn't believe she didn't notice I was here, or she was just pretending not to. Her lips met the mug as she swallowed its content, and I thought of that lips doing something else. I just stood watching her with a smile on my face. I finally walked up to her and she was startled. "Are you all right?" I asked, and she just hugged me, and I could feel the swell of her breasts on my chest. "I'm not," she answered, her face not leaving my chest, and I wrapped my arms dangerously below her waist. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Nothing." "Never mind." She brushed off. "I missed you." Could she be missing me as much as I missed her? Craving my touch as much as I do? "You weren't there when I woke up," she stated. "I had something to take care of. I'm sorry for not leaving you a note." I apologized and she nodded. Her mind was still far away. "What are you thinking of, Lee?" I asked out of concern. What was she thinking of? Didn't she trust me enough to tell me? "It's nothing." She shrugged off. I was disappointed that she couldn't tell me, but I decided to shrug it off too. "Did I tell you how sexy you look this morning?" I asked, twirling the curls of her hair around my finger. "No, you didn't," she replied, smiling. "You look incredibly sexy, especially since you're not wearing anything under my shirt." I told her before covering her lips with mine, drawing her into a long, tender kiss. I began kissing her slowly, taking my time with it. I began kissing her slowly, taking my time with it. I reached to touch her, exploring her body. The kiss was getting fast now. My hands moved to her hips and then her butt, caressing it gently. I was settling in for a deep, exotic taste of her. I just wanted to hold her in my hands and kiss her all day long. She started unbuttoning my shirt till the last button, then took it off, caressing my chest freely. Her lips for once leaving mine. I wanted to do more than just kiss her. She lifted her head and I started trailing kisses down her neck until a low moan escaped her mouth. My hands flowed to her breasts, caressing each one of them through the shirt, using my other hand to pull her close to me, caressing her bottom. I wanted to take her shirt off and cup each breast in my hand, but I knew she was naked beneath it. It made desire surge through me. I knew I was getting aroused and knew she could feel it. I just couldn't stop myself these days. Since when I met her, all I wanted to do was mark her and mate her, but I just couldn't do that like that. There has to be a connection deeper than the one we shared now. I wanted her to be okay with it. I knew she wasn't still too sure about her feelings yet. I wanted to make love to her. Let her know she was a part of me deep down where no one else had reached. My lips found hers again, demanding for her kisses, seeking for her permission to let me in. I wanted to have her right then and there. She gave me permission and our tongues were dancing together, moving in sync. I still continued caressing her breasts with my left hand, my right on her bottom. She let out series of moans, causing me to moan too. I liked that she was enjoying what I was doing to her as much as I did Lee. I moaned out and she smiled, pulling away. She pulled out of the kiss in a rugged breath, closing her eyes before raking her hands through her hair. "What's wrong?" I asked, confused. Didn't she like what just happened? Don't she think we're rushing things? Rushing things. I was barely making up for lost times. So you want things slow? I asked and she nodded. I think I can arrange that. I don't know, Damon. This is all new to me and it's scaring me. Especially how much I want you. She confessed, causing me to smile. You have no idea how much I want you to leave, but if you want things slow, I do that until you get used to it. I said, wrapping my arms around her, and she gave a contented smile. Please try not to come out with just my shirt again. It's too hard to resist you like this. Damn, it's too hard to resist you anytime. I said, and she smiled widely. Her smile dropped instantly and there was a frown on her face and she sighed heavily. What's wrong now? Lee, what's wrong? I asked again. I had a nightmare, Damon. Lauren Day. She was here. She took me. She destroyed everything. I realized what got her so worked up and worried. I hate the fact that Lauren Day is chasing her, threatening to kill her. I hate the fact that she feels insecure. I hate the fact that I wasn't there to comfort her when she woke up. I just hate the situation she's in. She's not going to hurt you, okay? I'm here for you. She's not going to take you anywhere. I reassured, trying to soothe her, and she just nodded. Lee, everything is going to be fine. I don't think so, Damon. She doubted. I know she's going to be here, Damon. She'd come for me. If she comes for you, we're going to take care of it, Lee. She won't hurt you. I hope so, Damon. I hope so, she said, and I started stroking her hair. It's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to lie that I'm not scared. I don't want anything to happen to her. Protecting her and loving her was my main priority, and I didn't want to fail her in that. If worse comes to worse, it's going to be my life for hers. Okay, I won't, she replied. I have something to take care of. I'd see you later, okay? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐸𝐾𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. She replied. I gave her a kiss on the forehead before letting her go, while she went upstairs to probably freshen up. I went to the pack house. When I was done with what I had to do, I came back to our room, but it was locked from within and I wondered why. I'm here. Opened the door. I knocked, saying, but I didn't get a response. Maybe she was in the bathroom or something. I waited for a few minutes knocking and still got no response from her, and so I decided she was sleeping. Just as I was about going down, I felt anxious, worried and angry. I knew it wasn't me. Definitely Lianna. It seems like we've started bonding well since I could feel her emotions now, but it wasn't as nearly as strong as it'd be after I marked her. I knocked on the door frantically, calling her name. Could Lauren Day have gotten to her so soon? A new wave of worry washed through me, and this time it was mine. Chapter 30, Lianna's POV. After our heated make-out session, I went upstairs to go and freshen up. I seriously don't know what's happening to me. I couldn't control my feelings for Damon. I wanted him to mark and to mate me. I seriously don't know why he's holding back. Could it be because of me? I went to the bathroom, did all the essentials and wore a black crop top and jeans short. I seriously couldn't wait for Damon to come back. While we were kissing, I just forgot about my nightmare of Lauren Day coming. I knew she'd come cause I wasn't safe even with Damon. I just couldn't wait for me kill her and for all these to be over. To pass time, I took a book from the shelf about the Wolf Kingdom. The current Wolf King was Sean and his queen was Leela. They still didn't have a successor, which was weird, cause from what I've read they've been together for 10 years and it was compulsory to have a child during the first year. Even for Alphys, much less the king. It made me question if she was truly his mate, because it was only the king's mate that could give him children. There was also a controversy about his rise to the throne. The previous king's family was wiped out mysteriously. Maybe he wasn't truly the heir. The story got me intrigued and I wanted to know more. There was even a controversy about him. The council was setting out to take him down because he was useless to them with no heir. The door opened and someone, not Damon, walked in. "I'm sorry, but Damon is not here." "And who said I was looking for him?" he asked, closing the door behind him. "I don't know what you want." "Neither do I care to know, so just leave." "I want you," he replied with a smirk, and I just laughed. "Get out," I ordered. "Not after I'm done with you." He grinned mischievously. "Look, I don't have time for all these nonsense, so please leave, cause I'm losing it," I threatened. "If he doesn't answer me, I'd gladly kill him. That's exactly what I want. For you to lose your cool baby." The guy was disgusting me with his stupid talk. All I wanted to do was burn him to death with my powers, but that's going to be so cruel, and I just couldn't kill a member of Damon's pack like that. I'd just be giving people a tangible reason to hate me and talk. I walked past him to the door. If he wasn't going to leave, then I would. Just as I was about to open it, he pushed me back with so much force I fell down. "You're not leaving here until I'm done with you." I just laughed hearing what he said. "Someone please save me from his stupid talk." "You're not going to do anything, you idiot," I said, running to the bathroom and closing it. If he managed to get in here, I'd try as much as possible not to kill him. A door can't stop me. The door was broken and I let out a shocked scream. He wasn't supposed to open it this fast. He came close to me and I gave him a punch on the face, hitting his head on the wall repeatedly. His claws were on my wrist before I knew it and I was starting to bleed. "I didn't know you liked it rough, baby," he said, pushing me to the wall, caressing my face. I stepped on his foot, and just as I was about to make a run for it, he placed his leg in front of me, and I didn't notice it quickly. I tripped, falling on the floor. "You're mine," he said, pouncing on me, putting his weight on me, and I couldn't move. "Get off me, you freak," I shouted, using my claws to scratch his face. He didn't even get affected by it, and his grip on me tightened. He was leaving me no choice. If I used my powers on him, I'd have to kill him. Someone started knocking and I figured it would be Damon. I wanted to scream, but the idiot placed his hands over my mouth and started moving on me. I bit his hands and shouted Damon's name, rolling him off me. "You're not getting off me," he said, hitting my head on the floor repeatedly, and the impact was really painful. "I'd mark you and make you mine. In your dreams. The only one allowed to do that. It's only Damon." I was starting to get dizzy and I didn't want him to mark me. I pushed him off me and tried to get up. He pushed me down again, hitting my head on the floor, moving his weight on me. How disgusting. I was going to kill him. If I killed him, I killed him. I can't stand this. Damon's POV, I heard her call out my name and I was relieved she was still alive. I broke down the door only for me to see Richard on top of her, his canines inches away from her neck. Fury surged through me and I went over there, pushed him to the wall where his head had had a heavy impact on his head. Here I was thinking it was Law and Day, but it was this idiot. How could he do this to her? How could he think he could have her? I got to where he was and picked him up, furiously hitting his head on the wall continuously, then threw him into a corner of the room. "I'm still going to have her no matter what you do." The bastard still had the mouth to talk, even giving me a punch, and his words infuriated me. "She's only mine. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐊𝐿, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm." I punched him on the face repeatedly. I could feel my wolf threatening to take over, and I let it take over my body. My canines and claws were out and I knew I wouldn't be able to stop until I killed him. He came to me ready to fight and I used my claws on him from his shoulder to his waist. "She's mine. Don't you think for once that you can have her? You have absolutely no right to look at her or touch her." I shouted angrily, and he laughed, telling me he had every right to. The fact that he wasn't even remorseful annoyed me further, and I pounced on him, snacking his neck canines to rip his body and I didn't stop till he was dead. I turned to look at Lianna and she was behind me, watching me the whole time. What does she think of me now? Hey, it's all right, I'm fine. She hugged me and I could feel my wolf relax as I took in her scent. I don't know how I'd have handled it if she hurt you, Lee. I wrapped my hands around her, closing my eyes. He had tried to mark and mate her, something only I is permitted to do. He wouldn't have. You came. She was resting her head on my chest now, drawing circles on it. You could have easily done something. Why didn't you do anything? I know she could have killed him if she wanted to. He's a member of your pack. I didn't want to kill him, and besides I want other people to be mad at me more than they are. She replied and I smiled. She'd make the perfect Luna. My soulmate. 𝐿𝐴. Well, you have my permission to kill anyone that tries to kill you. I told her and she laughed, saying, and hoping it won't get to that. I stayed in her arms for a while, then pulled out, telling her I had to take care of the body and fix the room, telling her to stay with Sam and Jonathan. When everything was done within the evening, the room was back to the way it was. We talked for hours. I really liked spending time with her, talking to her, hearing her laugh. It just made me like her more, and the sparkles that erupted whenever we touched and kissed was amazing. I finally felt at peace with myself in a way, although I know things were far from okay. You're getting sleepy, she pointed out. I'm sorry. I'm tired, I said, patting her back lightly. Today has been long for you, she said, resting her head on my chest, drawing circles on it. I guess she was used to it or liked doing it. And you too. You should sleep, she said, looking up at me. Okay. Good night, Lee. I gave her a simple kiss on the lips. Good night, Damon, she said, smiling. I was walking in the forest. It was pitch black, but I could see a silhouette of someone. I walked closer and realized that it was a girl, and she was bending down crying. What's the problem? I asked, and she raised her head up. It was 𝐿𝐴. Her eyes were red as blood, and she looked up at me with vengeance in her eyes. You left me. You didn't come back for me, she shouted, bringing out a dagger from her pocket. 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I did, but you were already dead. You left me. It's all your fault. Mother told you not to leave me, but you did. I'm going to destroy you. 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I'm sorry. I can explain. I pleaded. There's no need. We can be together forever. She drove the dagger right through my stomach. 𝐊𝐴𝐻𝐼𝐬𝐷𝐞𝐝. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I called out. We'd be together forever, brother. You have no idea how long I have waited for this day. She disappeared and I began to whimper her name. Damon. Damon. I could hear her calling out my name, but I couldn't answer. Damon, wake up. She was tapping me furiously until my eyes popped open. Hey, you're with me. Everything is fine. You're okay. She hugged me, patting my back continuously, telling me everything was fine. I didn't know what to say and stayed like silent as she just patted me, stroking my hair. I felt stupid. I looked weak. I was supposed to be the one comforting her from a nightmare, not the other way round. After a while, when I was okay, I wrapped my arms around her, tightly taking in her scent as it calmed me down. What happened? She asked, facing me and cupping my face. It was nothing. Just a nightmare. I replied, a nightmare isn't nothing, Damon. What happened in your nightmare? She questioned. I don't want to talk about it, I answered, and I could see the hurt in her face. It's not like I don't want to tell you. It's just what? She snapped, cutting me a flea. I thought you could talk to me about anything. Why don't you want to tell me? She asked quietly. I've been battling with this nightmares for years and I've not opened up to anyone about it. I'm not just anyone, Damon. I'm your mate, she stated. I want to know everything about you. Your fears. Your nightmare. Every single thing. I was really touched that she wanted to know about me this much, but there were some things I still couldn't tell her. Some things that were better left as secrets. It was just a nightmare that I've been having for a while. It was 𝐿𝐴. I've not gotten over her death. I'm still not over the fact that she died because of me. I shouldn't have left her that night, Lee. It was my fault that they found her and killed her. It's not your fault, Damon. Maybe you shouldn't have left her, but you did. You need to get over it and move on. You need to stop being so guilt-stricken and forgive yourself. I don't think I can do that, Lee. I was supposed to protect her. I failed her, Lee, and I'm scared that I'd fail you. Damon, you need to stop worrying, okay? She soothed, stroking my hair. I couldn't protect her, Lee. What if I can't protect you? My biggest fear is losing you, and I don't think I'd be able to live with that. I can't lose someone that means so much to me again. I confessed. I'm scared. Very scared of losing her, especially after her nightmare. You're not going to lose me, Damon. I'm here. I'm not going to leave you. You're not going to lose me, she reassured. Her reassuring me wasn't going to stop my fears from going, but it did calm me down a bit. I've lost my whole family. I can't lose my next one. Barricade the border. Heighten the security at the perimeter. Any rogue found on our territory dies on spot. I ordered, sir. They are here. What if the guards at the border walked into Immerse? Take the children and women to the underground room. Station 15 men with them. The rest of us to the border. We left the conference room where PAT meetings were held and left for the border. I mind-linked Chase to stay with Lianna. There were rogues. A lot of them. Give or take 50. Some pack members and rogues were already dead. I shifted to my wolf form since most of them were. As soon as I shifted, one lunged at me and I wasted no time in tearing it into pieces. More came at me and I continued to fight them off. I hated these rogues more than anything, and I stationed all my anger towards them while fighting. We were done fighting and I shifted back to my human form. My beta call handed me some clothes and I changed. I turned to look at the scene in front of me. Dead bodies were almost everywhere. We lost a considerable amount of warriors, but all the rogues were dead. I felt sorry for our warriors that died. They were not returning back to their families. Their mate. I can't imagine not coming back to Lee or how she'd feel if I don't come back, but they died protecting the people. At least we could have peace of mind. Or so I thought. Gather all the rogues and burn them, while we take our men to the cemetery for a befitting burial. Every one of us stood in front of the bodies of our dead warriors, giving them the last respect. The pain was all I felt. I was shot. I felt immense pain, and I knew that the bullet must have been coated with silver, but not enough to kill me. Just enough to hurt me. Cause me pain and make me extremely dizzy. I turned around only for me to see a female rogue. One that I recognized so well. Before I could react, Kyle shot her legs and the whole warriors surrounded her. She just made a silly move. Did she think she can try to kill me and get away with it? I knew if I didn't say or do something, they would not hesitate to kill her. I was feeling really dizzy and knew I couldn't hold it that long. Handcuff. Take her to a cell. I'd torture her myself. I ordered before following. Chapter 33. I felt an excruciating pain at my back, causing me to scream. I hoped Lianna wasn't the cause, but it's not her. Who could it be? My thoughts quickly drifted to Damon, and I knew he was the one feeling the pain. It seems like our mate bond was improving, but I'm not even supposed to feel his pain yet, since he hasn't marked or mated me, so why was I feeling this now? What's wrong? All eyes were on me now with a look of concern. It's Damon. He's in pain. I felt dizzy and feel. I woke up and all eyes were still on me, but the person's eyes I really wanted to see wasn't. Where's Damon? He's in the pack hospital. Chase answered. Is he okay? I want to see him. Please let me see him. I begged. You can't. He's in the pack hospital. And so, I need to know that he's okay. I pleaded. Well, he is. You can't see him now. He was attacked by a rogue and you're a rogue. The council's not having mercy on anyone. The moment you step in there, his mate or not, you'd be put on trial to be executed. When can I see him, Chase? I asked, getting impatient. Soon. You just need to be patient. Chase advised. Am I excluded from the trial? Jonathan laughed while Sam rolled his eyes. If I'm not excluded, how much more Jonathan? I just hope there wouldn't be any need for a trial. I relaxed a bit knowing Damon was okay. I started to feel his anger and I knew he must be up already inside. I wonder why he was angry now. I really wanted to see him and calm him down. Slowly his anger started subsiding until it was no longer there. Chase had to leave to go see Dame, and leaving just Sam and Jonathan with me. You can feel each other's emotion and pain without mating. How cute is that? Jonathan smiled, asking. Cute? Only Jonathan can say feeling someone else's pain is cute, but then it is in a way. Knowing that we could feel our emotions without mating, feel as if our bond is special or is getting stronger. I don't know. Maybe it is in a way. I replied, so what are you guys planning on mating? Sam asked, and it threw me off guard. I would like if we mate soon. I'm tired of the sensual tension between us and I want to have his mark and officially be his. You don't plan those type of things, Sam. They just happen. Then it's going to happen sometime soon. I've been seeing the way you look at each other and your make-out session is moving to the next level. My mouth was opened in shock. How would he know that? Jonathan, have you been spying on us? I asked angrily. No way. I'm a good guy. I just happened to be at the right place at the right time. To my agent extraordinaire, Mayelin Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience and enthusiasm. I can't wait to be at the right place when you have your mate. I said, smirking. Yeah. We both would sneak up on them. I'd like to watch Jonathan kissing his mate or being romantic, Sam said, laughing, and I joined in. The imagination was just too awkward. Oh please. At least I'm going to have a mate. You're just a hopeless dude when it comes to love, Jonathan said, and I think Sam got angry. More like hurt. My love life has nothing to do with you, Sam angrily stated, waking away. Now it's down to us two. Who's the next person to walk out? Jonathan asked, and I laughed, telling him it would be since I slept here. Jonathan left to go talk to Sam, leaving me alone, and I was bored. I wanted to go see Damon. I wonder what was taking his time to come see me. Just as I was about to go, he walked in. I rushed to him, hugging him and circling my hands around him. He winced in pain when my hand touched his back. That must have been where he was shot. Didn't know you missed me much, he said, chuckling, wrapping his arms around me. I did. I confessed. You got hurt. It'd heal. Don't worry about me. How can he expect me not to worry? Who shot you? I asked, and he chuckled. Do you want to kill the person? If you haven't killed the person, maybe I will, I said, and he smiled, stroking my hair. I have something to tell you, he said, and I got nervous. What could he possibly want to tell me? What's it? Just as he opened his mouth to talk, a squealing Chi came in, hugging him. Damon, why didn't you tell me you're back? I heard from someone else and immediately I came here. Whoever told Chi-Chi to come back deserves to be killed. Why couldn't she just stay there? I don't have to tell you anything. Damon removed her hands from his as she turned to look. What's this filthy rogue doing here? She asked, a tone of disgust in her voice and looks. I wasted no time in giving her a slap. If she thinks she can just come here and talk to me anyhow, then she's really mistaken. The only filthy thing here is you. Damon, why haven't you killed this thing? Didn't you see that she slapped me? Chi-Chi, look, I don't want anything to do with you. Just leave. You can't get rid of me like that, Damon. Leave, Chi-Chi. I don't have anything to do with you. He spoke up harsher this time, and Chi-Chi smiled. Why would she be smiling when he said that? Well, you have everything to do with me, Damon, because I'm pregnant and the child is yours. She dropped the bombshell with a wide smile, and I didn't know what to think. As if we didn't hear her the first time, she started talking again. I'm carrying our baby, Damon. Chapter 30. For their heated lovemaking on the day he met me most have resulted to this. He shouldn't have had sex with her, especially after meeting me. He shouldn't have had anything to do with her at all. I was so angry at both of them. If at all they wanted to have sex, there's a condom, for God's sake. Damon's laugh echoed through the room, and I had no idea why he was laughing at a matter that wasn't humorous. I don't know what game you are playing at, but I know fully well that I'm not interested. Damon said angrily. If you think I'm lying, here's the test, she said, handing it to him. I'm 7 weeks pregnant, Damon, and it's our baby, she said, smiling. You've finally outdone yourself this time, I said, clapping my hands. Congratulations. Lee, I swear to you the baby's not mine, Damon said, and I laughed. Then whose is it then? It couldn't have been anyone but you. Yes, Damon. The baby's ours, Chi-Chi spoke up. Shut up, I shouted, walking up to her. Why did you have anything to do with him? Why couldn't he have left her alone? How's it your business, you filthy thing? She asked, and I slapped her. He's my business. I said possessively. So you want Damon? She asked angrily. Damon is mine and I'm surely not going to lose him to a thing like you. He's not yours. He's mine and only mine. I shouted, furiously hitting her head on the wall. You should watch how you talk to me. I won't hesitate to kill you and that thing you're carrying. How on earth did this happen, 𝐿𝐤? All my anger transferred to him. Didn't he know what he did that got her pregnant? How did this happen? Let me give you a hint. You were 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐚𝐫, that's how. I shouted angrily at him. Lee, calm down, let me make you understand. Damon said, holding my hand, trying to soothe me. Understand what exactly? I snapped, pulling my hands away from him. How great she was in bed, but you didn't stop. I don't want to understand then. Get out of here, 𝐿𝐤. He growled out angrily, using his alpha tone, and she scoffed before going away. You knew I was your mate, Damon, yet you still had sex with her, not minding that you had a mate, and what at most was that you did it twice. I said, voice was laced with anger and hurt. He began, and I cut him short, telling him to shut up. Which excuse are you going to give now, huh? She's carrying your child, and if it's a boy then I'm done for. I'm your mate, but it looks like I'm not going to have anything to do with you. It was stupid of me to think that everything will be fine between us. You can fulfill your long-last dream of her being your Luna, I said, walking towards the door, and he pulled me back. You are my Luna. Why can't you understand that I want you for everything, not her? I swear to you, every god, that the child is not mine, he said, holding my hand, staring at my eyes, and I could detect anger and hurt in his. He had no right to feel those things. I'm the one that's going to get thrown out. You can lie or swear all you want. It wouldn't change the truth, I said, avoiding to look into his eyes. So you're just going to believe her words over mine? He sounded and looked hurt. I have every evidence to, I said coldly. 𝐿𝐤 might be pregnant, but it's not mine, he said, and I laughed. Who's he trying to fool? Try telling that to a fool and not me. It was nice being with you in the small moments we shared, but I guess it's useless since we're back to square one, I said, walking out, and he didn't stop me. I entered Sam and Jonathan's room and sat on the bed. I really wanted to cry about the fate I had. How would the moon goddess do this to me? We were getting better, but now I doubt if everything would be okay. He just couldn't keep his 𝐷𝐶𝐾 in his trouser, and now our relationship is ruined. She'd be his Luna and have his children while I'd probably be dead somewhere, and so I just cried. It was really heartbreaking. I never get anything I want. I was looking forward to how he'd mark me. Us mating, but now it would never happen. Maybe he didn't mock me anyway. Maybe he's ashamed of me. What's wrong? Sam asked. Is Damon right? What did he do? Jonathan questioned. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 unveiling 𝐊𝐤𝐧𝐼. She's pregnant for Damon, I replied. Then I started crying. I can't help it. One of these days 𝐊𝐤𝐳𝐸 will come for me and I might die. I wanted to die knowing I have a mate who loves me and a child, but now I have nothing. You have Damon, Sam reassured. She has him already. What's just left is the mating ceremony, and for him to make her his Luna and reject me. He wouldn't do that, Jonathan said, and I just laughed. At this point anything is possible. I don't want to stay here again. Let's leave. Surely you don't mean that, Jonathan said, shocked. I mean it. I want to leave. Probably tomorrow. So you're just going to give up like that? Sam angrily asked. There's no point in fighting. If he ever wanted me, he wouldn't have done that, I said, softly, feeling the tears run down. So you're going to prefer being on the run than to stay where you're safe? Jonathan asked calmly, although I knew he wanted to shout. Safe here? I knew I wasn't safe here or anywhere. It'd take only a matter of days for 𝐿𝐤𝐳𝐸 to get here, and she's not the only one after me. Damon Peck is too. I know they want to put me in jail, torture me before killing me. It's better to go now and be on the run than stay where I'm not wanted, knowing my only hope won't save me. I can't stay here. Some hours later, after waking up from a sleep I didn't realize I got into, I got out of the room to find something to eat, and I saw Chase, Sam and Jonathan in the kitchen. How are you doing, Lee? Chase asked, passing me cookies and a glass of milk as I sat. You've heard of 𝐿𝐤's pregnancy? Damon told me, he said sadly. He's wasting no time in telling his friends the good news about his Luna and child. was the only thing I could say. I wanted to cry and I rarely do. Lee, the baby can't be his. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐫𝐬 heartfelt thanks to your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. What's with people and saying, you're just taking his side, but seriously there's no need. I don't care. Lee, just listen. Jace begged. I don't want to. I don't want to talk or hear anything about it. I angrily said. I found my mate. Jace announced, but he didn't sound as excited as I thought he would be. That's good for you, bro. It's just me. Jonathan congratulated, and Wind and Sam added his too. That's nice. Where and when did you find her? I asked, getting excited about having a girlfriend. I found her in the pack cell today. He said, and I had my mouth open. That's not what I expected to hear. Pack cell. This doesn't sound good. Pack cell. What's she doing there? We chorused. She's the rogue who shot Damon. He answered and I gasped. His fate was worse. At least I didn't shoot Damon. I wonder how this must be for him. I'm sure they'd want to kill her. I wanted to a while ago. Would Damon let her go because she's his mate? From what I've heard earlier, I know enough to say she's toast. Jonathan said, and Chase, I sincerely don't know what to do, it's driving me crazy. Chase said, and I could feel how pain. What's Damon say? Does he want her killed? He doesn't want her to be killed as much as I do. The council wouldn't listen to that, and I think they'd come for you guys too. Could things get any worse? We have to leave, I don't want to die yet. Jonathan said jokingly, but I knew he was serious. If we're going, let's take Chase mate with us. I suggested. You wouldn't be able to. The security is very tight, you wouldn't be able to walk in there unnoticed. Chase said sadly, I can do that. We can, I said confidently. We can come up with a plan. I'd leave with you guys too. Chase said, and I nodded. I was going to leave Damon with Chi-Chi so they can happily ever after. It made me sad to leave, but it's something that has to be done. The next hour was spent building up a plan. We're leaving in the next 2 days. It was dark already, 9 p.m. to be exact, and I haven't seen Damon for 6 hours. I missed him. I tried sleeping, but I couldn't. I stayed up not falling asleep. The time was 10 now. I tossed and turned feeling uncomfortable, and my mind was in a state of unease replaying today's incident. I suddenly wanted to see Damon. What if his back was hurting him? What if he couldn't sleep too? I got out of the bed and was at Damon's doorstep before I knew it. I wanted to go in but decided against it. He could take care of himself. I still couldn't sleep when I went back to bed, and knowing I wouldn't sleep till I saw him, I decided to just go and see him. I went into his room. The lights were off, but I could see him laying on the bed. I decided to steal some of his shirts so that I'd be able to sleep with his scent. I took out 3 shirts, and just as I closed the wardrobe I felt a hand around me, and I knew instantly that it was Damon from his scent and the way my body reacted to his touch. Spend the night with me, Lee. He begged, the desperation clear in his voice. I wanted to give in. I was craving him. Isn't that why I couldn't sleep? I needed his hands around me. I wanted to hold him as I slept, but I couldn't, and besides I needed to get used to being alone again. I can't, I said, pulling his hands away, and he sighed. Don't do this to us, Lee. He begged, and that set me off. Do this to us. You're the one who did this to us. Don't try putting the blame on me. I wasn't the one who was having sex with someone. I angrily said. Baby, I apologize for having sex with her. I have before, but I swear to you she's not pregnant for me. Why can't you just believe that it's a lie? He asked, frustratingly reaching out to me. Oh, I can see it's a lie. The one you're telling, I said angrily. I'm not lying to you. I'd never do that. He said, and I scoffed. Who are you kidding? I don't care what you can or can't do. I don't want this drama. I'm not interested in acting. Neither am I. I can see now that you don't trust me. You're not even willing to believe me. He sounded hurt. Yes, I don't believe you because everything points at you. Even if I wanted to, I can't. If you trust me even just a bit, you'd believe what I have to say irrespective of everything, but right now I can see that you don't at all. He sounded so hurt, as if he was in so much pain. Don't dare bring trust into this. If so, I spat out angrily. I can see you're not going to believe any word I say. It's useless talking to you, he said, going to bed. Just as it's useless being with you. It's just a complete waste of time, so don't worry, you have forever to talk to 𝐿𝐤 who's worth talking to, and I'd just leave since that's what you want me to. I was angry, extremely angry. By the time I had finished talking, Damon had me pinned to the wall. I don't want you to. You're not going to leave me. I wouldn't allow you to. He growled out. My mind is set, Damon. You'd wake up and wouldn't find me here. I'm done with all these nonsense. I wouldn't let you leave my side. I wouldn't allow it. He growled again, intimidating me with his gaze. I could see his eyes that was glittering green before now turning to black. His wolf was threatened by my statement. You can't stop me, Damon. When I leave, you'd never see me again. I'd forget about you and continue my life with someone that matters. Someone that would love and appreciate me. Of course, I didn't really mean what I said except from leaving. He furiously hit the wardrobe very close to my cheeks. He was furious, and I had a feeling he had wanted to hit me, not the wardrobe. You wouldn't be able to leave this place, Lee. Even if you go to the end of the world, I would search for you and wouldn't stop till I find you, and once I do, I'd never let you out of my sight because you're mine, Lianna, and I don't let go of what's mine. He growled out possessive lie. His eyes completely black. You can't let go of what you're not holding in the first place. I'm not yours. You can't call me yours. You didn't realize I was yours when you did what you did with 𝐿𝐤, I said angrily, and I could see some tears slip. I was really hurt. I hate crying. You are mine, Lee. Only mine. He growled out, his teeth elongated to his canine. He was going to mark me to make me understand that I'm his. Oh no. In this power struggle of the werewolf pack, am I the treasure they fight for, or the true king? When the conspiracy is exposed, and a once beloved turns into a deadly threat, how should I respond? Cling to power or take a chance? Come with me to uncover the truth behind this struggle. Chapter 35. I didn't want him to mock me like this. I had always wanted him to mock me, but not like this. I wanted it when we were making out to him, mating me, not this. Don't do this, Damon. You have no right to. I don't belong to you. I told him. His canine brushed my neck, and when I was thinking he'd mock me, he took a step back. You're right. I'm sorry for being a bother to you. He sounded so hurt. His eyes were normal now. I don't think I ever told you that, but if you want to assume nonsense, you're free to. I said, taking his shirt with me. Walking out of the room, and he didn't try to stop me. I stayed awake through the night. I don't just know why I couldn't fall asleep. I was in the kitchen sipping coffee when 𝐿𝐤 walked in a lacy red nightgown. Good morning. How was your night? I loved mine. Damon is simply the best, especially in bed, she excitedly said. So he called her in after I left. He's not even remorseful and still goes back to her. Don't be quick to judge. If he had anything to do with her, you'd have felt it. She's only lying. I heard my wolf say, seeing that I had pushed her away since. He takes care of me so well, even being gentle because of the baby. It was obvious she was lying now. What if she was lying about the baby too? She was kissing me off and it was working. I held on to the mug tightly. I so wanted to spill the coffee on her. So, when are you leaving? I mean, you should have been out of here by now. He's mine anyway, so don't bother with him. You don't stand a chance, she said in a bitchy tone. Shut the hell up. I shouted angrily, hitting the mug on the table. The only one not supposed to be here is you, and he's mine, not yours. Or the one who doesn't stand a chance, I said, smirking. She was totally stupid. I can't believe she had nearly manipulated me into thinking what she wanted me to. Please. He likes me and he's going to make me his Luna as soon as possible, and we'd leather without rogues like you to separate us. I don't know why I even got jealous, or maybe I did it out of anger, but I pushed her hard against the wall. I'm supposed to be good Luna. Carry his child, but she's trying to steal him from me, and I wouldn't let her. For some reason I remembered Hilda's words. Someone wants what you have and would stop at nothing to get what they want. Could it be 𝐿𝐤? If she's the one, she's crazy to think I'd let her have him. I won't let him go. Damon is mine. Only mine. You're not going to take him away from me no matter how hard you try. You're not going to be his Luna, I said, nearly strangling her. Let's wait and see then. We'd see who he'd be with, she said, smirking. If she was up to something, she has no idea who she's dealing with me. He's mine, not yours. Never will be, I said, smirking. Your charms wouldn't work on him, you filthy thing. Nothing matches a sweet seduction from a sexy girl, she said, and I laughed. Oh my gosh. She thinks she's sexy. If you're sexy, then a stick isn't why you might seduce him. I don't have to bother. He's still going to be mine no matter what you think or say, she said, and I just rolled my eyes. It was taking everything within me not to kill her and her baby. I couldn't stay here any longer before she leaves here a corpse. I went back to the room, did all the necessary things. I laid on the bed thinking, what if Damon wasn't lying? I woke up feeling hungry. I walked around the house just to take my mind off things. I heard some voices and decided to listen. She slapped me, Damon. That filthy thing touched me, and she nearly killed me and our baby. Look what she did to my neck. She also told me that I can't be your Luna. She complained, crying. How pathetic. She wasn't wrong. I don't know where you're getting all these ideas from, but you're never going to be my Luna. It's not our baby. It's your baby. You might afford Lee to think I'm the father, but I know fully well that I'm not, and if I hear you call her a thing, you'd spend nights in cell. Damon threatened 𝐖𝐨𝐳. You're taking her side. What has she done to you? You hated rogues. Not her. I'm going to keep taking her side, 𝐶𝐶. Stop all these nonsense. Go find the father of your child and don't ruin my life, because if things with Lee don't turn out well, you may as well just prepare your grave, he coldly said, walking away. What does she mean to you? 𝐶𝐶 angrily asked, shouting. Everything. She means everything to me. Damon stopped to answer, and the look in his eyes with the way he sounded made me want to cry and just hug him. He cares. I mean something to him. I just let her get to me like that. What have I done? I need to apologize to him. I went back to the kitchen thinking of how to get Damon back, and because I was hungry, I sat down on the stool thinking, could Damon and I work out? Does he love me? My emotions were just jumbled up. His scent washed over me, and I turned to see him behind me. He looked frustrated and angry. Our eyes locked, and I so wanted to take my eyes off him, but I couldn't. His green eyes are so beautiful. Just looking at them is hypnotizing. I started to feel all his emotions. He was angry and hurt. I knew I was the reason why he was hurt, because I didn't believe him. Because I threatened to leave him. Guilt washed over me, and I felt bad for causing him pain. I wanted to go to him, hug him, and tell him I'm sorry, but what about me? I wanted him to tell me that everything would be fine and it would just be both of us. He walked over to me and wrapped his hands around me from behind. Please don't push me out, Lee. Don't leave me. Why don't you want me to leave? I love you, Lee. I can't live without you. I don't want to lose you, especially to 𝐶𝐶's lie. He loves me. My heart was beating hard in my chest. He declared his love for me. I was beyond happy to know that he loves me. You have to believe, Lee. That's all I'm asking of you. For you to trust me. I made a grave mistake by sleeping with 𝐶𝐶 after I met you, and no amount of apology would make up for that. I do regret it, Lee. Day and night, especially after seeing this, is what she's using to ruin us, and I don't want that to happen. Trust me, Lee. Please. The sincerity in his voice almost made me cry. He was literally begging me to trust him. I could feel his regret, sadness and pain. I'd be a fool not to believe him. I trust you now, Damon. I should have a long time ago, but I was blinded by anger. I know that's not an excuse. I'm so sorry, especially for all the things I said to you. I said, wrapping my arms around him. It's okay now. Everything's going to be fine now, he said, holding me tighter. I'm sorry for not trusting you, I said, and he didn't say anything for a while. I know that's what hurt him the most, and I felt bad. I shouldn't have let my anger consume me. I should have listened to him, but I was quick to judge. I was hurt, Lee. You couldn't even trust me or believe me. You spoke up. The way his voice showed how hurt he was made me feel more guilty, and I wanted to cry. I promised to help him, but when something came, I ran away. I'm sorry, Damon. I apologized, tears spilling from my eyes. I know you must have been disappointed in me. I didn't trust you. I'm so sorry, I said, crying. I was just realizing the gravity of my mistake. I'd have felt shattered if the tables were turned. I probably wouldn't forgive him. You don't have to cry, Lee, he said, placing his palm on my cheeks, using his thumb to wipe my tears. Everything is fine now. I promise I'm not even mad at you. How can he forgive me like that? I would have given him a tough time before even thinking of listening to him. I'm the one ruining this relationship, and I have to stop that because I really want our relationship to work. I want to be the perfect mate for you, but it seems like I'm ruining it. I've hurt you and I'm sorry. You're not perfect, Lee, so don't worry. We're not perfect, no one is. I know I've not been the perfect mate to you either. As long as we're here we can work things out, so don't give up on us, Lee. Don't leave me. I won't leave you, Damon. He smiled before taking my lips. I had missed his lips on mine. His touch that was sending different sparks to different part of my body. He was kissing me slowly, taking his time, ravishing me as if he couldn't get enough of me. We were in the room laying on the bed when Damon brought out something. It was a red box. He opened it and it was a bracelet. It was a black bracelet with a heart-shaped diamond. It was simple yet beautiful. It's lovely, I said, smiling, and he put the bracelet on my wrist. I should have given it to you for a while, he said slowly. So what stopped you? I just wanted to give it to you at a time I know you would tricked it, he answered, and I laughed. Was I that mean to him? You should have given it to me anyway, I said, and he just nodded. There's something I want to tell you, he said, and I leaned closer, looking up at him. He sighed heavily before starting. The girl who shot me, she's 𝐊𝐲𝐬. Chapter 36. I didn't know what to say. I was beyond speechless. Correct me if I'm wrong, but she's the sister you thought was dead, right? Yes, he answered, nodding. It seems he still found it hard to believe. Does she recognize you? How do you feel about seeing her? She does. I'm happy to see her, but she doesn't want to have anything to do with me, he said sadly and sighed. Are you sure she's the one though? What if someone's playing a trick on you? People ask for witches' help to do these things, and someone that knows about them might have disguised as 𝐊𝐲𝐬. I'm sure she is. There's a birthmark we both have. She has it. Was it that crescent-shaped birthmark? Is it the one you have on your chest? I asked, and he didn't reply. You're asking too much questions, Lee. And that's how we ended the conversation. How is one question too many? I decided to just let it go. So what do you want to do? I curiously asked. I have a lot of things to do, Lee. I don't even know what to do. He sounded so frustrated. Being the alpha was stressful. I didn't even see my dad often. Just do the one you think is important. You can go back to the others later, I advised, and he nodded, saying he'd do just that. I didn't want to bother him again, but just remembered something. Oh my gosh. Is she Chase, mate? Yes, she is, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with him. She's being so stubborn, he complained. She'd come through. Maybe she's mad at you. You just have to talk to her. I will, but right now let's sleep. Today has been stressful. I'm so happy that we were okay now, I said, and he smiled. I'm the happiest, he said, smiling. He doesn't smile often, but when he does it drives me crazy and make me happy. Good night to 𝐿𝐲𝐬, he said, kissing my head as we cuddled. I couldn't stop smiling as I fell asleep. It was the middle of the night. I woke up and Damon wasn't beside me. I checked around the room but still couldn't find him. I decided to check around following his scent. I stopped when I heard voices. 𝐿𝐲𝐬, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you there, forgive me. We will leave together now. I don't want to have anything to do with you, and for the last time, I am not 𝐿𝐲𝐬, I am not your sister. 𝐿𝐲𝐬, listen to me. You have to understand. Understand what exactly? I hate you, Damon. You didn't care about me, you left me there. Don't say that. I care about you. You're my sister, the only family I have, and I swear to you I came back for you. Damon said, then he sounded like he wanted to cry. Oh look, we have company, she said, and I realized I had just been caught. Greatly. What are you doing here? He asked a bit angrily. I'm sorry. I couldn't find you in bed and just followed your scent here, I answered honestly. Ah, she's your mate. You've not marked her? She asked and laughed. She looked at me from top to bottom, I know you. I've seen your face, 𝐿𝐤. How would she know me? Oh, this is interesting. You're 𝐊𝐤 sister, she said, smiling devilishly. You're really popular. There's a bounty on your head and I'm going to get it. Before I could ask what she meant, the cell was verstopen. She lunged towards me and Damon pushed her away. Stay away from her. Let me go, she ordered angrily, her eyes changing color to red. What's wrong with her? Calm down, Damon ordered angrily. She's going to die, Damon. I can see it. Her doom is here. Was she a seer now? She's confusing me. She seemed normal now. Nothing's going to happen to her. I'd make sure of that. You would, but we both know you can't, she said, and Damon just sighed. Let's not talk about that. I give you a room. You're made to sleep, Damon said, stroking her. I missed you, Damon, she said, and I could see a tear slip from her eyes. Was she bipolar? I missed you, 𝐿𝐤, every day, he said, wiping the tears. This is awkward. I'm happy that they're okay now. She might be nice. Lee, go back upstairs, please. I take 𝐿𝐤 to her room, he said, and I nodded. I got into the room and all the windows were open. I looked around hoping no one was there. I searched the room hoping to find something, and I did. It was on the table, a small white paper with a message that read, "And on the day the moon covers the sun, I would wait for her heart hide burn." I was scared. A gush of wind blew and I shivered. Then on that day I'd wait. I tried to make light of the situation. I didn't know 𝐊𝐤 could rhyme. I started closing the windows and just then Damon entered. He looked a bit okay now. There was a small smile on his face that made me happy. I didn't want him to know about the letter. I didn't want him to worry. He had a lot of things he was worried about as it is. "Lee, I asked you what you're holding," he said, walking closer to me. "How's 𝐿𝐤? Is she sleeping now?" I asked. "Don't avoid my question," he said coldly. "We just made up and I promise not to ruin this. It's a letter, probably from 𝐿𝐤," I said, giving it to him. His body shook as he read it. I could see how angry he was, and I knew also that he was scared. "Are you okay? Was anyone here when you got in? How did she even manage to get in?" He was angry, and so I walked up to him, kissing his cheeks and taking his hands. "I'm okay, Damon. No one was here. I'm not going to lose you, Lee. No matter what happens, before I let anything happen to you." "Don't say that. You know what, let's just sleep," I said, taking his hands, leading him to the bed. Once we laid down, he put his hands around me tightly. "I'd fight for you, Lee. As long as I'm alive, I'd not let anything happen to you," he said, caressing my face. "I know that, Damon, so now let's sleep," I said, and he sighed. What he didn't know was that I was the one that needed to protect him, because she'd start from the people I love most. Oh my gosh. I love Damon. I haven't even realized it. I love him and he loves me. I decided to say it before it was too late. "I love you, Damon," I said, and his head shot up. "I know," he said, smiling, and I smiled. "How do you even know?" "I just realized it," I complained. He just shrugged. "Go to sleep, Lianna," he said, and I smiled. "You never told me what it means," I said, drawing circles on his chest. "It means my queen," he answered, smiling, and my heart did a somersault. "And you're my king," I said, and he said he was my one and only, before pulling me into a kiss. The next morning I woke up with a smile on my remembered other things. I nearly had it. I looked around me. Damon was not beside me, and I pouted. I wanted to see his face first thing in the morning when I wake up. "Good morning, my queen." Damon walked in with a tray of food, and I automatically smiled. It was thoughtful of him too. It's nice seeing him like this, but knowing we had few days together broke my heart. I was finally going to be happy. "Good morning to you, to my king," I said, and he smiled widely. "I got you breakfast. I noticed you really didn't eat yesterday," he said, and I smiled. "I love him. You're thinking about me, aren't you?" he asked with a smirk. As if. Why would you even think that? You are smiling too much and your eyes are glinting, staring into mine, and you look so happy. "I am happy, Damon, really happy. You have no idea how hearing you say that makes me so happy. I finally made you happy and would devote my life to making you happy." The sincerity and love in his tone nearly made me cry. I wish we had more time. I love you, Lee. I love you to Damon. I said, and just when I thought we were in a kiss we pulled out. I know I did because of morning breath, and a glint in his eyes made me realize he was teasing me. I laughed before going to the bathroom. Today has a great start. I hope it had a great ending. Chapter 37. Damon. I were currently in a restaurant having dinner. It was our first date, and I was so excited. Maybe he might even mark me tonight. I was looking forward to it. We were both talking about our childhood, things we didn't know about each other, and he found out my birthday was a week away. He had said something about throwing me a party, but I denied the offer. I hate my birthday. It was the day my life was ruined. After dinner we went back home. Surprisingly, the dinner went well. I was half expecting 𝐿 to show up, but I'm glad she didn't. Damon and I were kissing furiously now. He pushed me to the bed and laid on top of me, and my wolf was squealing in happiness. He started trailing my body with kisses, and the pleasure was beyond expiation. Why didn't we do this since? Lee, you have no idea how much I want you, he said, sucking my neck. Then have me, Damon. I surrendered myself to him, and our making out got deeper. I want this. To be mated to him. To have his mark on my neck. For him to have me where no one else has. And just when I thought he was going to mark me, he stepped away from me. What now? If this was 𝐿 playing jokes on me, I won't forgive her for it. What's wrong? I asked, worried, sitting upright. I can't do this yet. I'm sorry. I want to do this when the time is right, he said calmly. And when exactly is it going to be right? When I'm dead? I questioned angrily. I wanted him to mark me. My whole body was white, craving him. His scent was driving me crazy, and I wanted more than anything to have his mark, knowing he belonged to me. I wanted him to mark me and mate with me. At least I deserved that experience. Don't talk like that. He moved closer to me, kissing my cheeks. I just want to make this special for you. I don't want to do anything you'd regret later. I certainly wouldn't regret you marking me, Damon. I feel you're hiding something from me. I don't have a problem with you marking me now. You do, I stated angrily. I know some would think I'm overreacting, but I'm not. How much more am I going to wait? We wanted each other. Why can't we just have each other then? Believe me, I want to mark you, Lee. But, I aired sadly. Never mind. I don't want to know. And I thought this night was going to be different. Now you're mad at me, he said, taking my hands, which I pulled away from him. Well, I thought it was going to be different too. I want you, Damon. I don't know if you're doubting that, but I'm sure that I need you, and this isn't fueled by my fear of dying. I admitted 𝐿𝐴𝐺. I admitted 𝐿𝐴 on his face. I want you in every possible way, and I'm going to make you mine soon. I just want it to be special for you, he said, and I just nodded, not wanting to argue further. Today would have been special for me if he had. I'd go wash up now, I said, heading to the bathroom, but before I left he kissed my head and gave me a small smile. Once in, I decided not to think about anything and just let the water soothe me. I came out and Damon was nowhere to be seen. I was tired and still a little bit mad, so I let him be. The next morning I woke up wrapped around Damon. I didn't even know when he came in last night. I snuggled deeper, inhaling his scent. I couldn't help but wonder how far we'd have gone in our relationship if we weren't so stubborn at first. Good morning, beautiful, he greeted with a wide smile on his face. It made me smile too. We got ready for the day, then went downstairs. Everyone was gathered around the table talking. It made me smile. Chase and Daria seemed to be getting along, if the way he held and looked at her was anything to go by. Arya was actually nice. We talked well, being the only girls in the group. We shared our experience and struggles with each other, and I got to learn a lot about her and Damon. I know for a fact that they loved each other, and I envied them. They were so attentive to each other, cared about each other, whereas my sister is planning to kill me somewhere. Why don't we all go out this Saturday? Arya suggested. Great. We could also celebrate Lee's birthday. Jonathan quipped in. I don't want to. You guys know how I feel about my birthday, I said, denouncing the idea. It was the day you were born. The day the moon goddess blessed me with you. It's worth celebrating. If you wouldn't celebrate, then let me. Because I'm grateful that you were born. The way he sounded made me almost cry, but I smile instead and hug him. Although that doesn't mean I'm celebrating anything. Come on. You're the Luna. We can announce you as one then, and everyone would get to know you. You've never really met people in the pack. Chase said, and although his plan was convincing, I wasn't giving in. Let's not pressure her about anything, Sam added. They just nodded and we continued talking about anything. Damon had to leave for a pack meeting. Chase and Arya left for their room, leaving me with just Sam and Jonathan, the two people I badly need to talk to. I told them about the letter and Jonathan panicked while Sam still kept his face neutral. What do we do? We're no longer safe here, Jonathan stated. I know. That's why I'm suggesting we leave. I don't want to get Damon and his pack in this, I said calmly. I didn't want people to die because of me. I wouldn't forgive myself for that. It's that what you really want? Sam questioned carefully. Yes, I've thought about it carefully. That way Damon doesn't get hurt, and since we've not mated or marked, it would be easier for him to move on if something happens to me. If I stay, he'd put himself on the stake for my sake, I said softly. Thinking about leaving him was already hurting, but I had to do this for the both of us. So when do we leave? Jonathan asked. On Saturday. Seriously, Lee? On your birthday? He just told you that it means something to him. You can't just leave him then, Jonathan exclaimed. I'm getting this negative vibes about the birthday. I don't want this one to be worse than the rest, I divulged. It wouldn't be. It could be the best. You're just so pessimistic. Sand. Well, that's coming from a guy who taught me to never get my hopes high and always expect the worst, I retorted. Why your birthday, Lee? Why not sooner? Jonathan asked, and I turned my attention to him. I want to end it the day it all began. Chapter 38. It was the day that I dreaded more than anything. My birthday. I woke up with a sad and bad feeling in my gut. It will be a miracle if this day goes well. Damon pulled me close to him, giving me a kiss on the forehead. Happy birthday, love, he said, and I smiled. Usually I hated hearing that, cause I was never happy on that day, so why tell me happy birthday? There was something about the way he said it that made me smile and secretly wish the day went happily. So what do you want to do today? I'd do anything you want me to, he asked excitedly, and I cupped his face, staring deeply into his emerald green eyes. One that I have come to love. I just want you to be happy and not to forget that I love you. I smiled sadly. That was all I wanted from him right now. You're not going to leave me, Lee. I wouldn't allow it, so don't try it, he warned in a strict tone. You're mine forever. He placed me on top of him, then kissed my head. No one is going to take you away from me, neither would you leave me. If you want me to be happy, then just be happy because you are my happiness. Stay with me. Don't leave me, and I can guarantee you that I'd be happy for the rest of my life. Oh, Damon, I said, burying my head in his chest. I couldn't stop the tears from flowing. Why was he making this hard for me? Why do I feel like I'd be betraying him by leaving? All I wanted was for him to live. I wouldn't bear it if I lost someone close to my heart. I love you, Lee, he said, stroking my hair, and the sincerity in his voice made my heart clench. How on earth did my life get to this? I won't let her hurt you, Lee. She'd have to kill me before she touches even a strand of your hair, he protectively said, and I didn't doubt that he would do that. I'm not going to let her hurt you, Damon. If she wants me, she gets me, not anyone else. I don't want you involved in this. I don't want anything to happen to you, Damon, I cried, saying. And nothing will. I got involved in this the moment I realized I was your mate. I'm going to stand by you, Lee, he said, and I cried further. For months ago I'd have laughed if someone told me Damon was capable of saying words like this, but here he's melting my heart, still yet hardening it. I was at crossroads. I think the best thing to do for now was just to avoid the topic. I love you to Damon, I said, and I just stayed in his arms for a while, him holding me as if he was scared to let go and me savoring the moment. I left him to go get ready for the day. I did all the necessary, and while I stood in front of the mirror brushing my hair, I had a terrible déjà vu back to the time when my hair was once night black, now as white as snow. Oh, what a contrast. A tear slipped out my eyes. I wasn't one to cry, and seeing myself cry this way disturbed me. Other birthdays has never been like this. I merely even paid attention to the day, but this. I was remembering every single detail that happened 2 years ago. I got out of the bathroom all dressed in a big blue shirt. I went out to see Damon holding a tray of food and my mouth watered, but it wasn't only just for the food. He had a grin on his face and he looked handsome as usual. He seemed to have had his bath because he smelt fresh. His cologne was intoxicating, or was it his soap? "Happy birthday, my queen," he said, pulling me close to him, and the electricity that rushed through me was terrifying. I wanted him bad. Was I the only one that felt this way? Surely he should have taken me by now if he felt a teeny bit of what I felt. "You already told me before." I wrapped my arms and neck, my head touching his. "I just want to tell you so that it will stick in your head that you can be happy." "And how do you intend on making me happy, Alpha?" I asked wickedly. "I have a lot of things in mind, Luna," he said, claiming my lips. After our make-out session we ate. He had made my favorite food and it made me feel special that he was making an effort to make me happy, and I think it's working. Just after we had breakfast, Sam, Jonathan, Chase and Arya walked in. Sam with a cake, Arya and Jonathan with a 2-inch hero balloon respectively, while Chase held a bottle of champagne. Before I could ask what they were doing, they started singing Happy Birthday, and that moment I felt happy. "Happy birthday, Lee," they chorused, taking turns to hug me, after which they gave me the cake. "Make a wish." Arya beamed. I made a wish and smiled. If wishes could come true, I hope mine would. "What did you wish for?" Damon whispered in my ear. "If I tell you, it wouldn't come to pass, would it?" I whispered in his ear, slightly grazing it with my tongue though. "I could make it come," he whispered, nibbling on my ear. "Guys, we're still here," Jonathan said, waving his hands to prove his point. Damon said, sucking my neck, looking straight at me. "I get you guys want to eat each other, but some of us actually want to eat the cake, you know," Chase said playfully, although he sounded serious. Arya handed me the knife and I took out a piece. Soon we were eating and drinking champagne while talking. It felt nice. They stayed for an hour and they left, leaving just me and Damon. We talked till I fell asleep in his arms. When I woke up, he was wide awake. He looked like he was lost in thoughts. "What's wrong?" I asked, and he smiled. "Go out on a date with me tonight," he said, kissing my nose. "Of course I will," I said, smiling, and he did too. "Great. Go get ready," he said, leaving the room. I got into the bathroom and had a quick breath bath. I stepped out of the bathroom in a towel, and when I got to the room there was a lovely black dress on the bed with a letter. "Happy birthday to Sora. I got you this as a gift. Wear it tonight." I smiled, putting on the cloth. It fitted me perfectly and I smiled. This date was going to be my last meeting with Damon. I wore black heels, did makeup to look extra pretty, and went outside to where Damon was waiting for me. "You're so beautiful, mi reina." He kissed my cheeks. "The cloth looks lovely on you. When did you have time to buy it?" Chapter 39. "So you didn't get me the gown?" she asked, just to be sure. Damon, not wanting her to start worrying, just laughed. "It's just a joke, Lee. You should have seen your face." "Very funny, Damon. Don't joke about things like that." She angrily said, "I'm sorry, Lee. You should just relax," he said, patting her back. "It's not that easy," she said, sighing. "It is. Don't worry, okay, everything is fine," he said, smiling. "I have a surprise for you." "What's it?" she asked, letting out a small smile. He opened the door at which they stood in front of, and it was completely dark. "Damon, what are you trying to do?" she asked, a bit scared. He couldn't kill her, could he? It was when she heard the excited voices shout, surprised, she realized he had thrown a birthday party for her despite how she told him not to. "Damon, I thought I told you not to throw a party. I just want you to have fun," he said, placing something around my eyes. I looked around and everyone else had it. It was like a masquerade ball. At least no one would really recognize me. At the farthest corner of the room they stood, accessing the Alpha's Luna. This was the first time they were seeing her. Well, for some, but they couldn't really recognize her. "Happy birthday, Lee," Sam and Jonathan congratulated, hugging her. "As if the number of times I hear happy would make me happy." "You're such a party popper," Jonathan said, leaving to enjoy the party. "So are we still leaving?" Sam asked. "Up, of course. I don't want to put his pack at risk, Sam." "I understand. We got the plan information," said, leaving. She looked around the room. There were securities at every corner, every door. Damon was talking to Arya and they seemed to have been in a very serious conversation. She took it as her cue to walk away. She had not gone far when Chase stopped her, handing her a drink. "Come on, let's toast to a good life," he gave her as she drank, not wanting to stay any further. Damon went up to the stage, a glass in his hands. "I'd like to thank everyone for coming. Let's make a toast to my Luna, to good health and long life." Everyone collected a drink from the waiters and waitresses, handing out drinks, and she collected again. She could even say an amen to the toast. She took the drink in one long gulp and continued walking. She felt a hand around her, and from the tingle she knew it was Damon. He nibbled on her neck, kissing her softly. "How about we go cut the cake and get out of here?" he asked, standing in front of her, smiling. She wanted to say no to that, but she could at least stay to eat the cake and leave immediately. No exceptions after that. They walked to where the cake was. It was a big blue cake. She cut the cake and ate it. "We have to leave now if we want to leave," Sam whispered in my ear. He took my hands and we began walking through the crowd. Just as we were about to pass through the door, Arya stopped us. "Come on, what's with them? And where are you both going to?" she asked. "I want to give Lee my gift to her," Sam answered. She looked at us suspiciously but said nothing, leaving. Suddenly, my head started spinning. I was losing balance. I turned to look at Sam. It seemed as if it was affecting him. Looking around, I turned to see everyone was like that. All the lights went off and I could faintly hear Damon call my name weakly. Bodies were on the floor unconscious, and soon I joined, falling on the floor. Chapter 40. I woke up in an extremely dark room. Scanning the room, I realized it was empty. I looked down at myself only to realize I was tied with silver chains. Great. 𝐊𝐢𝐴 was able to get to me before I could escape. I heard voices outside, and I waited expecting to see 𝐊𝐢𝐴, but the person I saw shocked me terribly. It was Damon's beta, the one Damon had embarrassed. "So this is what this is about. You're shocked to see me, oh precious rogue Luna." He smiled, devil's HLY. "At this point, I don't think I am. So what's your deal? 𝐊𝐢𝐴 put you to it, or the big bad beta couldn't take a punch?" I asked in a mocking way. "I deserve to be alpha, not you stupid mate," he angrily said, throwing a stone at me, and I laughed, hiding the pain. "So you're jealous then? That's what this is about?" Seriously. I couldn't believe it. I was tied to a chair with a silver chain because someone was jealous and wanted revenge. "I'm going to make you all pay," he angrily said. "And how do you intend to do that?" "Keep me here forever," I mocked. "Do you know how crazy Damon is right now? It has been 2 weeks since he saw his beloved. Add 1 more week to that and he'd lose it completely. He's barely functioning now. The council will have to take him down, and guess who they put in his place?" "That's right, me. Wow, I'd have clapped at your genius plan if my hands weren't tied," I retorted. "I'm going to make sure Damon is completely destroyed." "Great. So can I go already?" I asked, sounding bored. "No. You're also going to pay because it's your fault that he embarrassed me that day," he said, gathering some weapons, and I laughed. "I'd advise you not to use any of that on me." I was acting all tough, but deep down I was breaking down. The silver chains were burning me internally. It was draining me of the little strength I had. I couldn't even use my powers at this point. If he used any of the weapons, which were all mixed with silver, then I was doomed, and so was Damon. "Do you know how painful these weapons are? You're going to gnash your teeth in pain, and you won't be able to do anything about it. I'm going to end you. That's the worst pain that would overpower Damon. The death of his mate. It'll be very agonizing. That's the worst thing to happen to any mate. The loss of a mate is hard to get over. Most people become useless after that. Damon wouldn't. You're so petty. Just because of a little punch and disgrace, you're going to kill me to take revenge on Damon. Grow some balls." "Oh, this isn't just about that. He took my place. A stupid boy from nowhere that they found in the woods. He took my place. I was supposed to be alpha until he came along. Do you expect me to love him after that? I'm going to end you and then him. You're going to beg me for your life and I wouldn't spare you. That's where you are wrong. I don't beg." It was quite revealing to discover that Damon wasn't originally from the pack. Then where exactly was he from? There was still a mystery around him. I know he was hiding something from me. Well, we'd see about that, he said as he whipped me with a silver whip, and I let out a scream. Damon's POV, I could feel the pain again. She was tormenting her. I couldn't believe that after the security and everything, 𝐊𝐢 still managed to get in. No one even knew what happened. Our drinks must have been drugged. Someone on the inside must have helped her. My heart was shattered when I woke up to see Lianna missing. We searched everywhere within the pack's territory. I had even searched surrounding packs, but I wasn't able to find her. I've been going crazy with worry and anger. The frequent torture shows that she's still alive. I could feel every pain she felt. It was killing me that I couldn't save her and had no idea about her whereabouts. I had done everything I could. Sam had conjured all he could, but still there was no idea about her whereabouts. At first Sam had suggested maybe she left. I was shocked to find out that she was planning to leave on the day of her birthday. Why would she want to leave me now when I thought everything was okay? Things weren't going on well in the pack either, as 𝐿𝐲 had reported me to the council claiming she was pregnant for me, which was obviously a lie because only my mate or a white wolf can carry my young, but they thought I was like an ordinary wolf. The council believed her lies, and she seemed to have falsified the test claiming the child is mine. The result of it was the council proclaiming that I had 3 days to mark her and make her my Luna, and over my dead body was I going to let that happen? I belonged to only one woman. Till death do us part. My beta walked in and I sighed looking up at him. I had tasked everyone with the job of looking for her. To my agent extraordinaire, 𝐿𝐲 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐼𝐻𝐬 unveiling 𝐾𝐿𝐲 enthusiasm. Jonathan. Everyone was helping. I was going sick with worry. I could barely eat or sleep. I've been in my office checking territories that we've covered and the ones still to cover. Any news? I asked him, although I could see from his looks that there wasn't any good one. Not yet, sir. Our men are still searching. I believe we can still find her, he said, and I gave him a curt nod. I was losing it. I had to let out my frustration on something. I dismissed him after having an internal battle with myself. I had initially wanted to hold him down and query him for not being able to do a thing, but I knew he was trying. Everyone was. I have tried severally to reach 𝐿𝐢𝐴, but it seemed like she was the one who called the shot. She only appears when she wants to. I think all I had to do was wait and hope that she comes to me and I'd make her an offer she can't refuse. Chapter 41. Damon. It was late at night. Past midnight. I laid in mind recalling memories of us. A sad smile crept on my face. I really want her next to me. I have missed her cuddles and laughter. All I could think of was her. I was frustrated already. 𝐿𝐢𝐴 should send me a note. Do something. I sighed as I knew I would not be able to sleep that night. I got out of bed and decided to do a quick survey around and see if I'd be able to find out any clue. What happened that night was still a mystery to us all, as no one could clearly recall or did not even have any idea what happened. I jumped out of my window and ran into the woods. One thing was sure. 𝐿𝐢𝐴 had help on the inside or had been inside. I then remembered the gown Lianna had gotten. I surely didn't get her that, but I lied to her not to get her worried. Surely 𝐿𝐢𝐴 must have been the one that sent it. If only I was honest that night. I thought with the high level of security she would have been caught, but was proved wrong. After my unsuccessful wander in the woods, I went back to the office and to my shock I saw the last person I was expecting to see. Seated on my chair was 𝐿𝐢𝐴 in all her devilish glory. It's not that I had met her before, but the aura she exudes gave me the information I had to know. If it isn't the mighty Damon Salvatore, mate to my one and only sister, she said in a mocking way. I was still shocked as to why she was here, what she wanted, how to respond. Now that you mentioned your sister, where the hell is Lianna? I angrily asked. Oh, calm down, Alpha. I was about to ask you the same thing. She looked up at me, anger shining in her eyes. Well, she's not the only one who gets angry. Where are you keeping her? What exactly do you want with her? I raised my voice, banging the table. I need her for something. I came to the party, but I sure as hell didn't take her. I couldn't do anything but laugh. So you expect me to believe that she's not with you and you're not the one that kidnapped her? I asked angrily. Of course I'm not. It seems like I'm not the only one who hates her. The most important thing now was getting her back. We heard the noise. Sam and Jonathan walked in, and Sam, upon seeing her, flew her across the room with a heavy gust of wind. Before she recovered, he was in front of her. He picked her up and pinned her to the wall, straddling her neck. "I'm only going to ask this once. Where is she?" he asked coldly. "Oh, Sam. It's good to see you too. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼 𝐊𝐤𝐳 Hearts out, thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm," he asked, banging her head on the wall. Her eyes turned pitch black and she pushed Sam away. "Well, I'm going to say it once too. I have no idea where she is." We all surrounded her, ready to pounce if she made a move. "I'm not ready to hurt any one of you. On the contrary, I'm here to help you find her," she spoke up. "We don't want your help, dear." Jonathan spoke up harshly. "I can be of help. I want to help." She sounded desperate. "You can help by leaving her the FVCK alone," Sam shouted. I don't know why I felt she was being sincere. I think it's because I've not seen her do anything yet. She couldn't really hate Lianna that much. The threats that Lianna had gotten and the gown. "Were you the one that sent them?" I asked, staring at her intently. "I did." My anger began to flare up as she said that. She had wanted to hurt Lianna on the day of her birthday. She probably took her, but is now playing dumb about her whereabouts and claiming to help us find her. I pinned her to the wall in seconds, my hands strangling her neck. "Where the hell is she?" I banged her head on the wall, still strangling her, not really giving her a chance to speak. "I told you I don't know," she screamed, using her powers to push me across the room. "I came to the party. Yes, I was going to hurt her, yes, but I didn't take her." We all passed out after the toast, only to find her gone, and that brings us to the fact that I'm not with her. Someone else is her and is hurting her. I don't know who the person is yet, but I'm sure the person must have been from your pack. The question you should be asking yourselves is, who hates her enough to hurt her? Who wants her out of the way? Immediately she said that, something clicked inside of us and we all chorused Gigi. Not that I thought her capable of doing something like that, but she was the only one that I can think of that wants Lianna out of the way, and she wasn't exactly to be trusted. Good. I'd like to have a word with this Gigi then. What exactly do you want from Lianna? Jonathan asked, frustrated. That, my dear, is for me and my dear sister to discuss. I called in Gigi at dawn. She walked in, her bump extremely obvious. Jonathan and the rest had gone again to search for Lianna, leaving just Laurende and I. "Who are you and what do you want with me?" Gigi asked arrogantly. "I guess you don't know me then. I'm Laurende, Lianna's sister. Do you happen to know where she may be?" she asked calmly. "Why should I? I don't have any business with her," Gigi said, turning to leave. "I'm not done with you, young lady." Laurende pushed her to a chair angrily. She had her chained up in no time. The chain hurting Gigi badly as it was coated with silver. "Be careful. She's pregnant." "Worried about the safety of the child. Is it your baby?" she angrily asked. "No, but..." "Shut the FVCK up," she angrily said, then turned to look at Gigi. "I know you know something. So while I'm still asking nicely, where the hell is Lianna?" she asked angrily, waving a ball of fire at Gigi. I don't know," Gigi stuttered. It was so obvious that she was scared. "Well, I tried." Laurende threw the ball of fire just at the top of Gigi's head and she let out a scream. "Are you trying to tell me something, dark?" she asked, circling her hand on her stomach. "Please, not my baby." "Oh, I won't just kill the baby. I'd kill you. I'm going to ask you for the last time. Where's Lianna?" I don't know." I felt her fear through her tone, and I really couldn't keep calm and watch Laurende kill her if she was innocent. Laurende's two hands were a ball of hot fire directed at Gigi. "Laurende, don't." She paid no attention to me, the fire nearly touching Gigi's face. Her eyes was wide open in fear as she screamed out a name I wasn't expecting to hear. "Simeon." "Who's that angel?" Laurende asked with a wicked smile. I was still trying to figure out which of the Simeon she was referring to. If it was the Beta Simeon or the Omega Simeon. The Beta. I think he took her. That's all I know. "Please let me go," she begged, crying. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 lowered her hand, ceasing the fire, and started laughing, and all I could think of was killing her and Simeon. And the story keeps on getting better. Interesting. Please let me go. 𝐶𝐶 begged. Sweetie, not until you tell me all I need to know, she said, smiling devilishly. She raised her hands with fire again, and I walked up to her. We know who has her. Let's go get him and leave her alone, I authoritatively said. Don't use your FBC King Alpha tone on me. She still has more to say. I swear I don't. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐩𝐴𝐧𝐬. I just know he wanted to hurt her to get to you. I promise you, Damon, that's all I know. I don't know if he really took her or where he has her. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐴𝐧𝐬. The door sprang open and walked Simeon. I wasted no time in smashing his head on the wall, and he wasted no time in retaliating. I see you found out. He smiled wickedly, straddling me to the ground, giving me a punch on the face. Where the hell is she? I asked, punching him furiously on the face. You have to do what I say first, or she dies, he said, bringing out a remote. The look of horror on my face made him smile. All I have to do is press this little red button and off she goes. I snatched the remote from him, careful not to touch the button. Where are you keeping her, Simeon? I angrily asked. I'm not going to tell you, he said, laughing. I stood up, raking my hair with frustration. The next thing I saw was Simeon being pushed around from one end of the room to another. Where's she, Simeon? 𝐊𝐢𝐳 asked as she tossed him around, then stopped. It's going to take more than that for me to tell you, he boasted, and she smiled, saying true. She started burning his feet, and he screamed but continued laughing until she stopped. You're not going to kill me. You need me more than I need you. He laughed wickedly, and I was angry because it was true. I'm not even afraid of dying. If you kill me, you'd never find her. So listen to my proposal. What the hell do you want, Simeon? I angrily asked. Sign out. Resign your position as Alpha, and I take you to her. 𝐊𝐢𝐳 turned to me first before she started burning his feet again. I'd like to know who'd respect a crippled Alpha, she said, smiling. I'd sign it. I'd leave the pack. Just tell me where she is. I knew the desperation in my voice was very evident, and I didn't care. A scream startled us, and we all turned to look at 𝐶𝐶. I guess her water broke. Her fear might have something to do with it. I rushed to 𝐶𝐶's side, loosening the chains from her as she continued to scream. We have to take her to the hospital, I said, turning to look at 𝐊𝐢𝐳, who was looking lost. I called her again, and she was at my side, telling 𝐶𝐶 to be calm and just breathe in and out. I'm going to press the little button, and off she goes. I must have dropped the remote when I rushed to 𝐶𝐶. 𝐶𝐶's scream was neglected to the background as my scream overtook us as Simeon pressed the button. Chapter 42. I pounced on him, but it was too late. The deed had already been done. We got into a brawl, and all I could think of was killing him. He brought out a dagger, and I was careful to dodge his hit. You're just a strange bastard that deserved to die, he spat. I couldn't control it. My wolf took over as my claws appeared. My eyes pitch black as I used my claws to scratch his chest. I rose him from the ground, strangling his neck, raising him up in the air as he struggled to breathe. I violently threw him across the room. Where is she? I demanded, using a tone superior to my alpha tone that he wasted no time to reply. She's in the woods. There's an underground bunker up north. There's no use. She's dead. Just as you will be. His dagger pierced into my calf, and I wasted no time shredding him to pieces with my claws. I'm going to get her. I paid no attention to the pain I felt on my legs. It was nothing to what I felt in my heart at the thought of losing her. I couldn't get a connection to her. I couldn't feel her. All I had was hope that she was fine. The door opened, and in came Jonathan. Sam, what the hell happened? They chorused. There's no time for explanation. We have to go find her. Please. My BAA by. 𝐶𝐶 begged. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Please get her to the hospital. Arya rushed her side, her and 𝐊𝐢𝐳 helping her up. Chase went to call the doctor while Sam, Jonathan, and I made move to go find Lianna. I'm coming with you. I turned to 𝐊𝐢𝐳. I wanted to argue, but I didn't want to waste any more time than we've wasted. We shifted to our wolf form and went to the location. Before we got there I could see the fumes from the fire. He really did it. I controlled my thoughts not to think negatively. She could still be there, waiting for me to find her. I raced faster, ignoring the pain in my leg. If I could save her, everything else will be okay. The lock leading to the bunker was open and I could see the blazing fire beneath. I jumped and made my way in. She has to be here somewhere. The rest followed as we made our way through the fire, 𝐿𝐸 and Sam clearing our path by using their powers. We got to the end of the small room and there was no sign of Lianna, just the sign of heavy silver chains. I crumbled on the floor as the connection between us was waning. She couldn't be dead, could she? 𝐿𝐸, if you can hear me, please hang on. I can't lose you. I've not even showed you how much I love you. I haven't even marked or mated with you. Please hang on. Had she burnt and all that was remaining was the chains? You can't die so easily. We have eternity to wait. I haven't even made you my queen yet. I tried telepathy, although I know our connection was not strong because we haven't mated. I'm going to mark her and make her mine when I see her. She can't be dead. I'd search around. She must be here somewhere. I paid no attention to what they were saying. I walked out of the bunker calling and shouting her name, but there was no reply. She shouldn't be dead. She can't leave me like that. I shifted into my wolf and ran scanning the area for her scent. I believed I was able to find her. I searched everywhere I could around the area, and on getting to the bank of a river I saw her body lying hopelessly on the ground. I immediately shifted to my human form, calling to others that I found her. I placed my ear on her chest and could still hear her heart beating faintly. There was still hope. I held her hands and told her to hang on. The rest of them came running along and Sam took her from me to attend to her, and we gave him space. I really hope she gets better, 𝐿𝐸 said, giving my shoulder a gentle squeeze. She will. She knows better than to leave me, I said, trying to make light of the situation. We rushed her back to my house as soon as her breathing turned normal. She wasn't awake yet, but I knew she would survive this. I sighed as I sat on the bed next to her. What has it been? A week since I last saw her. I was feeling a lot of things happiness. 𝐿𝐸. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐸𝐧𝐰. Pain. Sadness. Why did she have to go through all this? The worst of all was that it was someone I wasn't expecting to hurt her that did. He was right under my nose all those time, not her sister. Her sister is another case entirely. Why is she here? What's her plan? I had her placed in a cell with Sam and other guards watching her. I didn't trust her here. Lianna groaned in pain, moving slightly in discomfort, and I reached out to hold her hand reassuringly. She stayed put as I soothed her. It has been an hour already. I hope she wakes up soon. She was stirring in her sleep, mumbling incoherent words, and I kept on holding her. She opened her eyes slowly, trying to sit upright. Slowly, baby. I assisted her in sitting upright, noticing the discomfort it brought her. Damon, she said slowly, as if seeking conviction that it was truly me. Yes, Lee. I sat on the bed and enveloped her in a hug. My head hurts. She closed her eyes slowly and opened it back. I called in the pack doctor and she gave her some pain relief medicine to ease the pain. Damon. Simeon. She tried warning me as soon as the doctor left. Sure. It's fine, baby. He's dead. Everything is fine. I didn't want to tell her 𝐿𝐸 was here. I didn't want to stress her the more. She just nodded a little and lay back on the bed slowly, and before I knew it she had slept. She looked extremely weak with bruises all over her body. I would have tortured Simeon for a lifetime if he wasn't already dead. Chapter 43. I've been walking around in circles trying to find my way home, but I was lost. I was walking around aimlessly. There were lots of things going on around me, but it felt as if I wasn't there. People were fighting all around. Darkness consumed the thick forest and dead bodies laid all around. A figure appeared walking towards me, but the mist of the forest prevented me from seeing who it was. As the figure became closer, I saw who it was. It was no one other than 𝐿𝐸, but what happened next shocked me. I expected her to come at me with all the weapons ever created, but when she was in front of me she fell on her feet, bowing her head, and when she raised it up her eyes were red. Her face was puffy. She looked like she had been crying. She looked pitiful, and for a second I pitied her, and then she said something I've never thought of her saying. "Please help me." I looked at her in confusion and I saw some people running towards her. Please help me. I beg you." She pulled my legs and begged me, like her life depended on it. I looked at her in confusion and woke up with that same confusion on my face. What was that all about? "Hey, what's wrong?" Damon asked as I sat upright. I had the weirdest dream ever. I wiped the sleep off my face, trying to wipe the dream out of my head as well. "What happened?" He looked scared. It was so weird. I saw 𝐿𝐴. I saw him tensed. She was running from someone. She knelt down in front of me and begged me to help her. I thought he would have eased up a bit hearing that nothing serious happened, but he still looked tense. "Is there anything wrong?" I asked, watching him intently. "There's something you need to know." He started slowly. "Why did I think I wasn't going to like this? Is it something related to 𝐿𝐴? What did she do again?" As if answering my question, he answered, "She's here." I immediately sat upright. What's she doing here? Where is she? What does she want? I remembered the letter she sent the last time. What's her plan this time around? She's in the dungeon. Sam and our guards are watching her. She really wants to speak with you. I looked at him like he was crazy for thinking that she wanted to sincerely talk to me. After everything she has put me through, she wants to talk. What does she want to talk about? I can't even listen to her. She has done a lot of evil things. Killed a lot of people, and if she was in any form of trouble, then she deserved it. Lee. I looked at him and then remembered my dream. What sort of trouble could she be in, and why does she need my help? I won't even help her. Not after all what she has put me through. She needs to leave Damon. She's trouble. I don't want to have anything to do with her. How could she imagine that I would want to talk to her? She helped in trying to find you. You know, she tortured him before I killed him. I don't care, Damon. She just helped because she wants something from me. She's going to discard me when she's done. I think it's time I fulfill this prophecy and get on with my life. I was tired of all of this. I just wanted to be with Damon, mate with him and have his children. All of this was getting in the way. I don't trust her either. I know what she's capable of. I want all of this to end and to just be with you without any disturbance or trouble. You've been through a lot. I just want you to live, to be with me without any obstacles on our way, and for that to happen we need to get rid of 𝐿𝐴. I've contacted the other alphas. They are on their way with their armies. We're going to take her down. She hasn't harmed us yet, but there was no way to tell that she wouldn't. I just want this to end, Damon. I'm really tired. I'm tired of running. I just wanted this to end badly. I'm done. Come here, baby. I moved closer to him and he hugged me and gave me a kiss on my head. It will be over sooner than you think. I closed my eyes and sighed. I had a feeling it will all be over soon too. There was a knock on the door and Arya and Chase waked in. "Lianna, good to see you all right." They chorused and Arya gave me a light pat on the back. Arya looked at Damon and it felt like they were communicating something and he nodded. I wanted to be able to communicate like that with Damon. There were a lot of things I wanted to do with him. I hope we get to do them soon. So I guess you already know that 𝐿𝐴 is here. Arya started and I nodded. You'll have to see her soon. She's begging to see you. What on earth does she want me for? I listened as Chase described how she was begging for us to talk. I don't want to see her. I need to rest. Chase and Arya nodded and left. The whole thing was tiring me already. Come here. He held me, stroking my hair till I fell asleep. I opened my eyes and my whole body was aching me. It will take a while for me to heal fully from this. I stared at the scars on my body and sighed. This really needs to be over soon. Damon was lying next to me and watching him sleep put a smile on my face. I love him, and although our mate bond wasn't really strong, it was better than how it first was. I can't wait to mate with him and have his mark on my body. I craved him more every day. Why doesn't he just want us to mate? A lot of things were just frustrating me. What's annoying you so early in the morning? I didn't even notice that he was awake already. Why don't you want to mate with me? Why don't you want to mark me? I blurted. I want to meet Lianna. Believe me, but you are not ready for it yet. You can't handle it. What was he talking about here? I thought with a shy smile. Can't handle what exactly? I asked mockingly. You can't handle me. All of me. He jokingly said, gesturing at his body, and I laughed. You're not prepared for it. There are still some things you don't know yet. His expression was serious. I know Damon was hiding something from me. Like how his name wasn't really Damon and things about his family. I really wanted to know and just wished he will tell me already. There was also the tattoo on his chest. I needed explanation. This isn't the time to be keeping secrets. I don't know yet because you haven't told me about it. I started softly. Was it that he didn't trust me? I trust you, baby. He answered as if reading my mind. I'll tell you all about it tonight. She's becoming difficult to control. Maybe you should just come see her, Jonathan announced, barging in. Fine. It's time I got to know what she wanted. I was curious already, but even more curious to find out what Damon was keeping. It's time for me to confront her, to discover the secret they keep. I once thought my sister was my enemy, but the truth is far more complex than I imagined. In the cold dungeon, I faced her with a heart full of hatred, but when our eyes met, I saw regret and sorrow. It made me question. Chapter 44. Walking down the dungeon was very dark, especially as we walked deeper and deeper into the dungeon, and it started to get cold. Are you okay? Damon asked while placing his jacket on my shoulders. I'm fine. It's just colder than I expected. I shrugged it off but still wore the jacket. Getting closer to where she was, the aura started to change. It was unnaturally cold and I could hear screams of horror. Were they torturing her already? All loved to do the honors. Getting to where she was held. The sight before me was pleasing as well as disheartening. 𝐿𝐸 was chained to the wall with silver. Her feet chained to the ground and her hand as well. Silver crown rested on her head and I could feel the agony she was going through because that was what Damon's beta made me go through. Although nobody was torturing her, the chain was burning her up. She screamed in pain, and when she opened her eyes, our eyes locked, and seeing her like that broke my heart a bit, but I quickly remembered all what she has done to me. She wasn't even feeling anything yet. Nobody was torturing her or stabbing her multiple times. No creature was sent to exterminate her. No beast left a scar on her body. No pack had attacked her defenseless. She was still lucky. She hasn't felt anything yet. I'll make her feel every single pain she made me feel. Sam, please do the honors. I smiled as Sam got out a whip coated with silver. He looked at me in a way that asked if I really wanted to do this. I didn't want him to because I want to be the one that caused her pain, but since the silver will hurt me as well, that was why Sam got to do it. If she thought she was hurting, she wasn't prepared for this. I'll make her scream till she lost her voice and begs for her life. The first slash of the whip was on her shoulders and she let out a loud scream. The second was on the side of her stomach. The whip was hitting her everywhere, and soon enough her screams started getting faint. What was it you wanted to tell me? I asked as she groaned in pain, taking time to catch her breath. She looked up and then looked at me. I need your help, she stuttered, staring at me with the pleading eyes. I smiled as Sam continued the whipping and she continued screaming. Please. To talk. Did she listen when she killed Mum and Dad? She killed Mum and Dad without any explanation. She killed them and now she wants to talk and wants my help. The anger kept on burning in me. She deserved to die. To be hung or burnt for everyone to see. Talk, you say. After all these years you just want to casually if you didn't hunt me down or kill my parents or anything. What is it that you could possibly talk about? What makes you think I'm interested in knowing or even help you with whatever it is after everything you've done? You deserve nothing but death, 𝐿𝐸. I shouted angrily. I'd never felt this much anger before. I was recollecting everything she did. The innocent lives she has taken just to get to me. They deserve justice. She deserves to die and die now. I was so angry it was giving me a headache, and recollecting all those memories was making me dizzy. She shouldn't have been born. I picked up a dagger laced with silver. I was aiming to stab her stomach, but she swiftly turned, causing me to miss and stab her waist instead. You're evil. You deserve to die. As I said that, she let out a loud scream of pain, and when she looked in my eyes I felt something from her. Sadness and regret. I tried taking my eyes off her, but then I saw something. It was like a memory. I saw two children playing in the garden, running around. One was blowing bubbles and the younger one was trying to burst them. They were so little, like 5 and 3. The younger one kept running and lost her balance and started crying. The elder one immediately went to meet her. "Sorry, Lianna. You should be careful, but don't worry. Your big sister is here. I'll take care of you." She didn't look like she could really take care of herself, much less her younger sister, but she said it with so much confidence and love. My head started spinning and I jolted out of my reverie with a pant. What was that? Are you all right? I could faintly hear Damon and others call out to me, but I was too weak to reply. I couldn't feel any part of my body anymore. I felt so weak and dizzy. I held my head as different memories of us when we were little was threatening to be released. I let out a loud scream before my body gave out. I could have collapsed on the floor, but someone caught me. I couldn't see who. I could still faintly hear someone ask 𝐊𝐲 what she did to me. The blood on the floor kept on spilling. She shouldn't die. She couldn't die. I needed answers. I tried calling out to them to do something about it, to save her, but I could barely keep my eyes open or even hear my voice, and then my eyes closed. Damon speak over 𝐖𝐨𝐥𝐸 talk and act like that was quite shocking. I've never seen her like that except from the time we met. There's a feisty side of her that I admire. She was furious. She looked like she would kill 𝐊𝐲 anytime soon. There was something about 𝐊𝐲 that seemed off, but I couldn't quite place it. Their family seemed remarkable. They come from a strong and powerful lineage, only to be compared but not as powerful as the Wolf King, who was the most powerful. They alone had the purest of all powers, but in times past a lot has tainted it. The Wolf King was never seen, but his power could be felt. They lived far away from every other wolves. Their superiority was unmatched. Sometimes I wonder why he allowed 𝐊𝐲 continue with her atrocities, but then this current Wolf King is the worst. They had done a lot of things that I didn't even want to remember, but all of them will meet their Waterloo just as 𝐊𝐲 was now. I wondered what 𝐊𝐲 was really up to and what it was that she desperately wanted to talk about with Lee but couldn't seem to talk about. If she wanted to really say it, she could have gone straight to the point, but she let them keep on torturing her. It was as if she was embarrassed or scared. I was curious about her. What does she really want? Why does she want it? What does she have to say? These questions kept on burning in my heart. There was something about her that made you want to pity her. She looked so much like Lianna, but with darker features, if her pitch-black eyes and hair was anything to go by. There was something about her that we were all missing, and it was important we found out, and soon. Lianna was furious speaking to her, and it was crazy to know that 𝐊𝐲 really killed her parent. What could have made her turn like this? That was what we needed to know first. Lianna angrily picked up a dagger and stabbed 𝐊𝐲. 𝐊𝐲 was already looking dead, and this seemed to have been the final blow. It was a wonder how she wasn't dead, but then again Lianna was also chained and tortured with silver, and she survived. Lee wasn't strong enough yet. She should be resting. She has done enough for the day already. She deserved to rest. When Lianna stabbed 𝐊𝐲, there was a strong force that immediately occupied the room. Something was going on underneath that we just weren't seeing. Lianna could barely keep her eyes away from 𝐊𝐲, and that was when I tried pulling her out, but she seemed to not budge. It was as if she was transported somewhere. Did she remember something again? Come to think of it, I wonder why her memory from when she was little was wiped out. There was still a big secret we had to uncover. 𝐿𝐲, are you all right? I asked as she came back. She kept on looking at 𝐊𝐲, perplexed. What did she see? I saw her looking at me, and 𝐿𝐲 could sense that something was wrong somewhere. Jonathan went to 𝐊𝐲 asking her what she did to Lianna, and Sam watched as 𝐊𝐲's life was slipping away. Chase seemed lost. I bet he couldn't really understand anything going on. I needed to get Lianna away from here. She sounded like she was saying something, but I couldn't hear it. Her eyes could barely stay open or stay away from 𝐊𝐲. I heard her say something like save, and then I heard Daria scream that 𝐊𝐲 shouldn't die, and went to meet her asking Chase to call the doctor. Lianna seemed really weak and dizzy, and as her eyes closed I ordered for someone to get the doctor. Chapter 45 Damon's POV. I carried Lianna back to our room and there was a doctor waiting to attend to her. The doctor checked her and told me that she just needed to rest. Avoid stress. Take her medicine and heal. She prescribed some medicines and told me that she would wake up soon. I sighed watching her. She has been through a lot already. I just wanted this whole thing to end, but it felt like it was just beginning. A few minutes later, 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sam and Jonathan came to check up on her and I told them that she will be alright. Everyone looked tired and I suggested they rest and she needed to rest, and they all left except 𝐴𝐲𝐬. I knew there were a lot of things we had to do and talk about. Why did you ask for Laura and A to be saved? I asked, staring at her. I just felt like I had to say that. There's something about them. You can feel it, right? They will be so powerful working together. The family only produces one elemental one generation, but this time there are two. What does that mean? She asked, but I really had no idea what the answer was. I have a feeling what Laura and A wants to say is really important, but we should be careful, though we might not be too sure. There's more to this than what meets the eyes. Something must be wrong. Why are they so against each other? I wondered out loud. You need to protect her, Axel. There's more to come. She might not survive all of this if we're not careful. 𝐴𝐲𝐬 said, and I turned to look at her. My Lianna will survive this. I'll do my best to protect her. No one will hurt her. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐬𝐭, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. When do you intend to reveal your true identity? We need you now more than ever. Don't you think it's time yet? 𝐴𝐲𝐬 was the only one that knew me. After all, she was my sister. She's the only one that knew my real name, that knows who I truly am, who we really were. Once it's time, I will. It's becoming hard to stay hidden. I'll just have to tell Lianna first. We need to right the wrongs going on, I said, and she nodded. Just do it soon, she said, and I nodded. I need to come up with a plan. It was nearing the annual Wolf Kingdom ceremony where all alphas will be gathered. It includes a 3-day ceremony, with the Alpha King culminating with an annual ball. Although I am an alpha, I have never attended the meeting or the ball, but now it was time to. Lianna's POV, a lot of memories with Laura and they kept on flooding my head. We were always playing and we seemed close. She took care of me, watched out for me, and was so happy to have a little sister. She looked like she really loved me, but what went wrong? Why does she want to kill me so badly? Why was my memory wiped out? Why didn't I know I had a sister until 2 years ago? Who was behind this? What was their plan? The only person that could tell me what I wanted to know was Sam and Laura and A herself. Laura and A. I hope she's alive because we really have a lot of talking to do and it needs to be private. We really needed to talk. I could faintly hear Damon and 𝐴𝐲𝐬 having a conversation. I knew they were talking about me and Laura and A's situation, but they were talking about something else as well. She called him Axel. They were planning something and he needed to tell me something also. What were they all hiding? Everyone has secrets. Secrets they have all been hiding, and it's time to let it all out, if not we couldn't move forward. The secret Dame and no Axel was keeping from me was standing in the way of our relationship. From us mating. Come to think of it, that name sounds familiar. Have I seen it somewhere? My eyes opened slowly and Damon and 𝐴𝐲𝐬 stopped what they were saying and turned to look at me. If they were worried about me hearing their conversation, I barely heard anything. Hey, you're up, 𝐴𝐲𝐬 said with a small smile, which I returned. How are you feeling? Damon asked, sitting beside me. I'm okay, I answered. It's my forehead. I let out a shy smile as 𝐴𝐲𝐬 cleared her throat. I'll leave you to your privacy, Your Royal Highness. She bowed with a sly smile and Damon chuckled. I liked this sibling connection and how they interacted. It seems like you like being called Your Royal Highness, my lord. I teased and he stroked my hair. Of course, Lianna. It's the only title that befits me, he said with pride, and I rolled my eyes laughing. I like when he calls me Lianna. What happened out there? He asked, laying next to me, wrapping his arms around me. I don't know, Damon. I really don't know what to think anymore. What does she really want? I asked, playing with his hair. We'll just have to find out. He answered casually and I sighed. Memories of us came to me. She seemed to have really cared about me at one point. I wonder what changed. I wonder why my memories of her were cleared. It just makes me wonder how many things I don't know that I used to know. It was really frustrating. Why did my memories have to be wiped out? I'm pretty sure that there might be a lot. Siblings don't just hate each other. Something must have happened. It could be the prophecy or something. He shrugged, saying, "The stupid prophecy. Why did it have to come out? Was that truly the reason why she wanted to kill me so badly? Did she really have to die? Did I really have to kill her? But why was I suddenly caring about her? To be honest, I want a relationship with my sister just like the one Damon has with 𝐿𝐢𝐬. I envy it. I want to talk to her, Damon. Alone." He gave me this "Are you sure about that" look and I nodded. "Okay, I trust that you can take care of yourself and if anything happens I'll be outside." "Okay then. Let's go," I said, standing up. "So soon?" He winked and I laughed. "Yes, I need to see her now." I was slightly worried. I hoped she was still alive. "Okay, let's go," he said, joining me and taking my hands. "There's a place I want to take you to. There are some things I need to tell you." He looked really serious and I knew he wanted to spill his secret. I was kind of nervous too. What was he hiding? Could I accept it? I'm looking forward to it. I smiled, saying, "We need to get it over with. I love you." I can't get over hearing him say this. It just makes my heart leap in joy. Before I could reply him, his lips found mine, and I smiled into the kiss. Have I mentioned that he's a good kisser? I love kissing him. I love him so much. I love you. To my 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐿𝐢𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. I giggled, saying, I was eager to see his expression. He looked confused for a second, and then let out a wide grin that made me smile. "Always me, Lianna. I'll always love you." My heart was doing somersault and I was smiling from ear to ear. "Let's take our leave, shall we, my lord?" I asked, bowing, and he laughed. To my 𝐿𝐢𝐧𝐼 𝐷𝐿𝐢𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. "You're king," he said, kissing my nose. "It's enough already. He's going to make my heart explode." We walked back to the dungeon. I saw that they had moved her to a private cell room. She seemed to have been sleeping, but when we entered she opened her eyes. "I wasn't expecting to be seeing you soon," she said, and I rolled my eyes. "I didn't think so too. I'm going to be leaving her with you. If you hurt her in any way, I'll have your head." The authority in his voice was so strong. Even I felt threatened with his tone of voice. "Yes, awful odd," she said, bowing her head, and I nearly laughed. Was she that scared that she had to bow her head and call him my lord? "I'll see you soon. I'll be waiting outside," he said, and kissed my forehead. I saw a glint of sadness in her eyes. Didn't she have a mate? Surely she should have met him by now. I smiled as I watched him leave. "What a fine mate you have. He seems to love you. You grew up to be a fine young lady. I like your hair and eyes." Did she just compliment me? I unconsciously touched my hair. She liked my white hair and blue eyes. Is she trying to soften me up? "Let's cut the crap, 𝐿𝐢𝐬. What do you want?" She seemed to be back to her normal self now. "I've come to help you, but in turn you have to help me. Do you trust the people around you?" Of course I did. Sam and Jonathan has always been there for me. They've protected and kept me safe for this long. Damon was my mate. I loved and trusted him despite his secret, and I know 𝐿𝐢𝐬 wouldn't do anything to hurt me because of Damon. Is she trying to manipulate me? This is not what I came here for. I came here for answers and I will get them. Be careful who you tell things to. Be careful of those around you. The person that wants to hurt you is closer than you think. What is she saying? Why is she trying to mess with my head? She's the only one that wants me dead, and she's right here with me. Be careful. I'd hate to see you hurt. She sounded sincere. Oh, shut. That's coming from someone who has done nothing but hurt me and wants to see me dead. Why did I even bother coming here? I was already angry. I should have just killed her. I turned my back to leave, but she called out to me, "Lianna." I stopped dead in my tracks. The way she said my name sounded just like Mum. The need to cry overpowered me. Why did she have to kill them? I missed my mum. I miss my dad. Don't call my name. You have no right to call it and sound just like Mum. You killed them. You killed my mum, I angrily said. How dare she? She was evil. Pure evil. I didn't kill them, she said softly. Liar. You're a cold-blooded murderer. How could you kill my parents? Your parents. Who told you that I did? I saw it with my own eyes. They died trying to protect me from her. You've really been lied to. There's a lot you don't know. I know you might not be able to believe me, but you're lying. Tell me 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐧𝐬. Why are you doing this? Why are you messing with my head? I angrily questioned. I'm not. Do you think I like being tied like this? I have nothing to lose but you. You have everything to lose. I'm not lying to you. You can choose not to believe me, but that would only be dangerous for you. I'm the one risking everything right now to be here. I let myself be captured because I knew that's the only way I could get to you. What was really going on? She let herself be captured. Fine. What do you want to tell me? Chapter 46. We were in her private cell. She was still tied up with silver chain, and I took the liberty of sitting on the available bed as I waited to hear what she had to say. Something told me that I wasn't prepared for it. I never wanted to hurt you. I was manipulated, controlled, possessed. I tried fighting it off, but they were more powerful. I recently just got away from them, but they are after me and after you as well. Could I trust what she was saying? Something was telling me that she was not lying. Who are they? Why did they do that to you? Why are they after you? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nilben, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Everything was confusing. It's as if everything was escalating. It's a battle with not just the wolves but with the witches. The evil ones. They've been working closely with the Alpha King and creating havoc. They are after power. There's a prophecy that says we will destroy their forces, and that's why they controlled me and made me try to kill you. They don't want us to join forces. They are after us right now, and the Alpha King, he's with them. This was a lot to take in. Why would the Alpha King want more power? How many other prophecies were there? Why does the Alpha King want more power? How many other prophecies were there? The Alpha King is not the true heir to the throne. 300 years ago, his ancestors wiped out the original heirs that have been reigning since, but a prophecy came up that the original heirs to the throne were still alive, and that's why they want more power, so they can defeat the original Iron Reign and control. If the original heir was indeed alive, where was he? And I truly hope the person was powerful enough to defeat them. They are threatened by us because if we team up with the original heirs, the odds will be against them, and that's why they want to separate us all. She winced in pain as she spoke. If what she was saying was the truth, she didn't deserve to be tied up like this. She must have gone through a lot to free herself from their grip. I requested for the key to the locks and freed her from the chains. Thank you, she said, sighing. There were bruises and scars all over her body. She must have gone through a lot already. I was starting to feel pity for her, but then I remembered she killed our parents. But you still killed Mum and Dad, I said, and she sighed. I didn't kill them. Yes, they are dead, but I wasn't the one that killed them. After they protected you and let you go, I tried killing them, but Mum placed a bracelet on me that warded off the witch's charms, and I stopped, but the witches came and destroyed the bracelet after killing Mum and Dad, and I was under their control once more. I couldn't help but cry. Everything I had believed the whole time was wrong, and hearing how my parents truly died hurt me. Those witches and the fake Alpha King had to be destroyed. What happened next shocked me and gave me goosebumps. Day was crying and pulled me into a hug, telling me how much she loved me and how sorry she was about what she did. I was very emotional seeing her like that. This was someone a lot of people were against, and she wasn't really herself then. The good Alphys were against her. She was made to do horrible things she didn't want to do. I needed to know how the witches came to control her and how she came to free herself from their spells. I sincerely hope this wasn't a plan of theirs to kill me when I was most vulnerable. It's all right. We just have to destroy those who want us dead. How did they come to control you, and how did you break free? When I was 10, my powers was spiraling out of control and Dad sought the help of a witch. They thought she was a good witch, but she knew of the prophecy and she alerted her other members of the coven. They promised Dad that they will take care of me and teach me how to control my powers, and I had to be away from 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐿, but they took me far away from Mum and Dad. They began controlling me and teaching me how to use my power for evil, and when I didn't want to, they created a spell that bound me to them forever to do all their dirty works, and the only thing that could break it away was a mate bond. A mate mark. She said the last part with a sad smile. So she had a mate then, but why was she sad? Don't tell me he's dead. Luckily for me I was able to escape, although I was still under the spell, and I was found by my mate. He was so loving. We mated and he marked me, and that was when I became free, but then the witches were after us and found us, and when they did. She was sobbing uncontrollably now, and my heart ached for her. Even after everything, she lost a mate, and losing a mate, especially after mating and bearing their mark, was the most painful thing any wolf could go through. He sacrificed his life for me, she said, crying, touching her stomach. Oh my goodness. She was pregnant. I nearly killed her baby. Oh my goodness. If she had not moved, I would stabbed her and killed her baby. Her only reminder of her mate. I would have destroyed her completely. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I would have killed your baby if you hadn't swiftly turned. I'm so sorry, I said, crying. What did she do to deserve all this? I can't imagine the type of pain I'll feel if I lost Damon and she lost hers after the whole mating and marking, and she was about to lose his child as well. The pain she must be going through, not just physically but emotionally and psychologically, must really hurt. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that alone, I said as I hugged her. At least I was never alone. I had Sam and Jonathan, and now I have Damon, Arya and Chase, but she had no one. The mate she had was killed before her eyes. There was no one to comfort or support her. But I was here. She was my sister. She has me now. I'm here now. I promise to protect you and your baby. No harm will come to both of you, I said, meaning every word of it. I'm your big sister. I'll protect you and let no harm come to you. I promise to be there for you too, she said, letting out a small smile, and I smiled, leaning on her embrace. She has me now. We have each other now. Nothing was going to separate us again. We'll destroy everyone that is against us. We'll keep each other safe. Chapter 47. Is everything all right? Damon asked, peeking in, and was shocked to say the least when he saw us embracing each other on the floor. Yes, everything is fine, I said, wiping the tears away, and 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐿 did the same while hiding her face. Are you okay, Lee? He asked, walking towards where we sat. Yes, I'm fine. We just need a doctor for 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐿, and we could change her room as well, I answered. Okay then. He raised me up and let out a small smile, and he hugged me. Oh, how I love his embrace. Do you need anything else? I asked 𝐊𝐴𝐷𝐿, and she said she didn't. We stepped outside, and Damon asked for her to be transferred to another room. I know he was itching to ask me what happened, but didn't want to till we were well settled. So what happened between you both? He asked, and I spilled out everything I knew. He seemed to have been shocked when I mentioned the Alpha King and the prophecy, but it didn't seem as if he was hearing about it for the first time. Did he know something about all of this? She has to be protected. We need to come up with a plan. They will soon find her, he said, and I nodded. She has to be protected no matter what. I'll have to talk to her as well, he said, and I nodded. I felt really tired. Why were things becoming more complicated? You need to rest. This must be a lot to take in. He helped lay me down, and I got ready to take a nap. I just feel so bad for her and hope all of this ends soon. I hope the true Alpha King does something about it soon. I'm sure he will. Damon said, then turned to leave, but turned back to look at me. About that. He couldn't complete his statement as Arya barged in. She was badly injured. What happened to you? We asked in unison, rushing to meet her. We were attacked while hunting, she replied. Damon swiftly called for a doctor. Where did this happen and why? It happened not too far away from the pack. They said it was a warning to you to stay out of their way. We managed to fight them off, but one escaped. I turned to look at Damon. Was he involved in anything I didn't know about? They will be back soon. We'll call for a pack meeting. We'll get the army ready. We need to be prepared. Great. More trouble. Damon went to her side, inspecting her. She seemed to have been shot on her leg. A stretcher came in and she was taken to a ward, leaving just Damon and I. Whose way are you to stay away from? I asked, and he turned to look at me. I really have no idea, Lee, but right now I need to keep the pack safe. I'll be having a pack meeting soon. You should rest. You need to regain your strength completely. You've not healed properly. Go to bed. I'll sort things out. He kissed my cheeks and gave me a small smile before leaving. I sat on the bed inside as he left. Couldn't we really rest? There's always one problem or another. I needed to speak to Jonathan and Sam as well. We will help in whatever way we can. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 was still too weak and needed to rest properly. But what did these people want, and who were they? I pondered on this thought until I closed my eyes. I woke up to someone stroking my hair. I was a bit startled, but it was just Damon. He let out a chuckle after seeing my expression. I playfully punched him. How did the meeting go? I asked, sitting upright, and he sighed. We still don't know who is after us. Why they are. When they will come and in how many numbers they will come, but we are prepared and the allied armies will get here tomorrow. He replied. You're doing a great job, Alpha. I encouraged, and he smiled. It's my duty, Luna, he said, smiling. I still preferred him calling me Reina to Luna, but it has the same effect. How was Arya doing? I needed to check up on her as well. She's fine. She was sleeping when I checked on her earlier. Want to go see her? He asked, and I nodded. We went to Arya's room, and this time she was awake with Chase beside her. How are you feeling? Damon and I asked together, and I turned to give him a weird look before sitting close to her. Arya chuckled before replying. I'm good. It's just a bullet to my leg. It's nothing. I guess everyone has experienced a lot of hardship as it is. It's not nothing. Damon and Chase scolded, and she laughed. Okay, boys. She laughed, and Damon rolled his eyes, and Chase kissed her cheeks, and Damon scoffed, but I could see a small side threatening to escape. Do you have any clue on who might be after the pack? I asked Arya. I just remembered something. The one who escaped wasn't a wolf. It was a wizard. I turned to look at Damon, and he looked at me as well. We knew who they were after now. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 and I. The witches already knew her location. I know that we are together. Someone must have told them. Damon mentioned seeking for the allied army's help earlier. Could it be that one of them had spilled that 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 was here, but the allied armies were supposed to be the good forces? If it was the witches, then we needed to act fast. I have to get to 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷. Suddenly, the alarm started blaring, and Damon and Chase rose up hurriedly. What's going on? We have intruders on our territory, and I believe it must be them. Damon said. Lee, get Arya and 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 to the safe house in the bunker. Women and old will be gathered there. It's too late to transport them. Stay in the bunker no matter what. You can't expect us to stay hidden and do nothing. I protested. You won't be doing nothing. You'll keep them safe. I'll send some guards your way as well. Now go. He was in alpha mode now and using his alpha tone on me. He seemed to have noticed and came to me. Please just keep everyone safe. We will come meet you there when everything is settled. He gave me a kiss on the forehead and I hugged him. Be safe, okay? I said, giving him a quick kiss. You too. Arya and Chase kissed and said their goodbyes, and our teammates hurriedly left the room. We also needed to get to work. I went to Arya's side and helped her up. Her leg was hurt and she won't be able to walk properly. We need to get to 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷, I said, and she nodded. She was leaping and helping her. We got to where 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷 was, and she was sleeping peacefully. 𝐊𝐢𝐬𝐷, get up, I said, tapping her quickly. She quickly sat upright, ready to attack. What's going on? She asked, hearing the alarms go off. The pack is under attack. We need to keep you safe. The witches already know you are here. They've come for us, I said, and for a split second I could see the fear in her eyes. We'll be going to an underground bunker to protect the weak. We have to go now. She sprang out of bed and we all walked out of the room. We were all weak ourselves, recovering from one thing or another. I really hope we could protect others. Walking towards the bunker, we could see what was going on. There were wolves. About 1,000 of them fighting. The woods were on fire and the sight before us was devastating as dead bodies already laid around. "Lee, where have you been? We've been searching over for you," Jonathan questioned as he walked towards us with Sam. "We need to leave now. The witches are here for the both of you," Sam said, staring at 𝐊𝐲 hatefully, and she did the same. They seemed to have a strong hatred for each other. I wonder why. "We need to protect the pack members, Sam. We can't just leave," I said, walking towards the bunker. We didn't have time to waste. "Yes, we can. There are people that will do that. That is not your duty. My duty is to keep you safe, and you won't be safe here. It's better to leave now. I'll transport you somewhere safe. It's better that way. They'll leave when they realize that you both are not here. You're keeping the pack safe as well." There seems to be reason in what he was saying, but Damon gave me a task and it was my duty to carry it out as his Luna. I couldn't just leave them like that. They will not be able to find us in the bunker. We can all go there and think about things from there, Arya suggested, and I agreed with her. Sam and Jonathan didn't seem too pleased with it but agreed anyway. We were currently in the pack house and the bunker was beneath it, just after where the dungeons were. We just needed to get there. "Let's get going already," 𝐊𝐲 said impatiently, and we began to make our way there. Suddenly the ground beneath us started to crumble. "Walking there wouldn't do," Sam said, and with a snap of his fingers we appeared at the bunker. Appearing at the bunker scared the people there until the guards recognized us. The people here seemed to be around 500, each having a scared expression on their faces. "What's going on up there?" a little boy around the age of 7 asked, and his mother carried him, patting him. The people weren't just scared for their lives but scared for their loved ones as well, who were fighting on the surface, and sure enough many lives would be lost. "This is all her fault," an old man accused, pointing at me. "Ever since she arrived here bad luck has followed us." I heard some people chorus yes, and Sam turned to look at me as if to say, "Are this the people you want to protect?" I seemed to have forgotten that his pack members were against me, but that wasn't important. What was important was that no one died on my watch. "It's all because of you. What are you doing here? Leave." People began to chorus this furiously, especially the women. The guards tried keeping them in check, begging for them to keep quiet and maintain their cool. "I am here to protect you. I'll leave after, but right now you all just need to calm down. There were a lot of we don't need your protection. All these is your fault. Just leave. Go," and so on, as multiple people complained about my presence, and I could see that it was beginning to annoy my company. Left to me, I would rather her not be here because her life is more important than all of you combined, but she chose to be here. "We wouldn't mind leaving, but that will only be your loss, so if you would not like to die you will sit down quietly and not say a word." Did I mention that Sam is quite scary when he speaks sometimes? Now was one of those times. The people said nothing but stared at us with disdain. The children were cowering in fear, and all of these wasn't really helping them. The older ones among them were looking at us suspiciously, each forming an opinion of us. They all probably saw us as the bad guys. The old man that started the whole thing rose up to speak again. "They are cursed. All of them. Strange people on our lands has inflicted their curse upon us. They are cursed just like the Alpha. They have brought evil upon us." He seemed to have something against Damon. He was probably one of those people that supported Simeon, the former beta that kidnapped me that Damon had to kill. The people began to mumble and grumble, each expressing their grievances against us and Damon, but a loud rumbling of the earth caused them to scream in panic. Chapter 48. What's going on? People began to ask, panicking. We looked around trying to figure out where the rumbling was coming from, and all of a sudden we saw a thick smoke and it was blocking our vision. We all started coughing and I could faintly see Sam trying to reach out to me, but before he could get to me a force pushed him back. The smoke started to fade and we could see clearer now. 3 figures were approaching us, and 𝐿𝐿𝐲 pulled my hand. "We need to leave. They are here. They can't take me back." She panicked. No one was capable or strong enough to fight against them. The best option was to flee now and ambush them when we were well prepared. "There's no way we can escape," Arya announced, and it was true. "What are we going to do?" Jonathan asked, staring at us. "There's nothing you can do. This is the end." One of the witches spoke and they all stretched their hands towards us and the people screamed. Before their attack could get to us, we found ourselves in the woods. It seemed like somewhere far away from the pack. "Where are we?" The people complained. Sam had transported us to somewhere safe before their attack could get to us. Thank goodness. We are safe, but not for long. They can't find us now, though, but the pack is still under attack, Sam said, and I panicked. Damon. He was still there. I hope he was okay. What do we do now? Arya asked as we searched our surroundings. Damon and others are still there. We have to do something. Would it be wise to go back? I don't want him to be the bearer of the witch's fury. Damon can take care of everything. He will be fine, Arya reassured. I hope so, I said, remembering the destruction I had seen. There was no way the pack could survive it. We will just wait it out. Damon has it under control. We will go find him when the area is clear, and we will help if he needs our help, Sam said, and it was times like this I was really grateful for him. I wouldn't have been able to survive without him. Thank you, Sam, for always having our back, I said with utmost sincerity, and he smiled, saying it was his duty. I was grateful for all the help I had gotten from all the people that has helped keep me safe. 𝐿𝐲 still hasn't said anything, and I could tell that she felt uneasy. What's wrong? We are fine now. Calmed down a little. I tried reassuring her, but I was still scared. Do you really think we are fine? They wouldn't stop at nothing till they have us. And we'll fight them. Arya is here. Jonathan and Sam too. We will all fight together. Do you really trust Sam? He's one of them, 𝐿𝐲 said, staring at him suspiciously. He might be a wizard, but he's not like them, I reassured. She was scared because he was also part of them, but he was good. I don't know what they have against each other. I hope so, she said, staring at him. Their eyes locked and she instantly looked away. What happened between both of you? Jonathan asked, walking up to us. He was still skeptical of us being with 𝐿𝐲. I have something to tell you. I know why the witches are after us. Isn't it because of 𝐿𝐲? She probably did something bad to them, and now they want her back, but we are the ones suffering the consequences. We should just feed her to them. I don't get why we are protecting her. She needs to pay for what she has done. I think it's time to fulfill the prophecy on her and end it all here. 𝐿𝐲 can't be lost because of her. Jonathan stared at her with disdain and spoke with so much hatred and anger. There are a lot of things you don't know about Jonathan. We need to talk about it. 𝐿𝐲 isn't at fault here, I said, and he scoffed. Sam, come over here. It seems 𝐿𝐲 has been messing with Lee's head. Sam came over and he and 𝐿𝐲 stared at each other with hate. Can you believe? He's saying that 𝐿𝐲 is not to blame for all our misfortune. Imagine the nonsense. 𝐿𝐲 must have messed with her head. Can you do something about that? Jonathan asked, and Sam said nothing for a while before sighing. What did she say to you, Lee? Sam asked, and I narrated the whole thing to him, and surprisingly he didn't look surprised. He knew. What was I thinking? He was a wizard after all. You knew about it. I accused. You knew about the real prophecy. You knew that 𝐿𝐲 was being controlled, and you didn't doubt that. That's cruel, Sam. What else do you know about? What else are you hiding from me? I angrily asked. Is this why 𝐿𝐲 doesn't like him? How could he just leave her in their hands? Why didn't he try releasing her? There are other things I know about, but it's not in my place to tell. There's nothing I could have done to help 𝐿𝐲. Those witches are the oldest witches to have ever lived. My powers isn't as strong as theirs. What I can do is limited. I just need to keep on protecting you, and yes, I knew 𝐿𝐲 was not the real enemy but the witches, but I couldn't tell you about it because at that time you wouldn't have understood, he said, and I scoffed. You were the one that wiped my memories. Why? What other things do I not know about that I used to? I angrily asked. I was tired of being left in the dark. I needed answers. Your parents wanted me to wipe your memory because they thought it would protect you. I was against it at first, but later agreed to it. There were things you needed to forget that if you remembered it would have hurt you. Things like what? I asked angrily. Why do people think it's better to hide things than reveal them? Some are not in my place to tell Lianna, Sam said, looking away from me. Calm down, Lianna. You will find out soon. Everything is already unfolding, Arya said, and I stared at her suspiciously.
Did she know something I didn't?
Of course she did. She's Damon's sister. She probably shared the same secret with him, But what were they hiding? This has something to do with Damon, doesn't it? What are you people hiding? Let him tell you by himself. Nor and A said softly. No one else will accept if you happen to find out for yourself. Do you know what he's hiding as well? Why am I the one that is always left in the dark? I angrily asked. It was frustrating. No one barely tells me anything, especially when it concerns me. Because it's better that way. What you don't know can't hurt you. Arya said quietly, and I was about to say something I would have regretted, so I ran away. I needed to breathe. To find somewhere to stay and just be alone with my thoughts. It was times like this that I wished I could shift, but no. Sam had to put a spell that prevented me from shifting as well. All of this wasn't fair. Everyone was hiding something from me and lying to me. When I was sure that I was far away from them, I sat down on a fallen tree and sighed. What were they hiding? Why couldn't they just tell me? Was that why Damon didn't want to mate with me? I could hear them calling out to me, but I didn't reply. It's not like they were going to tell me the truth anyway. No one really cared about how I felt. Lianna, come out please. I could hear them say, but still said nothing. It's time to go to the pack. The witches are gone. You need to see Damon, Sam said, and I nodded. Yes, I needed to see him and demand for him to tell me everything he knew. No more lies. No more secrets. Chapter 49. We went back to the pack house, and it had been destroyed beyond repair. The house had burnt down and there were dead bodies all around. Some people started wailing, seeing the dead bodies of their loved ones. My heart ached knowing it was because of us that all these people had to lose their life. My heart broke in 1,000 pieces seeing people cry, and I was tearing up as well. I know what it feels like to lose someone, and a lot of children have lost their parents. Parents losing children and wives losing husbands. I couldn't help but feel that it was my fault, and I know some of them were thinking the same too. Damon. I had to make sure he was okay. Looking around, I could see some survivors that were being treated or carried away to be treated. No doubts 100 of lives had been lost and double of that were injured. I wasn't feeling any serious pain, so I knew he was still alive somewhere. I hoped Jace was all right as well, and the people that were injured recovered quickly. I sighted Damon addressing some people, and as soon as I saw him I ran to hug him, dismissing the fact that I was slightly mad at him before. Lee, it's so good to know you're all right. I checked the basement and everywhere around but couldn't find you. The way we embraced just made me burst out in tears. I could have lost him. People lost their lives because of me. How many more will lose their lives because of me? It's okay, baby. I'm fine. We're going to be all right. He soothed me, stroking and kissing my hair, and I stopped crying and just realized I didn't even check to see if he was okay. Are you hurt? Did you break any bones? Can you walk well? Are you bleeding somewhere? Does anywhere hurt? I asked, inspecting every part of his body. There were scratches here and there on his body. He was shirtless and I could see different claw marks on his body and some bruises, but other than that he looked fine. There's no need to worry about me. He chuckled softly. I'm fine. My body aches a lot as well as my head, but it will heal fast. His expression turned sad as he continued. A lot of people lost their lives and many have emotional and physical things to recover from. Body parts were gone and some might not be able to move some parts of their body. I wish I could do something to help them, or better, still prevent it at all. I couldn't help but feel like it was my fault again. His pack wouldn't have gone through all this if I wasn't here. If 𝐿𝐴 wasn't here. Was disaster all we brought with us? I wish there was something I could do to prevent it as well. They attacked us swiftly. There was no preparation of any sort and we weren't physically ready for this. It just hurts to know that this happened because of me. They are just going to hate me more, and I blame myself. They wouldn't have died if I wasn't here. They wouldn't have. He shushed me up before I could say anything else, placing his finger on my lips. It's not your fault. There's nothing anyone could have done about it. Packs go on war. None of this is your fault. I couldn't protect them. They lost their lives because of me. I'm the one they are after. They are going to attack again, and this time we are going to be prepared. We will end all of this. Did I hear him right? He's the one they are after. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Another pack attacked. He must be talking about them. I can't wait for this to end. I'm tired already. We need to end this soon. Nobody has to die because of us anymore. We will. Alpha duty's calling. I'll talk to you soon. We really need to talk. He looked really serious and sad, but he was right. We really need to talk because I'm no longer understanding anything again. Yes, we do. We'll talk when you're done, I said after he kissed me before leaving. I just hope that I wouldn't overreact when I know his secret and we don't jeopardize the relationship because it has gone through a lot already and we get past all these problems. Mightn't have youngs. It's all going to be okay, I said, trying to calm myself down. Hey. I heard Chase call out, and I was glad that he was gay, although he looked pretty bad. He was limping and Arya was supporting him. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽. It's so good to see you, I said, smiling. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽. It's always good to see me, or did you think I'll be gone that easily? He joked and I laughed. It was a good thing that he was all right. Of course not. You're the mighty beta now, I said, laughing, and he joined in too. They really did a lot of damage, Lee. Damon tried his best and that was the only reason why they left. He was able to kill one of the witches and the alpha that works for her, Chase informed, and although I know Damon is strong and powerful, but strong enough to kill a witch, that's on another level. Wow, that's amazing, I said after a short pause. If we all join forces together, we will be able to stop them. This could end sooner than I thought. That's enough. You shouldn't be talking too much. Your lips are swollen and your face is a mess. Let's get you to the doctor, Arya said, and Chase rolled his eyes. She's just like Damon. Can't believe there's two of them, he said, and I chuckled. I know Arya knows I have a lot of questions to ask her, and she was trying to escape it because she didn't want to tell me anything but wanted me to hear it straight from Damon. You love us and I wonder what you will do without us, Arya said cheekily, but he just rolled his eyes. I can very much do without the both of you, he said playfully, and she was about to hit him, but considering his condition, she just roughed up his hair a bit. We'll see you later. I think Lianna was looking for you, Arya said as they left, walking in the direction of the hospital. I was more than curious to know what they were hiding, and it was making me a bit restless. I went over to where Lianna was, and they were all helping out in cleaning the area, and so I joined in too, and by the time we were done, this was a really exhausting day. I was walking back to our room to freshen up and get something to eat later so that I can get to talk with Dame, and then on getting to the room I could see him and Arya talking. The door was not properly closed so I could see them and hear them. I really didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I found myself doing so. You should tell her already. She's already so suspicious, and I can't keep evading her questions, you know. I'll tell her tonight, but to be honest, I'm scared, Arya. What if she doesn't want to talk to me after that? It's a really big secret, you know. Everyone has secrets, Axel. The sooner you tell it, the better for you. It's time for her to know. It's time for you to take your rightful place, Axel, she said, and right there, and I connected all the dots. There was enough evidence already. Enough proof to know that my claims were right. Damon? No, Axel. He's the true Alpha King Chapter 50 Damon's POV. It was time to tell Lianna the whole truth. It was time already. I killed one of the witches. They were going to report to Amon that they have found me, and I was protecting Lianna, and if they know Lianna is my mate, then that is more dangerous. They know we are together now. Their attacks are going to be worse than this in the nearest future because they know what we can do together. There's no way we could continue to stay here. I need to take my pack members to safety and do what I should have done years ago. It is time already. I was speaking to Arya and she was convincing me to tell Lianna already. I know she was already suspecting it, but I really wanted her to find out through me and tell her myself, than have her find out from someone else. I've experienced how she can be when she's angry, and I wouldn't like for that to repeat itself. I just hope she can understand why I didn't tell her sooner. Arya told me that I needed to tell her the truth already and fulfill my destiny, and when she said that, I heard a gasp and turned to see Lianna. Damn. She figured it out already. This wasn't how I wanted her to find out. Arya looked at me with a panicked look and a sorry look and stylishly left Lianna, and eyeing with the way she was still in shock and haven't said anything, I feared her reaction. Lee. Arya didn't make any statement that I was the true Alpha King, but I could tell she already knew, and I carefully wanted to pick my words. Damon, she started slowly. No, 𝐿𝐤, you're the true Alpha King, she stated, as if wanting it to truly register in her head. I couldn't deny it, so I nodded. She gasped again, and stared at me, not taking her eyes off me. You're the true Alpha King. You're the one they are truly after. They must know we are together now. They'll come for us soon, she said, pacing around. She looked like she was ready to explode with anger any time soon. Yes, I answered slowly. How could you not tell me about this? Why didn't you let me know sooner? You acted like I was the only one with a secret, and you were the pure one without a past, and now your secret is the biggest one out there. How could you? I told you about 𝐊𝐤, and when I told you about the true prophecy, you still didn't say anything. There were a lot of instances when you could have. Damon. No, 𝐿𝐤. What should I even call you? She yelled, running her hands through her hair, her snow-white hair bouncing. I know I was wrong to keep it from her for this song, and she was right. There were a lot of instances when I could have told her. Lee, I need you to calm down, let's talk this out. I didn't tell you since because I forgot about it, and it wasn't really important at that time, but now that Arya is here, 𝐊𝐤 and everyone else, it has become really pressing. I think about it all day now. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I just didn't know how. She stared at me for a while. She looked like she was about to yell something else, but sighed instead. I really thought we were past secrets, Damon. Finding about this is shocking, especially how I found out. Everyone just keeps secret from me as if I'm not worthy to know about them. I'm sure San knows already, and 𝐿𝐤 probably figured it out. Why do I always have to be in the dark with everything? She asked softly. She looked like she was about to cry, and as I stepped forward to comfort her, she stopped me. I wanted to tell you, Lee. I just didn't know how you would react to it. I really didn't want you to find out like this. I was really going to tell you tonight. You know, I've also tried to tell you as well. I'll need some time to absorb this, Damon. Is there anything else I need to know about? Because if I found out something else, I might really lose it. Do you know who the true Alpha King really is? The powers that the Wolf King possess? I slowly asked. This might come out as shocking to her, but we had powers as well. Stronger than any other wolf, second to none only to the highest witches and the vampire kings, but even those are not a match to the powers Arya and I possess. Well, you have powers as well. How come you never used them? There really wasn't a need to until now. I answered, and I could see her taking sharp breaths. So this your powers? What are they? She asked, and I was really glad she wanted to talk. Let's sit down, I'll tell you all about them, I said, taking her hands and sitting on the bed. She still looked angry, but I could tell that she wasn't really angry, just hurt, and I'm glad she was willing to listen. My powers have been passed from generations to genera of wolf kings. We control the elements in a way no one else can. We are the true descendants of the moon goddess and possess similar qualities to her. I started, and she nodded, following. Our powers can cause a lot of destruction if not properly controlled or used for good, and that's why Amon must be stopped. Even though his powers are not as strong as mine. We are related, and he possessed the same powers as well, and now that he has the backing of the highest witches, they are 3 times stronger. Also, it's only a true mates that can bear our child. We can't get anyone else pregnant. I finished, and I heard her mutter, oh, she probably recollected the 𝐿𝐤 incident. A lot has happened since we first met. It feels like years ago when it has just been a few months. So what happens next? She asked, looking me in the eyes. We put an end to this. I answered, and she nodded. I'm sorry that I kept this from you for this long. Please forgive me. I begged, but she still looked at me skeptically. Why don't you want to mate with me? She asked, and I chuckled, and I immediately regretted it because she gave me an angry stare. Is it funny to you? She angrily asked. You had sex with 𝐿𝐤 countless times, but it's like I'm not desirable to you. I'm your mate. How could you not want to mate with me and mark me? She angrily asked. I know having sex with 𝐿𝐤 was wrong, especially after meeting her, and I regret it to this day, but how can she think she was not desirable and I didn't want to mate her or mark her? I want to mate with you and mark you. More than you know. I want it to be special for us without any problems on our mind, and marking you right now will be dangerous because you will have my mark on you and make you an easier target to get to me, and also you could get pregnant. I don't want to put you and our child in danger, and that's why I want everything settled before marking you. I really hope she understands." She said nothing and sighed, stomping her feet on the ground, making me chuckle again until she glared at me. I smiled, pulling her close to me and embracing her. "We just need to get through this, okay? Everything will be all right soon and we'll mate. I'll mark you and we'll have children and live happily ever after," I said, smiling, thinking about all the things I mentioned. I couldn't wait for that day to come. This isn't some fairy tale, Damon. Happily ever after does not exist, and our story isn't even like that. We've not had a chance to breathe and really enjoy each other's presence. It's always one problem to another. She sighed, holding on to me tightly, and as if she jinxed it, Jonathan barged in. 𝐿 is being controlled by the witches. She keeps on saying kill the Alpha King. I was once a fugitive. Now I'm about to become a queen. Join me to witness this reversal of power and feel the interweave of love and betrayal. Chapter 51. Be honest, POV. I turned to look at Damon. It wasn't even up to 4 hours and they already had a plan in motion, possessing 𝐊𝐢𝐬 to kill Damon. That was fast. They were ahead of us. "Where's Sam?" I asked, standing up to follow Jonathan. He's trying to hold her down, but it's futile. She won't stop. What do we do now? I'm tired of this already. How do we get her to stop now? I don't know. Maybe we can all try holding her down. I don't know why they will possess her and command her to kill the Alpha King when we don't even know who that is. Except if he's with us right now. He looked at me and then at Damon. "You're the Alpha King. We have to try and stop her." Damon answered and Jonathan nodded. We were about to go, but I told Damon to stay. If they both see a fight will definitely occur, and when it does, 𝐿𝐿 will fight to death because it was her mission. To kill him, and no matter how defensive Damon will be in his attacks, he was bound to hurt her, and she was pregnant. If she doesn't see you, it may subside. Jonathan added. Damon still wanted to come along though. "Don't worry. I'll call you if we need your help," I said, and just then the door was burnt down. 𝐿𝐿 looked nothing like herself. She looked inhuman and extremely dangerous. "Kill the Alpha King," she shouted before charging towards Damon, but before she could do anything a gentle wind pushed her to the other side of the room, but Damon didn't even do anything. Turning around, I looked to see Arya. "I'm not going to let you hurt him," Arya stated, coming face to face with 𝐿𝐿. "Then I'll kill whoever comes in my way," 𝐿𝐿 yelled, throwing a ball of fire at Arya, which she dodged skillfully. "We don't want to hurt you. Just back off," Arya said, dodging other attacks from 𝐿𝐿. 𝐿𝐿, stop. This is not you. Please stop," I begged, but she didn't even turn to look at me, and just continued her attacks on Arya. Everyone else was confused on what to do, so we just tried staying out of their way till Sam came with a potion. Sam entered carrying a blue bottle with a potion in it and started pouring it on 𝐿𝐿 from her head to toe while chanting a spell, and soon enough she started shaking, turning around and screaming. "What did you do to me?" she angrily asked, attacking Sam with different elements all at once. "The best thing to do," he replied, knocking her out, and I heaved a sigh of relief. "Will that stop her?" everyone seemed to question. "For the time being, yes. We will have to tie her up with silver chains because it might have worn out by then," Sam answered. "That will hurt her," I said, worried about her and her child's safety. "But it won't kill her," Sam stated. "Let's tie her up and try to find a solution." He was right though. We need to find a solution. We need a plan. 𝐿𝐿 was tied up now with silver chains and kept in the dungeon with guards watching over her. She was still unconscious, and I was worried about how things will turn out when she wakes. "How did you come up with a potion so quick?" Jonathan asked, staring suspiciously at Sam. "I had a feeling they would do something like that since it was one of their moves, considering all the things they did to Lianna, so I made a potion to counter their attacks," Sam answered. "We need to come up with a plan fast. They are probably watching us right now. Sam, is there anything you can do to stop that?" Damon asked, to which Sam gave a curt nod before chanting some spell. "We are no longer being monitored," Sam announced as soon as he was done with the spell. "Great. Is there a way we can free Law and Day from the spell? He asked next. It's dark magic. The source has to be destroyed. Sam answered. Is there no other way? What of the witch who helped me out before? Can't you both do something? I desperately asked. I didn't want anything to happen to Law and Day and Damon. We needed to stop this quick as possible. We can, but we have to embark on that journey. Sam answered, and remembering all that we went through to get there, and vowing not to ever go again, I quickly sought the easy way out. Why don't you summon her? You can just teleport to her, bring her here and sort this out. I quickly suggested. It doesn't work that way. She stays hidden. She doesn't want to be found, so it will be hard summoning her, but I could try teleporting and bringing her here. Sam answered, and I heaved a sigh of relief. Hopefully she agrees and we settle everything. We'll see in a few, he said before disappearing. This needs to stop soon. It's getting too much already and nothing even makes it worthwhile for me. I still haven't found my mate to add to all of this. Jonathan winced. I laughed a little. I know he was trying to make light of the situation. Don't worry. You'll find her soon. Just have faith. Arya told him, and he looked as if he was about to say something but was cut short by Chase walking in. What happened here? He asked, looking at each of us. Arya looked from him to Damon and they shared a look. I guess he didn't know about Damon's true identity as well, and it was time for him to know. Lee, there's something we need to talk about, Jonathan said, and I nodded. I'm sure he had a lot of questions going through his head. We all left the room for Damon and Chase to talk, while Jonathan and I went downstairs to talk about our own issue. Did you know he was the Alpha King? Jonathan asked. Immediately we sat down. I had my suspicions, but I wasn't sure. It was only today I confirmed it. I answered, and he sighed. He should have told us about it. He really kept that big secret from all of us, including you. Aren't you mad? He asked, and I chuckled. Believe me, I am, but it's not going to solve anything. It will only push us back, and that's not what we want. We need to be on the move and prepared for anything. I answered, and he nodded. This has gotten more complicated than I thought. Hopefully this all ends soon. I just want to find my mate. Live a stress-free life and have a good time, Jonathan wishfully said. Soon, Jonathan. We're almost there. I encouraged. But it's kind of cool though. Since Damon is the Alpha Queen, that makes you the Alpha Queen. Or Wolf Queen, or what's it called? The witches should be scared. Our team is made up of efficiently skilled people. There's Damon, Law and Day. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Noble. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sam, you and of course me. We make a great combo. We can do this, he said, smiling, and I smiled too. We actually had a good team. We can do this. But it's crazy though. How come Damon never used his powers and Arya has powers too as well? They are really good at hiding things, Jonathan said, and I chuckled. I never really used my powers because I feared that Law and Day would find me, and I didn't want anyone to find out. It must be the same for them, I added. Looking back now, it feels like a year already since I first saw Damon. A lot has happened. A lot has changed. Goodness, I just want all of this to be over. To be able to sleep peacefully and really enjoy life, Jonathan said, and I smiled, hoping for that day. It wasn't so far again. A loud whoosh noise of the wind startled us, and when it stopped we saw Sam, and I heaved a sigh of relief seeing him with the witch that helped me out before. Great. We can break the spell now without anyone getting hurt. Arya suddenly rushed in, panting. Lauren Day and Damon. They got into a fight. She stabbed him. Chapter 52. Just when I thought that everything was going to go well without anyone getting hurt, Lauren Day stabs Damon. How did that even happen? At least Sam is here now, and they are going to break the spell. I just had to make sure Damon was okay, and it was nothing serious. We all followed Arya and went to where Damon and Law and Day were. They were at the dungeon. Several guards were trying to hold her down. Damon stood at corner, his hands around the left side of his stomach, trying to take out a dagger from it. The sight before me caused me to scream out his name. I just hoped the dagger wasn't coated with silver or poison and it was nothing serious. How did she even get loose? She kept on fighting with the guards, trying to set herself free from their grasp, but they managed to hold her down even though it looked like that wouldn't be the case anytime soon. Goodness, Damon. How did this happen? I asked, rushing to his side. It's nothing. I just need to get this out. He was referring to the dagger and didn't answer my question, dismissing it. It's a good thing Sam was here with the witch so they could get 𝐊𝐢 back to normal. Let's get you out of here and get this treated. I helped him up, and on hearing my words 𝐊𝐢 let out a loud grunt and broke free from their grip, ready to pounce on Damon, but I stepped in front of him and used a gush of wind to push her aside. She got back on her feet quickly and was ready to pounce again, but Sam and the witch stepped in. You should go with him. I'll take it from here. I didn't need to be told twice because I helped Damon out of there quickly till we got to the room where the doctor was already waiting because 𝐲𝐬 had called him. The doctor needed privacy to get his work done, so we excused him. 𝐲𝐬 and I took a walk around the room and I asked Tact. He wanted to see if she was awake and hungry or something, so we decided to check on her. And when we did, we saw that she had already broken free from the chains, and before we could process it, she stabbed Damon, and I rushed to call you by instructing some guards to hold her down and call the doctor too. She replied, staring at me intently. If she wasn't your sister and pregnant, we would have wasted no time in destroying her, but I'm just trying to put myself in your shoes and hers. This needs to end soon. When the spell has been broken, we will be taking a trip to the castle. We need to put a stop to this. I nodded, agreeing to what she said. I've never seen the castle before or been there since only the nobility were allowed there, and to think that they grew up in a castle is lovely, but that must have been a very long time ago. I doubt if they can remember it clearly. Can't wait for all of us to get together and end this. We will soon be taking actions. Damon just need to get better. I wonder how he's doing. I don't know why the doctor didn't let us stay with him. Quick, let's go to room 203. I heard some nurses say, running while making a dash to the room. Room 203. That was Damon's room. What's going on? I was beginning to panic. I really believed him when he said it's nothing serious. We need to go see Damon. We chorused, running along with the doctors. We go to the room, and when we got there, all I saw was blood. Damon was bleeding terribly. What happened? I asked, and the nurses were trying to prevent us from going any closer. You have to leave so we can do our job, the doctor said while getting something to him. Is he going to be okay? 𝐲𝐬 asked. She looked calm and collected, but I was freaking out. I'm sure she was too, and was probably blaming or was planning to kill 𝐿𝐲𝐬. We're not so sure. The poison is really deep into his system. Please leave so we can continue. 𝐲𝐬 and I left the room, and she looked pissed, walking in the direction of the dungeon. A lot of things were going through my head. Damon shouldn't die. No, he can't die. I just need to call Sam and the witch if there's something they can do, because it probably wasn't a normal poison. The witches must have done something extra to it, and they were the only ones that could stop it. 𝐲𝐬 looked angry, and I really hoped she wasn't going to hurt 𝐿𝐲𝐬 in any way. It could have been anyone that they used, including me and her. I just had to make sure that I'd protect 𝐿𝐲𝐬 and her baby so nothing happened to her. Did I feel like hurting her as well? I'm not going to lie, a part of me does, especially when my brain is bringing up all the bad things she has ever done, but I'm just reminding myself that it's not her fault. It was never her fault. Assuming it was, I would have thrown caution out the wind. I also get where 𝐲𝐬 is coming from. She wants to protect her brother as well. I'm also going to protect my sister if she does anything rash. 𝐲𝐬 was marching to the dungeon, and I was running, trying to beat her to get there. On getting there, we saw Sam, the witch, and 𝐿𝐲𝐬, and it seemed as if they had already broken the spell. We did it, Lee. 𝐿𝐲𝐬 is free, Sam announced with a small smile. I was grateful that she was back to normal, and just wished that what has happened in the last few hours could be reversed and Damon was not badly hurt. I'm so sorry, Lianna. I didn't mean to. How is he doing? She asked, sobbing. I know she didn't mean to hurt him, but she already did, and now he's in a critical condition. He's not looking good, I answered, and began to cry. I didn't know what to do anymore or what to even think. Please, Sam. Please, let's go see what you guys can do. He needs your help. We should hurry if we want to save him. The witch spoke up, and just as we were about to get going, 𝐲𝐬 came in, attacking 𝐿𝐲𝐬 with full force, causing her to be pushed violently against the wall. 𝐲𝐬, please stop. We shouldn't be fighting now. Our priority is saving Damon. Please don't do this. I begged, standing in front of her. I really didn't have the strength for all of this. So much was happening in just one day. I can't lose him, Lee. We only just reunited. We still have so much to do together, she said, bursting out in tears, and I was shocked to see her cry, since she always portrayed herself as a tough girl, but we've all been through a lot, and the thought of losing someone close to you was disheartening. We wouldn't lose him. Sam and the witch will do something. He'll be all right, I promise. I said, trying to convince not just her but myself. He has to be all right. We need to get going before it's too late, the witch says again, and that just spurred everyone to action as we hurriedly made our way to the room where Damon was being treated. Chapter 53. We made our way to Damon's room as fast as we could, and we could see the doctors trying their possible best, but it was not working. He was looking pale, as if blood was being sucked from his body, which it literally was, because he was bleeding terribly. He looked helpless. Truly, it will be a miracle if he survives this. Sam, please, you guys should do something. We can't lose him. I can't lose him, I begged, crying. At this point the doctors had already stepped aside, knowing fully well that there was nothing they could do at this point because this surpassed their area of expertise. They gave us a sad look before walking out with an expression that looked like all hope was lost. I turned to look at 𝐿. She was crying as well, and probably blaming herself, thinking she was bad luck and brought trouble wherever she went. Arya was crying as well, and she looked like she would really kill 𝐿 if something bad happened. And there's me, feeling helpless and angry. Angry at the witches and myself. I felt so useless. Wasn't there anything I could do to help? He's losing too much blood. If you have something to do, 𝐹𝐵𝐶, do it. Arya shouted at Sam and the witch. They had been trying different spells, potions and enchantment, but it didn't look like anything was working. He couldn't go like that. The destiny of our kingdom rests on his shoulder. He's supposed to be by my side forever. We have a million things to do together. There's no way I'm going to lose him. Lianna, you can do this, you can help. You're a white wolf. You have immense healing power. You can save him. 𝐿 shouted, as if she just remembered, while I was staring at her like a dumb. I've never healed anyone before, not even myself. How do I even go about it? What if it doesn't work? What do I do? Yes, Lee. You can do this. We can all work together to extract the poison from him before it causes more damage, and with your powers you can heal him completely, Sam added. I was confused. Yet another thing hidden from me. How can I not know that I have the power to heal, and only know about it now in this critical state? Lee, please do something. We're losing him, Arya said softly, still crying, going over to hold Damon's hands. What do I do? I asked eagerly. If I could help, I am more than happy to. I can't lose him. You need to connect to your wolf. She has the powers, and when you're both connected you will unlock this special gift, and she'll direct you on what to do, Sam instructed. Just great. I've locked my wolf out for months. I've not been in contact with her. I can't even shift, and now I'm supposed to connect to her for the healing gift. Will she be help? You can do this, Lianna. Just breathe. Close your eyes and connect with her. You've got this, 𝐿 encouraged. It sounded easy, but I knew the connection could not be made instantly, but it was worth trying. I took a deep breath and tried connecting with my wolf. I tried for up to a minute and nothing happened. You need to come from a place of sincerity and calmness, Sam instructed, and I tried again. Don't panic. You've got this. You're not going to lose your mate. Your wolf will connect with you and you'll heal him. I repeated this to Muse while trying to stay calm. I've got this. I took a deep breath and closed my eyes. I focused on connecting with Alexis and letting go of every worry and pain that I was feeling. Alexis, please, I need you. We need you. I need you to help me. Please, if you can heal Damon, please help. He's my mate. Your mate. Our mate. I need you to help me save him. We need him. We can't lose him like this. We still have a lot to do together. Alexis. I was getting nothing from Alexis, and I could feel hot tears fall from my cheeks as I felt this was the end. Alexis, I'm sorry for shutting you out. Please, you need to help me. We need to save him. I was trying to be as calm as possible and forget about the fact that Damon was hanging onto a thin thread. Alexis, please, if you can hear me, help me. Please. I was begging Alexis like a life depended on it, because it didn't. I was not even getting a reply. I could slowly feel my anger rising against her for not willing to help, but quickly shook it off. I needed to come from a place of sincerity and purity. Alexis. Alexis. I need you. I screamed the last part with all the strength in me, but nothing happened, and just as I was about to give up and open my eyes, I felt transported to another realm. I saw my wolf. A white wolf flying gracefully on the white snow, looking as pure and powerful as ever. I've never seen my wolf before, and seeing her now, I felt this new surge of power to me. I thought you didn't need me again, and will never call for me. We were speaking through telepathy, and I really liked this connection. I'm sorry. Please, I need you. We need to save Damon. I knew a day like this will come. I knew you will need the gift, and it's time you got it. Soon enough you'll be able to shift it, but let's just take it one step at a time. She beckoned for me to come closer, and when I did, our heads touched and I could feel power surge through me and transform from her to me. There was a bright blue light around our heads, and after a few seconds it disappeared. You now have the power to heal. Use it wisely. Save our mate, she said, and I could feel her slowly disappear until she was no longer in sight. I opened my eyes and found myself back in the room with Damon and everyone. We could feel and see the light. Let's do this together. We don't have much time left. Sam, the witch and I held hands. They were chanting some spells, and I just had my eyes closed, praying it worked. Place your hands on his stomach, the witch instructed, and I did as I was told, silently praying that we were not too late. As I placed my hands on his stomach where he was stabbed, I could feel tingles and sparks flowing from within me to his body and going on to work its magic. I had my eyes closed the whole time, focusing on healing him, and this went on for a few minutes and was brought back to reality when I heard Damon call out I opened my eyes in excitement. I did it. We did it. He's healed. He's alive. He's alive. Chapter 50. For seeing Damon alive brought smiles on our faces, as we all heaved a sigh of relief. I can't believe we were so close to losing him. It didn't even look as if he had been hurt in any way. I was really shocked by the effects of the healing power. It was amazing. I'm so glad you're alive, Damon. Arya sounded so excited, giving him a kiss on the cheek and wiping the remainder of her tears while hugging him. I am too. How is Lianna now? Damon asked, watching her quizzically. She's fine. We broke the spell, Sam answered, proudly. I'm so sorry, Damon. I didn't mean to. Lianna sounded so apologetic. I know she would have blamed herself for eternity if something bad had happened. It's all good as long as everyone is okay, Damon said, putting me closer in his embrace, causing me to smile softly. Seems like you guys need a little bit of privacy, Sam said. I chuckled. We could all meet up tomorrow, we have a lot of things to discuss, Damon suggested, and everyone nodded, slowly making their way out until it was just Damon and I. I love you so much, Damon. I was so scared. I thought I was going to lose you, and that scares me, I said softly, tearing up already as I could feel tears threatening to escape. I don't know what would have happened next if something terrible had happened. How would I have dealt with it? 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐿 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝𝐿 unveiled 𝐂𝐮𝐧𝐻𝐢𝐳𝐬. I'm here now. I can't say all is well now, but it will be. You're not going to lose me, and I'm not going to lose you. I'll always be with you. I love you. I smiled, hearing those words, as they also helped calm my nerves. He kissed my forehead, and my smile grew bigger as I let out a contented sigh. I know things are far from okay at the moment, but right now I just wanted to enjoy this moment with him. Lianna. Thanks for saving me. I don't know what would have happened if you didn't. I'm so lucky to have you. I let out a small smile as he leaned closer for a kiss. Hearing him say he's so lucky to have me made me realize how special I am to him. I'm lucky to have him too as well. I poured my love into the kiss as his tongue intertwined with mine. The kiss started getting heated as our hands started exploring each other's body. His lips soon left mine as he started kissing my neck. I wanted more than anything for him to mark me now. I've waited long enough. We needed the connection. I want to be marked as his and be his in every way possible. I took a deep breath as he kissed my neck, finding my sweet spot. I let out a moan and pulled his hair as he bit my neck. I want to mark you, Lianna. Can I? Damon asked, staring at me with lust, and I let out a big smile. Of course you can, I answered with a big smile. Finally he wants to mark me. He let out a smile before letting his canine out and realizing that it was going to hurt scared me a little bit. I can sense your fear. I won't hurt you. It didn't sound entirely like him because his wolf was also in control now, and I could get access to mine after this. 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐝 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing 𝐊𝐢𝐳𝐷𝐞𝐽. I trust you, I answered, giving him the go-ahead. He resumed kissing my neck and caressing me, and I pulled him, wanting more of his touch because it was so pleasurable. He stopped for a while and looked into my eyes, and that just made my insides melt. He gave me a small smile before sinking his elongated canines into my neck, marking me, causing me to let out a small scream from the pain, but it quickly turned into pleasure as he resumed kissing my neck before moving back to my lips. I want to go all the way with you. Is that okay? He asked softly, and I nodded hastily, causing him to chuckle. I love you, Lianna, he professed, and I smiled, telling him how much I love him too. Feel free to imagine what happens next. I'm terrible at these scenes. I smiled as Damon pulled me closer to him. He has finally marked me, and we mated as well. I felt so giddy. Now I am a part of him. You've always been a part of me, he replied, listening to my thoughts, and I smiled. We could now communicate through telepathy, and I was really excited about this new journey we were about to embark on in our relationship. You're so beautiful, he praised with admiration, staring at me while stroking my hair before moving to caress where he marked me, which now had a little crescent and crown symbol on it, symbolizing that I was his queen and now part of the royal family. Don't worry, we will have a proper ceremony in the castle after all this is over, he said, kissing my neck and moving down to the rest of my body, particularly my stomach. He kissed my stomach and looked up at me, smiling. You are carrying our baby, he stated, and I laughed. How could he know if I was pregnant? It had only been, what? A few hours. There's no way. I can feel the life in you, but you probably wouldn't realize it till after some weeks. I couldn't get any other girl pregnant because it can only be you, plus you are a wolf of fertility. We're having a baby, he clarified. Oh well, I wasn't prepared for that. I didn't know how to feel about having a baby. It certainly didn't cross my mind, but if it's true, there's nothing I can do about it. I'm having a baby. I'm going to be a mother. We are going to start a family. Chapter 55. It was the next day already, and I woke up with a huge smile on my face and instinctively placing my hands around my stomach, wondering if I was truly pregnant, but regardless, I was really happy and saw a brighter future for us. I leaned closer to his embrace and started stroking his hair. It's crazy how I've come to love him and care about him this much, especially how we started off on the wrong foot. Now he's my mate, my lover, and soon enough, baby daddy. It's just so exciting that I will soon be starting a family of my own, but also I'm scared because I don't have any clue on what to do. I know you'll make a great mother, Damon said softly, placing his hands on my stomach, and I smiled at his words. Thank you. Although I'm scared, I'm looking forward to it and ready to start this journey with you, I confessed, smiling, and he let out a big smile too. I love you so much, Lianna. I know you'll make the greatest queen any king has ever had, he said, and I blushed a little. He was just making my heart so higher. I love you to Damon, I said, smiling, and would have kissed him, but morning breath was an hindrance. He chuckled before getting up. We should get ready for the day. We have a meeting to discuss and a journey to embark on. I sighed as that brought me out of Lola Land. I had forgotten about everything else and chosen to focus on us alone, but there's a world out there that we are a part of and some evil people we need to put an end to. Don't worry. It'll be fine. It will all be over soon. He gave me a quick kiss on my forehead before heading to the bathroom, then on second thought he turned around and looked at me, and I knew exactly what he was going to say. Do you want to join me in the shower? He asked, and I rose to my feet, answering yes as he carried me bridal style into the bathroom. After we had our bath, Damon went for the meeting he had called with his warriors, elders and other officials, and I made my way to Lianna's room to visit her. Walking into the room, I found her staring at the window, looking lost. She had no idea that I had been knocking or was even there, except maybe by my scent. I went around to tap her. I could see, turned around, I could see the tears on her eyes, and I immediately felt sorry for her. I couldn't understand the pain she was going through, but I know it wasn't easy for her. Losing her mate, being pregnant with him not around, no one to talk to or hold at night. She felt so lonely, and add that to the guilt she must be feeling that everything was her fault, especially after what happened with Damon. I said nothing and just embraced her, hoping that the hug could somewhat comfort her. I don't know what to do. I'm feeling so lost and useless. There's really nothing to live for except my baby, she softly said, crying. I miss him. I don't know what to do. It's as if there is no reason for my existence. I just want to be with him. It broke my heart that she was feeling this way, and I didn't know what to do that would help her. The thinking of dying is certainly not my answer. I understand that she might be feeling depressed, but we are here for her, and she could always see a therapist or just someone to talk to, and I'm here for her. I'm sure he would want you to live and be happy and take care of your child and love your child, then love your child the way you loved him. I tried comforting her. We need you, 𝐿𝐸. You are strong. You are powerful. You are loved. Everything is going to be fine in the end. I don't know how to bring your mate back, but we are going to make sure that his child lives, grows, and had an awesome life. You'll be a great mother, I said, and she smiled a little, rubbing her stomach. Thank you. I really needed that, she said, embracing me tightly, and I smiled, glad that I could help in a way. She pulled out sniffing, and I was confused for a moment. You scent. It's laced with something else. Oh my. You and Damon? She exclaimed and hugged me. Seeing the mark, she exclaimed again. It's so lovely. My little sister is growing up. She's now a queen. I laughed hearing her words. I haven't officially been made one though, but since Damon is a king, that makes me a queen. Definitely didn't see that in my future. I'm just so happy that we have finally mated, and I'm excited to see what this new phase will bring, I excitedly said. I really couldn't wait to have my children playing around, especially with 𝐿𝐸's child. It will be so lovely. She smiled, then the next second she looked sad. My child is not going to have a father. I really wanted a complete family, what I couldn't have, but it turns out my child will be getting the same thing as well, she sadly said, wiping the tears that was already spilling, and I hugged her again. I don't think it was right for me to tell her about the fact that I could be pregnant. I guess I'll just wait till it's been confirmed. You're going to make a great mother and show your child so much love, and your child is going to love you so much as well, and besides, you have all of us. There are a lot of father figures here for your baby, I reassured her, a small smile, nodding. I'll be fine. I just need to avenge the death of my mate. I'll make those witches pay for every single thing they have done to me, she swore bitterly, and I let out a small smile. Now that's what we need right now, for her to step back into her power. Those witches will regret messing with us. We will make them pay with their lives. Chapter 56. I stayed with 𝐿𝐸 for a while, keeping her company and just talking with her about life and what it would be like when all of this finally ends, and it is really something to look forward to. She got really tired, fell asleep, so I went to see Jonathan and Sam next, and knowing Jonathan, once he realized that we already mated, he was going to ask some really funny questions. Thinking about it was already making me laugh. I walked into their room after they told me I could come in. They were playing video games, which was quite surprising knowing how serious Sam can be. I wonder what would have made him decided to play. I defeated you again. It seems like you should just stick to your wizardry, or better still play games that has like Merlin or so. Jonathan mocked, laughing, and I joined it, causing Sam to glare at us. So what brings Her Royal Highness down to our quarters? Jonathan asked, faking an accent while staring at me as if I had a secret to share. I just wanted to see everyone, since we'll be going on the journey soon, and just hang out before things get too serious, I replied, taking a seat. The time has finally come for order to be restored, and I can finally fulfill my mission and do something else. Sam spoke up. Come to think of it, he didn't seem to have a life outside of us, or we didn't know about it. So what will you rather be doing? Raise a family? Jonathan jokingly asked, laughing, but I could tell that Sam had probably considered that. Oh well, I just didn't think that you were that type of guy, but then again you are quite the serious good guy, so it was expected. So what type of person do you want to date? Witch, werewolf, vampire. To my agent extraordinaire, Madeleine Nelbain. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, Jonathan questioned. I really don't know, Sam. When I find her, I'll know. Sam answered, and Jonathan muttered while winking his eyes. I hope you both find love soon. We all need someone to love and someone to love us, no matter how tough we may act like. I said, and Sam nodded. The relationship coach has spoken, Jonathan said, clapping, and I rolled my eyes laughing. Come to think of it, the air around you is different. Your scent and aura is stronger than before. Did you and Damon try to make babies? He asked, wriggling his eyebrows suggestively, and I burst out laughing. They already made the babies, not try to. Sam said, like a point of correction, and that just sort of confirmed that a baby could really be on the way. So very soon we have babies running around. Yours and Laura and Days, and we are going to be uncles, Jonathan said excitedly. I feel like I'm growing old. I know Sam is old already. I just wonder how it's going to be like becoming a father someday. Trying to picture the scene made me chuckle a little. Jonathan is going to be that playful father that does crazy things with their kids. I just knew it. I'm sure you'll make a great father, I said, and he smiled, saying he was going to be the world's coolest dad, causing us all to laugh. On a serious note, we should get prepared for the next few days because it will determine whether we get to do all these things or not, Sam said, and I stared at him, hoping that there was no bad vision and we were all going to make it out alive, because I am really scared. I don't want to lose anyone. We've all become like family. It will be so painful to lose one of our own, but hopefully we wouldn't know what that feels like. Lianna, how are you doing? I have already finalized everything for the journey. We'll be leaving tomorrow at dawn. We will all have a meeting in the next 10 minutes in my office. Take care. I am still getting used to this telepathy communication, but I liked how it was going. Damon said we should meet in his office in the next 10 minutes. I'll go get Laura and Day. 10 minutes later. Sam, Jonathan. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Chase and I all sat in a round table as Dame and discussed the plan with us. Details we needed to be aware of and other things needed for the journey. If there are no more questions, we leave tomorrow at dawn. We should all get prepared, have a good night's rest, Damon said, concluding the meeting. Everyone stood up and left, leaving just Dame and I. I felt like I wasn't ready for battle. Every wolf here could shift and fight in their wolf form, but I have never shifted, and I might not be able to in some circumstances, might require me to, but that I have my powers as my backup. Don't worry. You've got this. You are strong, powerful and wise. They are no match for you, he encouraged, and I giggled. Yeah, they are no match for us. Maybe if I repeat it to myself it will stick. We've waited so long for this. Everything must go according to plan. 𝐿𝐤𝐧𝐼𝐸 𝐊𝐢𝐳. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Although there was a plan B and C, I will rather us stick to the first plan because the other were riskier. Not everything goes according to plan, and that's why it's good to have backup plans, and nothing bad is going to happen. I'll protect you. All of you. Damon promised, and I smiled. No harm will come to any of us. We'll watch out for each other. We will all get through this alive, I stated boldly, and he smiled. That's the spirit, girl. So are you ready to go see my kingdom? Of course I am, I answered, excited. We were finally doing this. Dawn came quickly the next morning as we all gathered to embark on our journey. Damon was leaving Chase in charge, so he was staying behind, but the rest of us were making the journey to the castle. We were traveling with top warriors, and others were to stay behind in case of any attack on the pack here and serve as backup in case we needed one. I watched as Chase and Arya said their goodbyes. There is no telling what could happen out there, or even here in Dean, and as much as we had to be optimistic, we had prepared for the worst-case scenario. Anything could happen to anyone, and we were all aware of it, but now is the time to do what we were all chosen to do. Put an end to all of this. Chapter 57. We have been on this journey for about 4 hours now, and we were nearing the pathway that will lead us to the real start of our journey. Damon and Arya have been reminiscing about old times and feeling nostalgic while we just listened to their stories. I really couldn't wait to see the castle and how the kingdom is, because it is a place rich in history, culture and art, and not many get to see it or be born into royalty, or in my case mated to one. We arrived at the pathway soon enough and we couldn't continue the rest of the journey by car, it had to be on foot. I'm not going to lie, I got nervous as we were about to embark on the real journey. The journey was just about to start. We all stood at the entrance and waited for further instructions. There's no telling what could happen out there. Once we enter their territory they know, and since they don't want us there they will want to eliminate us. We are fighting today so our children wouldn't have to, and so we can have better lives. We are fighting till death. Till we destroy them all. There were series of "yeah" from the warriors and I admired their courage and bravery to do this. Let the real journey begin. Damon announced and everyone nodded or affirmed yes in one way or another as we all made our way through the pathway. We started walking through the pathway, everyone at alert and watchful of any suspicious activity. I was beginning to see the castle in sight, and it looked magnificent, like something out of an old history movie. I stared up at it, marveling at the artistic beauty and architectural style, and caught sight of a blazing fire shooting towards us. I instinctively froze at mid-air, and that was when everyone looked up and we saw the sky raining fire. "Take cover," Damon ordered, shouting as people ran around trying to find a place to hide while Sam 𝐊𝐿𝐴 𝐊𝐿𝐴. Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Damon and I were at the forefront, using our powers to turn the fire to water or freezing it mid-air. With the speed and blazing fire it was impossible for it not to burn others alive if we didn't act fast. I quickly created frozen ball shields housing the other soldiers to keep them safe while we dealt with the matter at hand. It was getting impossible for us to keep up because of the rate at which the fire kept coming non-stop. It was raining fire and we were also not safe out in the open like this, so it was a good thing that we had each other's backs and was watching out for one another. This continued for another 2 minutes until we heard a loud roar of people charging towards us. The fire ceased at this point as the soldiers of the Wolf Kingdom charged towards us with their different weapons. This was war. A war that we had to win. We need to make our way to the kingdom. They must know we are coming for them and might try to escape. Damon said while setting a group of our enemies on fire before they could even get to us. "We'll clear the areas we need to go through. We should go now before they move." 𝐊𝐿𝐴 spoke up, using a heavy gush of wind to throw some men away, causing them to hit their heads on trees. Damon communicated something to his commander of the army through telepathy and then turned to ask me if I was okay, of which I nodded. He gave me a small smile as we started making our way past our enemies, put into ruins all those we came across, but it seemed like the more we destroyed the more they increased and we didn't have enough men on ground to fight them off. "I'm going to make an illusion. Trick them to thinking that we are here while we actually not, and teleport us just outside the kingdom. That should be better. Just do anything to get us out of here." Jonathan stated, anxious as he kept trying to fight some men off. The next thing we heard was a poof and we found ourselves not too far away from the castle. Hundreds of wolves gathered around and we were facing them. The wolves looked angry and scary, ready to tear us into pieces. The warriors we had immediately shifted to snarling and growling, showing off their canines ready to attack. 𝐊𝐿𝐴, Jonathan, Arya and Damon shifted as well, leaving just me who couldn't shift, and Sam, who was a wizard. "Please stay close to me. We are covering for them," Sam ordered, and I moved to where he was ready to defend and protect our people from any attack. As if an imaginary shot had went off signaling the start of the battle. The wolves all sprung into attack mode, with them preventing us from going in and we trying to penetrate into the castle. No doubt we were outnumbered again, but we were still going to fight. It's either we win or we win. The wolves were fighting. I was soon beginning to see some of our men down. Sam and I were trying our best to keep the casualties as low as possible by helping out those in danger of attacks, but they couldn't see, but the numbers were uneven. 6 wolves to 1. The odds weren't stacked in our favor. "What do we do, Sam? If we continue like this, all our men will be gone in no time and many of them will still be left," I said, voicing out my worries. "We will have to gather them in a place and light them up," Sam said. An enemy wolf was just about to pounce on Damon from behind and I immediately used a gush of wind to push it far away along with the others behind it. Things were not looking good. It was as if all the wolves were assigned to Damon as they all kept attacking him. Everyone was doing their best to protect him, and it was when the wolves attacked them for trying to come in their way. Damon is their target. We need to use him to lure them our way so we can set them on fire. Sam said, and I immediately communicated it with Damon, who agreed to it. He had gotten a few bruises but was not terribly hurt. Damon started making his way towards us, and they all followed him like bees to honey, and it was in this instant we started setting them on fire, and when they tried to escape making their way from Damon, 𝐊𝐢𝐴 shifted back to human form and joined in as we all began to burn them because that was the only way we could survive it. Once a larger amount of them had been set on fire, it was now easy for the soldiers to battle with them, as it was now an equal fight. Seeing that the soldiers now had everything in control, 𝐊𝐴 𝐷𝐿𝐬, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Damon and Jonathan shifted back to human form as we began to make our way inside the castle. It was a pity I didn't have the time to admire the intricate detailing and design of the castle as we hurriedly made our way in trying to get to the top tower, where the king was likely to be. Just as we were about to climb the stairs to the tower, we heard a loud sound followed by smoke. It was the evil witches. They were here. Chapter 58. The witches were here. They had an angry look on their face. There were 2 of the main evil witches. Formerly 3, but Damon had killed one of them, so it was just 2. The witches stood angrily staring at us, and for the first time we outnumbered them. Did you really think that you can just come here and you'll easily destroy what we have sustained for so long? One of the witches asked. She has a red curly hair and she was quite short and looked quite angry. That's the point. We are here to restore things back to order. You've carried this on for too long. Sam spoke up. Shut up, warlock. We have no business with you. The other witch spoke up. She had jet black hair and was a little bit taller than her friend. Our main concern here is the Wolf King and our 𝐊𝐴. The red hair started. 𝐊𝐴, sweetie. Did you think you can really get away from us? We own you and that child you are carrying. She was eyeing 𝐊𝐴's stomach, which was already starting to show. You don't own me, and most certainly don't own my child, and you never will. 𝐊𝐴 thundered. The black-haired witch started laughing. We wouldn't own the child if you can't give birth to it. It would be such a pity for you to lose it, don't you think? The red-haired asked with a wicked smile, then started doing something to 𝐊𝐴, causing her to start screaming. I quickly rushed to 𝐊�A's side as she nearly fell, clutching her stomach. Damon, Arya and Sam swiftly attacked the red, which causing her to stumble and stop her attack on 𝐊𝐴. Are you okay? I asked, worried. Nothing must happen to her baby at all cost. Yes, I'm fine, she replied as I helped her up. I don't think you should be here. It's dangerous. I don't want anything to happen to you. I was worried about her safety and that of her child. These witches are dangerous. I'm here already, Lee. I'm done running. We need to end this now. I have to destroy them. 𝐊𝐴 spoke, determined. Okay then. Let's do this, I said as we dodged an attack from the black-haired witch. Sisters reunion. How sweet. She spoke sarcastically, sending different balls of fire our way. We dealt with her while the others faced the red-haired witch, and they were slowly getting to her. I was using more fire to fight her off while 𝐊𝐴 was changing between wine to attack and water to quench the fire. This went on for a while until I realized this was their tactic to delay us while the Wolf King escaped. We need to end this quick. I communicated to Damon through telepathy. They are delaying us on purpose. You will never win against us. The red-haired boasted as the attack she made to Sam hit him. You are all nothing but roaches under our feet. That seemed to have annoyed Damon as he started a blazing ball of fire bigger than the globe to attack the red-haired witch, of which she dodged. To my agent 𝐿𝐴, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Sam and Damon started a big ball of fire and in unison attacked the witch, and this time it hit her. She let out a loud scream, causing the black-haired witch to turn in her direction, and we took it as our chance as we swiftly attacked her with a ball of fire that hit her, and while she was trying to recover from it we kept on sending balls of fire to her, attacking her, updating her on different parts of her body, and soon she started burning, but she didn't give up. She kept on trying to attack us but failed as we expertly dull her attacks as she was weak. The 2 witches were burning now, screaming at the pain the fire was causing them, and as if that wasn't enough, Sam brought out an ancient wooden dagger used to kill witches back in the days and stabbed them directly on their heart. The burn from the stab was different in an instant. They burnt to ashes and I let out a loud sigh, grateful that was over. Now that the path was clear, we swiftly made our way to the topmost tower, and when we got to the chamber that the king was, it was heavily guarded with able-bodied men and angry-looking wolves. As they pounced to attack us, we didn't try fighting them off with our strength, but started burning them up or using different elements to attack them as we cleared the path leading to the door. Damon opened the door, and we all walked in looking for signs of the Wolf King, but the room was completely empty. Where could he be? I asked Damon as we looked around trying to find any hidden passage. I'm sure he must have escaped already. Jonathan said angrily. We need to find out how he escaped. Damon and Arya, do you know of any hidden passage around here? Law and A questioned. Sam, could you try out a location spell? I asked as we all sought to find any loophole or anything that gave away how he escaped. Where he escaped to or where he might be. I turned around, going back to the door so I could access the whole room and probably see something that I wasn't seeing. I tried opening the door to see what would catch my eyes if I just walked in, but the door wasn't budging and we most certainly didn't lock ourselves in. Guys, we've been locked in, I announced, and they all turned to look at me, and in that moment when we were all distracted there came an attack from nowhere as the room started spinning around speedily and we all lost balance, and in that moment of our decomposure that we felt the room heating up. I tried to wrap my head about what was going on, but I couldn't even think until we saw them. The witches and Amon. They let out an evil laugh and in unison they spoke up. You really didn't think you killed us, did you? I was too stunned to think or even comprehend what had happened. Turns out they played a trick on us and we fell for it. Chapter 59. Just great. When I thought we were almost done, it was just starting over. Did you really think you could defeat us that easily? They asked again, laughing, seeing the look of shock on our faces. Where's Amon? Damon asked angrily. You'll never find him, Axel. You'll never be king. We'll make sure of that and destroy your minions with you. The Red Witch stated, glaring at us. I was still confused as to why they weren't dead, but then they could have pulled an illusion trick and it made me wonder if they were doing the same now. I had questions I wanted to ask Sam. We'll find Amon and bring an end to this tyranny. We will bring an end to you because you are nothing. Nothing but stupid old hags. Arya said, and I nearly laughed at her choice of words. Her words annoyed the witches as they both used their powers to push her to the end of the room, causing her to hit her head on the wall. Is that the best you can do? You must not be as powerful as you think you are. I had no idea where Arya was going with this though, but I went over to where Sam stood. Is there a way you can find the location of Amon? I whispered. He's somewhere in this room hiding. Sam answered, and I began to look around for places that was big enough for a grown man to hide. Why would the supposed king be hiding? This just goes to show how weak he is, only to be controlled by witches. Do you know where in particular? I asked, but the witch got hold of me, using her powers to bring me very close to her. The Red Witch was choking me, her hands tightly pressed around my neck, her long red nails piercing deep into my skin. Let her go now. Damon and everyone else chorused. I tried to wriggle free from her grasp and do something with my powers, but I was already finding it difficult to breathe. It would be so great if the future king died before it was even born, right? She asked, circling her fingers around my stomach, and in that instant she let go of me as her feet started burning, causing me to fall to the floor. I created a circle of fire around her, increasing the intensity of the heat. To my 𝐿 𝐷𝐞𝐿𝐬 heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm. Laura and Day and the other witch continued to battle while we dealt with the one we had. Regaining her composure, she put out the fire and used her push me to the other side of the room, and the intensity of the pain was great. It felt like 1,000 drummers were drumming on my head, and when my back collided with the wall I felt the pain immensely. You fools. I'm not one to mess with, she said, starting a raging ball of fire directed at me. But before it could get to me, Damon turned it into a ball of ice. Saving your damsel in distress, aren't you? She asked, letting out an evil smile. You won't be able to hurt any one of us, Damon stated with confidence, and she let out an evil laugh once more before launching an attack at Damon. I quickly got on my feet and hid under a table. My head was spinning and banging. Trying to keep my eyes open, I sighted a small entrance not properly closed and made my way to it. Hopefully that werewolf was hiding. If I could get to him and defeat him, The witches wouldn't really have any need to continue the fight. I crawled to the entrance, and when I got in I kept on crawling until the space opened wide and big enough for me to walk through. The place was dark but lit up with different lights. I kept on walking as it was straight road until I saw a door heavily guarded by about 10 hefty soldiers. I knew I probably stood no chance trying to fight them off, so I just used a mighty gush of wind to push them away till they got knocked out. Opening the door, I saw who I presumed to be a man with 2 older soldiers with him. "Who are you and what are you doing here?" they demanded with hostility. I quickly communicated with Damon, telling him I found a man. That was the best thing I could do. It was not my battle to fight. "I'm sorry I got lost. You're the Wolf King, right? You look good." I was trying to indulge them in a conversation before Damon or someone came down here. A man gave me a suspicious look and checked me out. Rumors were right then. He chases after anything with a skirt and forcefully had his way with them. "And who might you be?" he asked, coming closer to me, of which I took a step back. "Don't go closer. She might be armed," one of the soldiers warned. "I'm not," I stated, raising my hands up and turning around. "I'm not armed. There was an attack and I was looking for a place to hide, and I'm so glad I found you. I know you are going to take care of me," I said with a small smile. "Then what happened to the guards outside?" the other questioned, eyeing me quizzically. "I think they must have fallen asleep," I answered. "Keep a close eye on her while I go check things outside," the soldier said as he left the room, leaving me with the other soldier who forcefully held my hands, preventing me from making any move. "Easy there, Richard. You don't want to hurt her," he said, giving me a small smile, which I returned. "Damon needs to be here soon. I hope they killed the witches already. She's dangerous," the other soldier announced, walking and pointing a gun at me, while the one holding me tightened his grip on me. "Who are you? What are you doing here, and who sent you? You have just 3 seconds to reply before I blow your head up," he sternly threatened. "That's a lot of questions, don't you think?" I asked, raising my brows. "Sweetie, do you think we are joking? You were going to tell me who sent you," Amon said, tracing the lines of my face. "Or we're going to kill your butt before they will be wonderful to see how you taste," he said, slyly grinning. "Really? I'm quite curious to if the rumors are true. That you're horrible in bed," I said, laughing. "Why don't I just prove it to you now?" "Leave us," he commanded. I could see them hesitating, but they left, staying by the door after closing it. Now that they were out of the door, I could easily do something to hurt him, but I think he has powers to but just one added, and I didn't know which. "You're so beautiful," he said, tracing the outline of my face and stopping at my lips. I was running out of patience and time, and I needed backup. "And you look really good, like a possessive dominant man," I said, smiling, and he let out a happy grin. His nation was under attack, but here he was wanting to have his way with a stranger while doing nothing to protect his kingdom but hide. "I like your type," he said, moving his fingers along my neck. "I like yours too," I said with a small smile, wrapping my hands around his neck, and just as he was about to lean in for a kiss, I created a rhyme ice and used it to stab him in the neck. "Oh," he let out a loud scream, and not to attract the attention of his men, I raised my voice loudly. "Just how you like it, huh? You like it rough, don't you? You bitch." He swore angrily, trying to fight me, but the blood was starting to spill already. I really didn't want to be the one that killed him, but I doubt if he was going to die from it, because I didn't stab him deep. "Talk to me dirty. I like it," I said, smiling as I saw him start losing blood. It was almost over. I heard a loud shout from outside, and before I could comprehend what was going on, the door was kicked down and came Damon and the rest of the gang. "Are you all right, babe?" Damon asked, rushing to my side. "Yes, baby, I'm fine. He didn't do anything to hurt me." He gave me a small smile and kissed my forehead before turning to Amon. "My dear cousin Amon, good to see you. It's been a while, don't you think?" Damon asked, smiling. 𝐊𝐢𝐧𝐷 𝐷𝐞𝐜 Heartfelt thanks for your unfailing enthusiasm. "I swear I'll kill you. I'll kill your mate too. You can't do this to me. I'll always be king," he stated, and Dariel laughed. "Dead men don't rule Amon." He turned to look at her in shock, probably thinking she had been dead a long time ago. "Good to see you too, Amon," she said, smiling. The war is over now, Amon. We have defeated the evil witches. There's no one to back you now. Your tyranny comes to an end. Damon spoke confidently, looking at Amon with a smile. What? He asked, dumbfounded. You killed the witches. That's not possible. You better believe it. As much as we love to see you die now, I believe it will be an easy death for you, don't you think so, Arya? Damon said, smiling, definitely coming up with something. What do you have in mind, Elfakin? Arya asked, smiling. Chapter 60. The end. It has been a week since the war ended. Amon had been kept in jail, heavily guarded and tortured, and was executed for the whole Wolf Kingdom to see, and the people celebrated his death. Today is the day that Damon was going to be crowned king, and I was so happy for him. Arya also got a position in the kingdom. She was after all the princess, but she wanted to stay by Chay's side as he was now made alpha of Damon's from a pack with Arya, his Luna. They were also going to do a ceremony where I'll be crowned Wolf Queen, and I was really excited that all our troubles are finally over and we can now have a semblance of peace and freedom. Ready to be crowned Queen Lianna? Damon asked, sneaking up behind me, causing me to shake a little. I'm a little bit scared, but I'm ready, I answered, smiling. You've got this. There's nothing we can't get together, he stated, leaning in for a kiss, and I smiled as his lips met mine. We heard someone clearing their throat and turned to look as we saw Damon's royal assistant. It is now time for the ceremony, Your Majesties, he said, bowing, and I still find it funny how quickly things changed. It was like we were transported into another world entirely in just a few days. I had to start learning a lot about the royal kingdom, how to act, dress and speak like royalty, and so many other things. There were a lot of oppressive laws that Amon had in place that we had been putting to an end, and also the struggle to restore balance, because there were also some alphas that we Amon and Damon had to exercise his authority over them. Soon he would be having a meeting with all the alphas on the new changes that were going to be put in place, and the meeting was going to end with a grand ball. Everything felt like something out of a storybook. We'll be there shortly, Damon replied, and he bowed before leaving. We are going to come back to this, but in the meantime we have a ceremony to attend, Damon said, taking my hands, and I smiled as we made our way to the royal chambers. Every one of us was present, and so were the elders and other powerful people in the kingdom. Today the true Alpha King returns, the priest in charge of the ceremony stated, and there was a lot of cheers. We celebrate the return of our king and his mate, our queen. By the power vested in me, I hereby proclaim 𝐿𝐴𝐷 and our king Lianna Redwoods our queen. The cheer continued with series of chants that shouted, "Long live the king." I felt so happy and so fulfilled. This is it. This is the life I was created to live, not the one of hardship, worries and constantly being on the run. I will make sure that no one has to go through all of that. Together we are going to build a great kingdom with great people. We had changed the tides and retold the story. Although bad things could still happen, because this is life and nothing ever happens smoothly, we were ready to face it head on. He is my king and I'm his queen, and we have amazing friends and family on our side now. After the ceremony, the 7 of us sat down together to just talk about how life has been. Did I mention that Jonathan found his mate already? She was the granddaughter of one of the elders, and he was making things difficult for Jonathan because he didn't want him anywhere near his property. Can you believe I went to go see Daya last night, and her grandfather chased me out with a sword? To my agent extraordinaire, Madeline Logan, heartfelt thanks for your unfailing patience, enthusiasm, he exclaimed, and we all laughed. Her grandfather was the one raising her after the death of her mother, who had run mate only for a child to be dropped at his doorstep a few months later, with a letter that informed him of his daughter's death, and since then he has been against Daya finding and being with her mate, but he'll come around, I'm sure Jonathan will convince him. So Arya and I have an announcement to make, Jay started as they both looked at each other with tenderness before looking at us. I'm pregnant, she announced, and everybody cheered, telling them congratulatory messages. I was so excited. Our children were going to grow up together. I really can't wait for that day. That's how you didn't tell me that you were pregnant, and I had to find out through the witches, Nor and Day said, nudging my elbow, and I gave a sympathetic smile. I'm sorry. I didn't know how you would react to it, and I wasn't entirely sure, I said, and she smiled. No problem. I'm just glad we get to do this pregnancy thing together, she said, and I smiled widely. Me too. We are all pregnant at the same time, isn't it cute? I said, smiling, hugging Arya. I think I should get Dahlia pregnant too. She can't be the only one missing out on this. Jonathan stated, and we all laughed. Wait till her grandfather uses the sword to cut off your head. Chase joked and we all laughed, causing Jonathan to give him a playful glare. I felt bad for Sam and Law and Day that they didn't have any partners to share their lives with yet, but I know that they could find someone soon. Speaking of Law and Day and Sam, their relationship seemed to have gotten better, and he was always looking and asking after her and her child's well-being. I was happy that we all got to be together despite all that's happened, and we were starting a new life. I was happy for every one of us. We were now going to live a life free of worry or wondering if it was going to be our last breath. I was done running now. I was free to do as I please, and even though the actual prophecy had nothing to do with me but something to do with Damon, and it just goes to show how our fate was intertwined. I was done running. The prophecy has been fulfilled. I am his queen and he's my king. The true Alpha King. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.